Welcome to Third Party Con, a celebration of the Paizoverse. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil. Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Pathfinder Infinite, part of the Drive-Thru RPG network. Whether it's adventures, settings, monsters, classes, or anything else that builds on the core game, Pathfinder Infinite allows talented creators like you to share your content and make money while you're at it. You can use the Pathfinder Lost Omens campaign setting and more as a launch pad for your own creations. Get recognized by the community, and you might even earn an invitation into the Infinite Masters Elite Creator Program. For more information, visit roll20.io/TPK. That's roll20.io/TPK.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldermon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battle Zoo Eldermon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldermon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldermon. There are over 160 different kinds. No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in. You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off. Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party? They can befriend Eldermon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldermon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldermon powers in combat. Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldermon battles on top of regular combat. Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back. You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary.
Hello. This is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Join No Nat Ones with Brian Lane from Lion's Brain Media as we discuss creating Pathfinder 2nd Edition feats.
Howdy TPK Con, I am Known at Ones, and I am joined by Brian Lane of Lion's Brain Media to walk us through some homebrewed third-party development of Pathfinder 2e Deviant abilities. But before we get into that, Brian, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. My name's Brian, as you just heard. I'm a physics education researcher by day and a Pathfinder Infinite publisher by night. A lot of people know me from my two most popular Infinite products, Frontiers of Magic and Inkfinder. So we have samples of that available in the TPK player options sample, so feel free to go check that out. And like Nonats mentioned, I want to talk today about Deviant abilities, which I have been tinkering with and researching and wanted to share with you kind of a work in progress, what it looks like in the creation process.
Okay. And to start us off, why don't you give us sort of a recap of what Deviants even are in the context of the system?
Yeah, so these are relatively new. They came out in Dark Archive, which is people are still exploring all the depths of all the great stuff that came in Dark Archive. This is a set of rules that basically represent mutant powers without using the term mutant powers. They are abilities that your character can gain kind of through accident or maybe experimentation. And so what I've done on the screen here is just provided a recap of some of the rules that Dark Archive provides for these things, just so that we can kind of get to the points that are most relevant or building deviant abilities. So the first thing I want to note is that deviant abilities are always rare. So it's okay if they're a little bit niche or kind of push the envelope, because players are already going to have their GM's buy-in to have these anyway. So if you read through these things, you think, gosh, that seems just on the verge of broken. Yeah, that's where rare comes in, because your player character really has to earn these things. Another thing you can do with these is pair them with a background. Like in the upcoming Gatewalkers adventure path, each one of the campaign backgrounds in the player's guide comes with a free deviant ability chain that you get buy-in to, kind of like when you do free archetype, you're getting extra feats to gain your deviant abilities.
All right.
We'll talk more about how the feats work, in just a second. These are grouped by classification, which is a new term, right? So we have classes, we have archetypes. These are grouped by classification, almost like the case files is classifying them. And so each classification carries a backlash. That's the mechanical, what price are you paying to get these semi-broken powers? And then what are the quirks? Like, how do these powers manifest without you even trying? And that's more of the flavor side of, Nightcrawler can teleport, but he has blue skin and a tail and looks like a beast, right? So the first mechanic we want to think about are the backlashes. So a backlash represents, they describe it as a missing safeguard that your ability did not come with. So one example they give is, let's say you have the dragon classification, where you get to spit out dragon fire from your mouth. Well, that sounds cool. But what you're not getting is the coating inside your throat and mouth that would protect a dragon from the fire coming out. And so you're going to take some fire damage while you are breathing fire, right? Because you're a humanoid, you're not a dragon, right?
So it's interesting. You actually start with the backlash before you draw the mechanics of the actual ability?
So you get both at the same time. What's going to happen, which leads us to our next point, is that whenever you attempt to use a deviation, which, pause for a second, that immediately has implications for the design, because that means a deviant ability has to be an action. Right? Because backlash is happening in response to you using the ability. So that means I cannot make a deviation ability that is like a constant thing. Like, you can't just say, oh, you get resistance to some kind of energy. No, it has to be, I need to take an action to temporarily gain some resistance, right? So immediately that limits the design space.
Not to interrupt you, but why does it have to be activatable? If it is a constant benefit, couldn't there also be a constant backlash, like resistance to fire, but weakness to cold?
You certainly could do that if you want to expand it that way. The way they phrase it is that whenever you attempt to use a deviation, you're going to roll a flat check.
Okay.
On a success, you get to use the deviation, no problem, but the subsequent DCs for your subsequent checks goes up by 5.
Okay.
And on a failure, you suffer the backlash effect. So in that sense, it's a little more like an oracle curse.
Right.
Because an oracle is not, well, they can be under their curse for a long time, but they don't wake up in the morning under their curse. They cast one of their curse-bound spells, and then that progresses their curse. So it's a little bit more like that, except there's this randomized element to it, which is lots of fun because you're taking this high-risk, high-reward type of thing. So, yeah, I suppose you could rework it to where it's a constant benefit and constant backlash, but part of the fantasy is that you are choosing when to use your mutant powers.
Right, okay.
And so also, just like an oracle curse, the backlash progresses. So you've actually got to put in 3 stages for a backlash: mild, moderate, and severe. So design note, that means when I design a backlash, it needs 3 stages. I need something that is, costly, but mostly an inconvenience. I need something that is, oh gosh, I've really got to think about whether this is worth it right now, and something that's going to shut me out for the rest of the day.
Right.
Because when you take the moderate backlash, when you advance to severe, your deviation can't be used for the rest of the day. And so this is kind of another way to manage a limited number of times you can use an ability per day, right? One of the things that they wanted to get away from going from PF1 to PF2 was PF1 had all of these abilities where you would say, you can use this a number of times equal to 3 plus your level plus your wisdom modifier. And you would just had all these checkboxes. It was like, I'm not a spellcaster, but I'm basically keeping track of spells. And so second edition kind of went the other way and said, okay, everything that we want to limit is either once per day, or maybe it requires a focus point, right? So focus point means once per encounter, basically. Deviant abilities are a little bit different because the number of times per day is randomized, right? And we could go into the math of, what average you're going to get out of all these DC flat checks. I might do that on my own YouTube channel where I do programming stuff. But the important thing is that you're taking a gamble, right? You are using these powers. It comes with some risk. You're guaranteed. Well, I guess you're not necessarily guaranteed even to use it 3 times a day, because when you get your backlash, you don't. You do suffer. You do use your deviation and then suffer a backlash. So you are going to get to use it 3 times a day. Okay, So I've at least got those 3 times. So that's going to be a pretty unenjoyable day there. But the important thing is everything resets the next day, right? So just like all your spellcasting and stuff, it resets the next day. You can kind of go with it from there.
All right.
And so mechanically what we're looking at, these deviant feats replace your class feats. So it's much like when you take an archetype, you're taking it instead of a class feat. Or you can, lobby your GM to give you free deviant rule instead of free archetype rule, right? It's a little bit different because it doesn't lock you out like an archetype does, right? So most archetype dedications say you got to take 2 more from this archetype before you can choose another. But you're also probably not going to be taking more than 1 deviant classification. Just my guess. They do have the rare trait after all. The other cool thing is that each deviant feat, right? We'll talk about what levels these come at in a minute. But each deviant feat also has awakening powers. So each feat is really 3 feats in one. There's the base level feat. Here's your sort of base level superpower. And then there's these 2 awakening options that sort of like your power grows and you get to do something more with that feat. Right. So it's a way of having a feat tree that's just baked into the feat rather than making people navigate it. There is a restriction. You can take only 1 awakening per deviant feat, which sort of relaxes me on the design end, because that means I don't need to think about quite so many interactions. I can just think, here is the feat, and here are 2 possible upgrades, and I don't need to think about how much GMs are going to hate me if somebody takes both those upgrades. You only get the 1 upgrade. And so I mentioned earlier that these classifications, they get named, and these are really sort of flavor names. So like, for example, the dragon classification, it doesn't necessarily have to be dragon related. It's really about dealing energy damage, sometimes in a line or a cone. And so you are like a dragon. It doesn't mean you need dragon DNA or to have encountered a dragon or have any dragons whatsoever in your adventure. It's just saying, okay, this is a power like a dragon's. Right. Or down here we've got a troll, which is physiologically related. It's things like your healing factor, right? Which trolls have. That doesn't mean you are a troll. Or similarly, there's a wraith classification. That's just bringing in some ethereal related powers. It doesn't mean you're undead, right? And so actually one of the things we'll do during this stream is talk through choosing a flavor classification for the one I want to build, which is a telepath. And I've got 2 creatures in mind, and so I'd love your feedback on which one might be most appealing to our audience there.
And it definitely sounds like there's room for more classifications, for sure. Like, countless more.
I mean, if you really wanted, you could just take a stroll down the 3 bestiaries.
Right.
And, Okay, so then structurally, each classification, if you think of it like an archetype, well, what am I getting in this classification? Well, each classification, so far, this is not set in stone, this is just the structure Paizo seems to have established, is that they each have 2 second-level feats. So you've got your choice of entry point, 1 6th-level feat, and 1 10th-level feat. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 feats, plus each one you can get an awakening for. And so by the time you get through all of those, you could be taking these all the way up to, throughout your campaign, which is exciting, right? Because you're growing as a mutant while you're growing as a fighter or a swashbuckler. And so then it becomes, okay, this is where we get into the nitty gritty of what am I actually designing here? What are the lines I can color within, right? So when you look at these feats, the second level feats are basically a slightly overpowered cantrip, right? So when you look at the dragon ability, its second level feats are basically a produce flame equivalent. Right. So we know how that works. We know how that damage scales. We know how well that fits in. I say they're a little bit overpowered because they do always add something extra in there. So like maybe it's easier to deal persistent damage or splash damage or something like that. And because that's coming at the cost of the backlash. And so this is a really great thing, no matter what you're designing, is making comparisons to existing feats and spells.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you can say, well, this is just like this 4th level rogue feat, except I'm making it about haunts instead of traps. And then you can say, okay, so that makes it a 4th level class feat. There, done.
Oh, yeah.
If you've got something equivalent to a cantrip, that means it's probably going to be along the lines of a 1st or 2nd level feat, because there are 1st and 2nd level feats that give you 1 or 2 cantrips.
Right.
And so then you look at the Awakening. The Awakening seems to upgrade it to a more traditional leveled spell. And of course, again, it's still limited per day. It's just randomized instead of saying how many spell slots you have. And so you're because that part of the mechanic is already baked in, I'm not too worried about making it overpowered. I just look at what the level of the spell is compared to the level of the feat, make sure it's all, commensurate.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is my first piece of design advice I give to anybody, is don't be afraid to steal and reflavor,
Yeah. And I might be going out on a limb here, but so many feats, they don't necessarily progress in terms of raw power. They progress in terms of how familiar you need to be with the class and with the system to use it effectively.
Oh, yeah.
And so in that sense, even if you find that you got something off by a couple of levels, it's not going to break the game necessarily.
It's hard to break this game. Like, unless you're giving
really is.
+3 status bonus to all attack rolls, it's really hard to break.
Yeah, I started a draft of a document called The Big Book of Broken Feats. And just as a gag, and I eventually gave it up because I said, like you said, unless I'm breaking the actual mathematical scaling that's already baked in, there's really not much I can do.
Yeah, those 3 bonus types, honestly, they really limit everything. And with how rare some of them are, it's really well designed.
It is such a third-party publisher-friendly system,
really
and if
is.
nothing else, I hope people leave TPK knowing that. So the 6th level feats are a little bit stronger. They seem to be equivalent to a focus spell.
Okay.
Like I actually did comparison on some of the damage dice. I said, "Ooh, this is actually the Dragon Breath focus spell, just with a little bit difference in the area, but the damage is about the same." And then if you look at the Awakening, it'll do something like expand the range of the damage. Well, that's like a meta magic effect, right? So meta magic stuff is a feat. This costs a feat. It's an equivalent cost there. And then lastly, the 10th level feats seem to be equivalent to around about a 4th level spell. So this is another good gauge, right? So if you have a 4th level spell, that's equivalent to, that's something that a caster gets at 7th and 8th level. So if you make that a 10th level feat, you're still not outshining the caster, right? You're just sort of taking that spell, making it delayed a couple of, 1 level worth of class feats.
And I think that's a very, very important point of design, is you should never make something that does it better than a core class.
Yes.
You should never make an archetype or a deviation or anything that casts arcane spells better than a core class wizard. The wizard is designed around that identity.
Yes, and if you look at things like archetypes, there are certain things that archetypes almost never touch, right? They almost never touch your saving throws and your perception. There's a couple in there that will adjust your perception. Yeah. Or there's it's one of the ones from Guns and Gears. I think it's the sniping duo. Or maybe it's the Overwatch archetype. Will upgrade your perception, but even that is equivalent to the general feat that touches your perception.
Right.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the other thing to look at in terms of the backlash is how long are these backlashes going to last, right? Because you don't want to ruin the player's day, right? You want penalties to be flavorful and kind of drive the story and make it worth taking that risk to get the bigger power, but you don't want to ruin somebody's game, right? So the mild backlashes seem to be either immediate, like you just take some damage, or they last for rounds. So like one of them you become, I think, frightened 2, frightened 3.
All right.
And so that's bad, right? Frightened is bad,
Oh, yeah.
but it's automatically going away, right? Moderate can be up to 10 minutes or up to your next daily preparation. So 10 minutes is fine. That's how long it takes to do things like treat wounds and refocus. So that's how long your backlash is cooling off, or daily preparations if you really want it to stick. The severe, oops, I forgot the word severe here, so let's fix that live. So the severe backlash is, again, either immediate and worse damage, or is still bad until your next daily preparations, right? So these are the time scales you work with, right? Things are either rounds, minutes, or a long time. So does all that make sense? Do you think, in your vast knowledge, have I left anything out that we need to talk about, or any holes you've noticed?
I am following along just fine. I'm realizing I did the wrong research before coming into this interview, so I am learning live, because
Awesome.
I got this confused with the Deviant abilities, like the one that turns you into a human fireball in Dark Archive.
Okay.
So I've
okay.
actually never heard of these until this interview, but I am following
Okay.
along. I am here, and it does make sense to me. So I am a
Yeah,
straight-up audience surrogate in this.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, that is one thing about, I've seen people make comments about Dark Archive, is that it's got wonderful content. It can be difficult to find the thing you are looking for.
Yeah.
So you're probably relying on that evidence very carefully.
The case files are a really cool presentation flavor-wise, but it does
Yeah.
make it tough to follow and find things, like you said.
So this is something that is true in education as it is in RPGs, that every source book has to serve two purposes. It has to introduce you to the material, and it has to serve as a reference to the material.
Right.
And those two are not accomplished by the same organization. And so one of the reasons, we talk about the core rulebook is thick, but you don't need the whole thing all at once,
Right.
is because it has that chapter 1 that you read the first time and you probably never go back to. Because they really tried to separate those two purposes in the core rulebook.
Yeah, I think the book for Pathfinder 2e that has accomplished this the best is absolutely Secrets of Magic. That first chapter, it's entirely flavor, it's entirely lore to teach you more, and it's presented in letters and star charts and everything like that. And then once you reach the mechanics, it's very straightforward. And I think that's a great way to present the flavor, immerse in the book, and leave the reference point straightforward.
Yeah. So what I was thinking of building is a telepath classification. So there is telepathy stuff kind of scattered throughout spells and psychic feats, but there's, as far as I've been able to find, there's not an archetype or a subclass or something that says, I am a telepath, that is the thing that I do, right? If I were to build Professor X, I've probably got to go psychic, and now Professor X is a spellcaster, which I guess kind of fits because he's compared to Merlin, but it's not, it's not really, filling that fantasy, I don't think. So this comes to the first choice. Which creature is this classification inspired by? And so I did a quick search. So also when you're designing, Archives of Nethys is your friend. They recently did a major upgrade to their search table so you can put in all these filters. So I went to the creature table and just searched telepathy.
Nice.
There's quite a lot, but things like devils and daemons and demons don't count because they have telepathy. Their main thing is not their telepathy.
Right.
So the two that stood out to me were, I hope I'm saying this right, Pleromas, which are a 20th level Aeon. They're the one that has the cloak that looks like the universe is inside, and they're holding two orbs.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. One of my favorite artworks.
There's one at the end of a not-to-be-named adventure path that just had a podcast wrap up with it, and basically one of the characters said, I want to go hang out with the Pleroma for the rest of my life.
Nice.
One of the things about them, they do not speak.
Okay.
The only communication they have is envisioning. And so what they do is they send to your brain directly a series of images to say what they want to say, but you as a mortal cannot process it. And so you're actually like taking penalties anytime they communicate with you because you're trying to piece together all of this flood of information that you've got. So that gives me an idea for a backlash. What if the backlash is you are overwhelmed by this Pleroma who will not stop talking to you anytime you use your telepathy?
It won't leave you alone.
Yeah.
All right.
So another type I was thinking of is the Enosites, which is a family of astral creatures. So astral trait means they are native to the astral plane, which supposedly is where our minds are reaching out to when we go through telepathy.
Oh.
Also, it plays into the X-Men fantasy because Professor X sometimes goes to the astral plane to fight the Shadow King. So we've got that built in there. But the astral plane is not a safe place because there's all these creatures there that hunt for souls. Because when your soul dies, part of where it goes through along the River of Souls is through the astral plane. So there's night hags there that are trying to pilfer soul fragments. So the backlash here could be you're being hunted by beasts of the astral plane. So you reach out to somebody telepathically, and then you start to see all these creatures reaching for you that nobody else can see. That's a pretty cool backlash.
All right.
I was also thinking this might be of particular interest for the Gatewalkers adventure path. The premise is you have amnesia because this massive event happened with these gateways all over the world, and you were somehow pulled into one and then brought back some undisclosed amount of time later, which is kind of wild. And so maybe that involves some travel through the astral plane. Who knows?
Okay. A third creature, just to add my 2 cents here, is when you said telepathy, I instantly thought Algolthu. 100%. Especially a much more nefarious inspiration for that. Very much, Algolthu, I believe, are 100% telepathic. I would say they are Pathfinder's mind flayers. They're the underground. They're the puppet masters. Which could lead to a totally different take on telepathy, which I think is awesome about the different creatures within a classification, is you can make completely different power sets based on these different creatures.
Yeah.
Like Algolthu, I think, would be much less about communication and a little bit more about control.
Yeah, that was another thing. So I've got further down in my notes. I pulled out every telepathy-related or telepathy-adjacent spell I could find. And they basically fall into kind of 3 categories. One is just straight up, you deal mental damage with your mind.
Sure.
Okay, that's fun.
Days,
There's probably plenty of ways to get damage out, though. One is manipulation, so things like charm or command or things like that.
Yep.
And then one is the communication aspect of, I want to be able to talk to my buddies anywhere in the planet.
Right.
And I don't want to have to do that out loud. And these kind of, so the Algolthu definitely, it embodies the manipulation. Enosite might embody the damage piece because you are being hunted by beasts there, and the Pleroma is trying to communicate. So we've almost got the 3 of those.
That's true.
Set up there. So I guess from an audience perspective, in terms of what someone is likely to recognize, right? So the 3 that already exist: Dragon, Troll, Wraith. Those are pretty easily recognizable, as I have an idea of what I'm getting into here.
Right. So
I'm trying to think through.
Is none of these 3, like maybe if you're a lore buff, you'll know the Algolthu.
Right.
None of these are classic RPG monsters. Because classic RPG, I can't think of a whole lot of telepathy outside of a certain copyrighted squid face.
Exactly. What if instead of calling this one Enosite, that is only one family on the astral plane, what if we just called it Astral?
That's an idea. But the question is, does Astral scream telepathy? Because to me, that screams star magic.
Yeah.
That's a tough one to nail down, because you don't think about the enemies using telepathy much. Maybe they do, but you really, because if they do it, you don't see it. The GM's not going to tell you that they're using telepathy, so it's kind of tough.
Well, and when you come across a telepathic creature, it's probably, at a level, it's not at first level, right? It might be, 5th or 6th level at the lowest.
Which is strange, because the 3 types of telepathy, control, communication, and damage, are all available at level 1 with Daze, Message, and Charm Person. Which is fascinating. They're all there right at the start of the game. I think if this is being made for the for the Pathfinder world with the use of the infinite license allowing you to use first party content, I think Algolthu would be the best way to go, because I think they are the most inherently intertwined with the Inner Sea region. It's hard to think of any other creatures that would be instantly recognizable, that you look at them and you think telepathy.
Another thing I just thought of, there is the living vessel archetype that also in Dark Archive.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, again, going off of podcast knowledge, not having read it recently, but I believe one of the drawbacks you get from one of the abilities in the archetype is that this other entity takes control of your PC for a turn.
I think it's if you drop to 0 hit points that can happen.
Yeah. And so that, getting back to the mechanics of it, that gives me a way to tie the Algothu element with some baseline mechanics that already exist.
Right. I think think becoming a temporary puppet as the serious severe backlash could be really interesting for sure.
Yeah. Severe backlash loses control. Okay, I'm glad we had this conversation because I had not even thought of them. Thank you. So, that we already answered this question. What backlash would this theme incur? So the severe, it sounds like, is you are going to lose control to an Algothu manipulator. And I'll need to go back and check the spelling. I think there's a double L in there somewhere, but we'll worry about that later. Pro tip. I don't know if folks know this, but Google Docs has Pathfinder proper nouns in its dictionary. You can type in deity names and it will give you, it won't give you rate squiggle underline if they are spelled correctly. That's great. Little plug for Google Docs there for our fledgling developers.
But yeah, so we got to work on a mild and a medium backlash, right?
Mild and I think it's moderate.
Moderate, yeah.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. We can fix the names later.
Yeah. So what are some examples of mild and moderate backlash from the dragon or the troll so that we have a baseline to work off of?
Yeah, why don't we go to Archives of Nethys. It's the research process in action.
Cool. I would do that on my screen, but I'm so scared of messing up the recording that I'm just not going to touch it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. In computer science education, we call this driver navigator. So the driver's in control of the screen. The navigator says you should probably do this.
Perfect.
So let's go to Deviant abilities. And the thing about this is it is going to come in. Here we go. Here's dragon. Here we go. So let's see, here's the feats. Backlash, energetic meltdown. As you channel energy through your deviant ability, some of it turns back on you, spiking your body temperature or dancing across your skin. Mild backlash, you take damage equal to your level as energy scours your body.
Okay, wow, that's the mild. All right.
Yep, that's the mild. And that's just one time. You're getting an ouchie, you still get off the energy beam. Moderate backlash. Energy racks your body. After taking the damage, you gain weakness to the energy type of your backlash until your next daily preparations. Okay. Weakness is equal to 1/3 of your level. You also lose immunity to the energy type if you had it until your next daily preparations. Okay, so there's the long-term effect.
So does the mild stack on top of the moderate? Because it sounds like you still take the mild damage.
It looks like it. I didn't note that in my notes, but I'll go back and check that. Right. So I'll put a note here. Check. Does mild happen with moderate ?
Yeah, and I think we want to be a little more creative than just saying you take damage at mild. I think that's the easy option that we want to avoid.
Yeah, if the game is going to be manipulation. And probably damage. We'll probably stay away from that more, both in the feats and in the backlash. Because if you want damage, go take dragon, right?
Right. Yeah, we could play around with like the stupefied, stunned, or slowed conditions for sure.
Ooh. That just gave me an idea. I'll go write it down in a second.
All right.
Severe is, okay, so that's mild and moderate. Severe is whatever furnace or well within you that provides the energy for your deviation overloads completely, cascading out of you in an uncontrolled blast. You deal 1d6 damage per level to all creatures in a 30-foot emanation with a basic fortitude save. You automatically take full damage without attempting a save.
Okay, all right. Does that say 1d6 per level? Is that what you said?
1d6 damage per level.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. If you're taking max, so even if you're only like, I'm guessing that's like, that's just the severe. You can have that right at level 2, huh?
Yeah. So that's even if you are a juggernaut, you don't get to make the save.
Still just take 12 damage straight up.
Yeah.
Oof.
Let's
Okay.
take a look at what Troll does,
Sure.
because, like you said, we probably want to avoid just the damage train
Right.
there. And then the Troll is more defensive, so like you're getting bone spikes.
Okay.
Oh no, they do have an offensive Titan swing there. High speed regeneration. There's a big
Sure.
one. Let's scroll down here. So for the Troll, mild is your metabolism immediately burns through your body's energy stores, making you enfeebled 1 and clumsy 1.
Okay.
Until you take a bite of food, which usually requires 2 interact actions.
That's awesome.
Can I just say another thing I love about second edition? Like there's a halfling heritage like that, where when you're having your wounds treated,
Yes.
you can eat a snack to gain more HP. And I spent the longest time saying, well, how much does the snack cost? And it's like, no, it's just built into the feat. You always have a snack with you as a halfling.
So good. There's a lot of inferred and implied things to Pathfinder that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's already a precedent for applying a minor condition on the mild.
Yep.
So stupefied could work for that.
Yep. So moderate is ravenous hunger racks your body. You are enfeebled 1, clumsy 1, so same as before.
Okay.
And fatigued. Okay, so maybe they do stack, and they
sounds
just
like it.
didn't clarify that on Dragon. And fatigued until you can eat a full meal, which requires at least 10 minutes.
Okay, and that's...
So we've added...
Go ahead.
We've added fatigued, and we've extended the amount of time you're not recovering from this in combat.
Right, and fatigued is rough. That's -1, I believe, to armor class and saving throws.
Yes.
So that's pretty brutal. Okay.
Yeah, and depending on fatigued is status, so it doesn't stack with the clumsy, but you have to get rid of both.
Right.
The strain on your body is truly incapacitating. You become sickened 2, also bad.
Yeah.
As nausea racks you, and you are enfeebled 1 and clumsy 1 until you can eat a full meal, which requires you to no longer be sickened.
Oh.
You are fatigued until you can get a full night's rest. So, severe is probably an end to your adventuring day there.
Right. Or at least like that's not an end to your day, but that is like a -2 to everything until you can rest. Whereas I think for our loss of control, we can give that, maybe it only lasts 10 minutes, but it's still loss of control to a nefarious entity for 10 minutes, which depending on your GM could be way worse than a few points.
That could be really bad. Yeah.
Okay.
So if we make the lose control to an Algothu manipulator, if we make that at 10 minutes, then it's got to be they go off and do some, exploration activity. That's not going to be combat with your allies, I don't think.
Right. Well, what'll be interesting is it'll likely occur in combat using your abilities.
Yes.
So I think what would be really nefarious and interesting is to add subtext that the Algolthu pilots your body in a way that your allies can't tell you've lost control. Like, find a not super word-heavy way to explain that your GM can sort of have fun with your character and do things for the Algolthu. The Algolthu aren't murder hobos. They're not going to run around and start killing your allies. They're strategists. They're going to use those 10 minutes strategically to aid their plans.
Okay, so then the question becomes, my campaign doesn't have any Algothus in it. My GM doesn't have any plans. How does that actually, how do I easily fold that into any campaign? Is it just they go and conspire with your enemies? Your enemies get an advantage?
I mean,
on
the
next combat?
Algolthu have incredible telekinetic powers. If they can silently speak to your enemies or something to inhibit you, or even telepathically implant, false angry emotions into an NPC. Maybe the innkeeper you've been staying with, has dreams about you or something like that due to the Algolthu. The problem is, obviously, this is very GM reliant. There's no inherent negative mechanical here. It's going to depend on how creative the GM gets.
But like we said at the beginning, these are rare.
Right.
They already require GM buy-in. So when you say, GM, I would like to play a telepath, the GM says, okay, that requires some work for me.
Right. So so it's not like they're going to level up and suddenly have this without asking. So that's fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think, like you said, we can push the envelope a little bit with that.
Yeah. So I think I like this idea you mentioned, a random NPC or chosen by GM lowers their attitude toward you.
I do
and
like that.
And that could be one you've met and are relying on to get back to the inn. It could be the next one that you meet.
Sure, yeah, they're telling you, beware the dwarf with the chainmail and the battle axe, and you show up as that character. Yeah, okay, I like that. I like that.
And I like the idea of maybe this becomes like a bulleted list that your GM chooses from.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we're giving more specific options for the GM, and it also plays into the mystery of you the player don't know what the Algolthus are doing.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Okay. So how do we scale up to that then?
That's
for the mild
the question.
And moderate?
Like, mild could be as simple as stupefied 1 for 10 minutes, or an hour, or however long.
Yeah. So these were pretty clearly you could conceivably resolve the mild in combat.
You could be stupefied 1 for a minute, or if you spend maybe 2 actions to clear your head, that still stops you from casting a spell that turn if you're a spellcaster.
Yeah.
But I think a 2 action, just kind of like slap your face, get yourself back in there.
Okay, here's another idea. What if you can't use the action to do it? What if it requires an ally to use the action to do it?
The problem there is it goes against the sneaky control of the Algolthu. If they already see you, then they're going to know, okay, the Algolthu's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, that eats into an ally's action economy, and that's not nice.
Yeah. The only problem with this is that stupefied condition doesn't affect marshals. And so if you're a fighter with telepathy because of this, that mild backlash does nothing to you. Granted, I suppose a wizard with the troll doesn't really take much from clumsy and feeble, aside from a little bit of armor class down.
Yeah, but another thing I was thinking, what if we made it? I was actually thinking of making this an ability, but maybe this goes into the backlash too. What if we made it you are stupefied 1, and that -1 also applies to 1 skill?
What if it applies to attack rolls because you're just so thrown off? Stupefied 1.
Yeah.
And -1 to attack rolls for 1
and
minute.
-1 to attack rolls for 1 minute.
Or I think 2 actions to clear it and still attack at your full bonus. That's still a fine turn.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you are a spellcaster, these are the same thing, right? If we make this a status penalty,
then
those do not stack. So you are taking a -1 to either of your attack rolls, no matter what. Okay, yeah.
I think that's perfect. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, now the moderate, which is probably the hardest one, just the interval.
Yeah. I mean, the simple way is take mild and make it 10 minutes.
Yeah, but that's
boring. That's boring.
It's got to do something.
All right. Okay, so here the Algolthus. Let's flavor it.
Yep.
Here the mild is Algolthus are beginning to probe your mind.
Right.
Here it is Algolthus take control. So what is between, there's a mind out there I'm interested in, and I want to take control of this mind.
To me, the moderate means they're already in there. They just can't take full control yet. So the Algolthu enter your mind. They're in your mind. But how do we represent that? I am honestly digging the penalty to all attack rolls. Really making this more of a roleplay kind of thing than a combat-oriented one, which I feel like 9 times out of 10, telepathy is much more for roleplay than combat.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Oh yeah, and if you're role-playing, this goes against your charisma-based stuff. So
true. Yeah.
That works out.
Yeah.
Algolthu is in your mind and watching.
What is... This one could be until next daily preparation. Like, they're in there, they have their position until you sleep and refresh, they're in there. So this would feel bad to give -1 to attack rolls for the rest of the day. That's just not fun.
Yeah. Is there any sort of paranoia? There is a paranoia spell. What does the paranoia spell do?
Frightened, but didn't one of the other ones already give frightened?
Yeah, and I don't know. Reading a bunch of stuff, I feel like everything does frightened.
It does. It really does.
Like frightened is great. It is wonderful. You just need training and intimidation to do it, or a spell.
Yeah. Tough.
So paranoia is you become unfriendly to all creatures to which it wasn't already hostile, and that's rough because then you're not flanking, etc.
Yeah, that's it's really tough, especially because we're dancing around mechanics. We're trying to avoid just giving a condition or something. We're trying to make it totally unique. That's a lot harder.
Yeah, this one might require another round of thinking. So
sure. I mean, we can move on from that just for now because we do only have about 10-15 minutes left.
Yeah. So. But this I think is the hardest part to work through, because when it comes to what can I do with these feats, the first place to look is what can I incorporate from existing feats and spells.
And monster abilities.
Right. So the Psychic class has a lot we might work with. So there's things like bonus to Deception, Diplomacy, Intimidation, right? So that kind of goes along with your thought of what if these are more roleplay abilities. Ooh, so that gives me an idea. What if we make... Because we get 2 first-level feats, right? What if we make 1 second-level feat is for combat, and 1 second-level feat is for roleplay.
Okay.
And that way you get to enter into the chain whichever way your campaign is leaning more heavily.
And once again, we can have the roleplay one lean more into the communication, whereas the combat leans more into the control.
Yeah,
we talked about back there.
More communication, leans more into control.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I like
I
this
can already
already.
see us taking inspiration from Command, from Charm Person, and turning them into more combat-oriented spells. Which, that's one of my personal complaints in Pathfinder 2e right now, is... spells like Command have really lost a lot of their combat potency. You know, you're very limited in what you could tell someone to do, especially in combat, so...
Yeah, there was, when I was digging through Psychic to find this, one thing I would love to incorporate is the 2e version of Forbid Action.
Ooh.
Which is a psychic, I think it's a psychic cantrip.
Okay.
In first edition, Forbid Action was name an action, they attempt a will save. If they fail, they cannot use that action for the duration of the spell. And people, because action was not as well defined as it is now, people would play like fast and loose with it.
Right.
You know, which I let my players do, because I was like, exactly. I'd be like, well, in the spirit of the game, we'll have fun with it.
Sure.
But here it specifically says, nope, you name one of these basic actions, right, which already has, a nice category to it.
Right.
And then instead of them not being able to do it, they take mental damage if they do.
Okay.
So it's a little more combat-y in the sense of dealing the damage.
You know what? We can have a lot of fun playing with this, and this might be higher than level 2. This might be level 4 or level 4.
Yeah.
But taking that forbid action idea, making it a feat, making it an innate ability, and making it a little bit stronger while also making a bigger drawback, where you can inhibit an action much more like Pathfinder First Edition's version, but sticking with, telepathy is all about connection. Maybe you forbid that action on yourself as well. Your enemy can't take it, but neither can you. If that's stride, if that's strike, if that's cast a spell, neither of you can do it for as long as you
like that. I like that. Maybe something like Mind Lock or something.
I like that,
yeah. No, I was thinking of that. And you can get really strategic with that too. Because if I'm a barbarian and I get this ability, I can say, okay, I forbid them from casting a spell. I promise not to cast any spells.
I will say that a lot of these should probably have the concentration trait.
Yes. These are all going to get concentrate. Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing. You forbid and then you rage. Right.
That's
fair. I'm so angry because I can't cast spells now. I like that. Yeah. Okay, so basically what I would do then let me go find where I took the notes on that. Yeah, so it's called Forbidden Thought.
Okay.
It's actually a cantrip 1.
Okay.
So we probably make that a feat level 4.
Sure.
Is it 4 or is it 6? Let's go back up to the structure. I already lost track.
2, 6, and 10, right?
Yes, 2, 6, and 10. So I would hesitate to make that the entry level feat.
You could allow it to heighten.
Oh, yeah. No,
actions.
No, that's exactly right, because you do have the awakening. Let's make that second level.
Maybe it starts with just strike or just stride.
Yes.
And then like at a certain level you get strike, and another level you get cast a spell, or maybe reverse those either way.
Here's a question: Do we predetermine that, or do we say when you take this feat, choose one of the following, and that's the one you get to forbid?
That's a lot more fun for the player, I think. That is interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Just one action chosen by the player, and they take the feat. And then awakening is make it stronger with more options and have a when they take the feat.
Okay.
Also you cannot take that action.
I think
slash take damage.
And just my forethought is probably give this incapacitation so they can't fight the final boss Lich and lock spellcasting.
Oh gosh, did they give that one to Forbidden Thought?
It has to.
It does not.
What? The cantrip?
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't have well, but like you said, it doesn't stop them from taking the action. They just take damage when they do, right?
Yeah, I mean, how many final boss liches are striking?
Right. Oh, that's yeah.
I mean,
you
but
cantrip.
Well, the thing is, again, it's not that they can't do it.
Right.
It's that when they attempt it, they also take mental damage with a basic will save.
Right. Whereas the one we're trying to write here completely shuts it down for you and the target.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's make it totally forbid. So it'll have to be more limited. And actually, this is more open than I remember because it's strike, cast a spell, which I would think would be a lot, or a specific action you know the creature to have, such as breath weapon against a dragon, which gets into you better get your recall knowledges on before you cast the spell. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
Could you use that on like a creature who has an ability that if they hit like could you use that on an orc when they're about to use orc ferocity? And would that get around it or like? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it depends on what this means by action, because ferocity is a reaction.
True.
But then again, cast a spell is an activity.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's semantics.
Yeah. Oh man. I was not interested in building a psychic before. No,
Psychics are wild.
Yeah. How are we on time?
We have got about 10 minutes left. We're at the 45-minute mark.
Okay, why don't we focus on this mind lock feat then and think about its 2 awakening options? So we've decided it's got an incapacitation trait. It's going to be just you pick one action chosen by the player when they take this feat. You cannot take that action. How does the duration for this work out? Is this around? Is this sustained?
I was thinking sustained as though it were a spell. I think that's fair. Like, you need to spend that action to keep it going. It's too strong to just set it and forget it. And
I'll look into wording to see if there's similar wording. I think we're all right saying you can sustain this like a spell, but we might be better off. You can use this action again to sustain the effect without invoking your backlash or something.
I wonder if that's more balanced. If this is currently too strong, if this is like a 2-action activity. And then to sustain it, you can use this activity again on a future turn without a saving throw to extend it. But that's you sacrificing 2 actions per turn to keep this going.
But I mean, what MVP are you going to be when you do this in the boss fight?
Right.
You know?
It's kind of the hard part because, like, in theory, you as a player are basically skipping your turn to shut down a boss. But at the same time, you are the one building this character with that goal in mind. And if we make it 2 actions to do it, you still get your 1 action per turn. Maybe you can strike. Maybe you can shoot a short bow or something.
Yeah,
you can still make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch the comments come in. On
right?
This
Oh, I
video.
can't wait. Okay, so there's going to be awakenings in sort of 2 different directions, right? 2 different upgrade paths, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think one simple one is. Awakening is choose
an extra action.
Maybe 2 more actions, because this does require a higher level feat for you to invest. Right. Oh, we didn't talk about how you get the awakening. There is an awakened power feat that you take later on that then activates the awakening. So you are spending another feat and you're spending a higher level feat on it. So I think it's okay to maybe say choose 2 more actions.
And what if the other direction is you can target an additional creature?
Okay.
So you only have 1 action to choose from, but if you choose strike, you can shut down both of those bugbears.
Yep. Oh, that's great.
Okay. Yeah, diversity versus versatility.
I guess we should ask, should we put a saving throw on this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's probably going to... It will save against class DC, I would assume.
Yeah, well, that's the beautiful thing. I didn't put this up there, but Deviant abilities default to your class DC or spell DC, whichever is higher. Cool. So yeah, class DC, it can be based on your strength, because as a barbarian, you're just that strong. You're gonna headlock somebody from across the room.
So that's always curious to me, because that that setup always makes spellcasters inherently better at using these. Because there's nobody who gets legendary class DC to my knowledge.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So that's always fascinating.
Yeah, that debate comes up on Reddit every now and then because then certain things like Trapsmith archetype,
Okay.
that sets your what are they called? Snarecrafter. It sets your snare DC to your class DC, and if you gave somebody legendary, then suddenly like that becomes OP. And so there's a lot of like effects to look for there.
Yeah, the class DC, it doesn't feel like a throwaway statistic, but it feels like, it is a universal catch-all statistic for something that doesn't use anything else.
It was definitely a future-proofing design decision.
Yeah, a little bit limiting, but probably does a lot more good than harm. So.
All right, so for second level role play, telepathy, how do we make that better than message?
Right. I mean, you could. The obvious direction is multi-targeted. Like up to 4 targets, you can talk to your entire party, and they can all respond back into each other. That's inherently pretty powerful.
Yeah. Is there a psychic subclass that upgrades message?
There is, but I think it's still single target. It just allows you to do it through walls.
Oh, okay.
But I could be wrong. I haven't read it in a few months.
Yeah, okay, so it's the Silent Whisper. The spell can travel up to 120 feet to reach the target, bending around walls and obstacles. Yeah, so you can go down a
You don't need direct line of
something.
sight,
Yeah. The amp it allows you to coordinate your actions. The target your message can immediately spend its reaction to step or stride.
Right, they gave it a little bit of combat application.
Yeah, we were thinking more role play, though.
Right, so multi-target message doesn't really exist outside of telepathy right now. The other alternative is choosing set people during daily preparations.
Okay.
Maybe a number of targets equal to half your level. Like that would make it start as message, but right at hitting level 3, that would become, or level 4, that would become 2 targets. So that's an idea. It starts at message. It's a self-scaling message, though I think message also scales, but only in distance.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, let's think back to the Algolthu, the manipulation sort of thing. How would we put that into a role play?
You could use this almost as an automatic aid action where you can feed your allies like information on what to say in a social situation, granting them an automatic +1 status bonus to diplomacy, intimidation, or deception. The classic, bug in the ear telling them what to say.
Yeah. I ran into this with my wizard because I always try to play the face of the party, and my wizard ended up in front right as we were betrayed by the Morlocks.
Ooh.
And that was a bad day, and I was like, I can't be the face if I'm the wizard.
So, that, I guess the question now is that worth the backlash? Being able to silently give an ally +1 to a charisma check.
Yeah.
Because if you fail, that still goes off.
Stupefied.
So,
yeah.
Worst case scenario, you're a little stupefied. And you still gotta, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, if you're feeding your ally information, you're not the one making the charisma check. So.
Right, yeah, so the stupefied doesn't matter for you. You might be hanging back with a headache afterwards, but hopefully their whole thing went off without a hitch. So.
Unless your backlash somehow impacts them.
I don't think we would need them to also be stupefied. No. Okay. So now...
I wonder if you could...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I wonder if you could also apply this to recall knowledge. You can tell that they're thinking of something. You're like, oh no, it's this thing. You're sending them a little bit of
Maybe this could also be used as a reaction. We don't want to make this too chunky, but if it can be used for a social situation or as a reaction to aid them in recall knowledge, +1, that would be interesting. You could do some cool combos with that. Help out your monster hunter ranger and stuff. Help out your thaumaturge. That could be a really fun character. All right, got something there.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do, because I know we're running short on time, is I will look through all of the actual social actions.
Gotcha.
Because I don't know about your table, mine tends to devolve into, I make a diplomacy check, and we never say whether it's make an impression or make a request.
Oh yeah,
technically have different
I've
things.
never said make an impression.
Yeah, but we could go through those and say okay, the general theme seems to be you want to avoid this thing. So like maybe it modifies like a crit failure to a failure or something
That's
like
possible
that.
as well. Yeah, even if you make the whole thing a reaction. Although I think the dandy, either the dandy or the gossip one, I can't remember. I think they already have that as a reaction. It's like social faux pas or something.
Yeah.
But all right, that is pushing the 50-minute mark. So thank you, Brian, for talking me through all this. This was a lot of fun, and I need to look more into these deviations now because, again, didn't know they existed before this. But tell us more about yourself. Tell us more about Lion's Brain and where everyone can find you and your projects.
Yeah, so you can find my projects on Pathfinder Infinite. There should be a couple of my items in a big TPK bundle coming up right around the time this stream goes up.
Nice.
I'm also collaborating with a bunch of Pathfinder Infinite authors on an orc book. It's to be titled. We are voting on the title in Discord right now because I have to talk about it on another stream in a few minutes. But I believe it's going to end up being called Orcs Strong Together. Nice. Don't quote me on that because that might have slipped from the lead since I last looked. But that's going to have orc-themed player options. It's going to have some items, some new special materials, an orc sorcerer bloodline that looks a lot of fun. And it concludes with, speaking of Dark Archive, a mini adventure about orcs that you can weave into your existing adventure. So it's a couple of encounters every odd level from 3rd through 11th that you can then weave into your existing campaign, and you can help set up a new orc neighborhood on the Isle of Kortos. As far as where to find me on Twitter, I'm at WBrianLane, and I'm also at Lion's Brain on Dice Camp for all the Mastodon folks.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you again, Brian. Thank y'all for watching. Enjoy whatever it is coming up next, because this was recorded a few days ago. Bye, everybody.
Bye, y'all.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil.
Welcome back to Third Party Con, where we are going to join Michael Raccoon, the creative director and lead writer of Luminant Age, as we discuss Gaming the Weird.
Howdy, TPK-Con! My name is Nonat1s, and I am here with Michael Raccoon, creative director and lead writer on the Luminant Age project. And we're here to talk about world design, world building, where to start, where to go. And we figured Michael here was a pretty heavy hitter on the subject. So, Michael, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a bit more about Luminant Age.
Okay, so hello world! Okay, so my name is Michael Raccoon. I am creative director of the Luminant Age project, which is a eventually upcoming Pathfinder third-party setting. Mm-hmm. I am also a fairly prolific Paizo freelancer and writer. If you have bought the Dark Archives, guess whose name is on the cover?
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that going into this interview. That's awesome.
Yeah. I've been working with Paizo for, since before 2nd edition started. I'm probably on more Lost Omens books than I'm not.
Awesome.
I've got like 30 credits, give or take. So chances are, if you read a lot of Pathfinder, you've read something by it.
Awesome.
Hopefully something that you like. Other notable claims to fame, Mbeke Dwarves. I'm the man responsible for Knowles.
Oh, and 2nd edition Knowles?
Yeah, 2nd edition.
Let's go! Nice!
Yeah.
All right. Love it.
And
All right.
miscellaneous adventures and so on.
Awesome.
So,
why don't you tell us
Luminant
a bit? Yeah, okay. I was about to say Luminant Age. I'll just give you the floor. Go ahead.
okay. I should probably also know that in my civilian identity, I am I'm a renegade historian,
Okay.
and these days I'm a history teacher, so I can talk at length.
Fantastic.
Right. So, what is Luminant Age? So the simple way that our kind of elevator pitch is that Luminant Age is a third-party setting. It is we call it a weird fantasy swashbuckler, heavily inspired by works such as The Elder Scroll Morrowind or Nausicaa of the Valley of the Winds by Hayao Miyazaki. So the basic idea there is to kind of create this setting which is different, which is a few steps to the side from the typical fantasy we're more familiar with. So in the case of Luminant Age, the way the story goes, I'll keep this briefer than usual. Long ago and far away, there was on the world of Iverin, there was this grand technological society. They built palaces in the night sky. They built towers to pierce the heavens. They created mines out of the ether, pulled living things from great cauldrons, and basically dwelled in an age of wonders. Then, all good things come to an end, and there was a collapse. The sun went out. Darkness, cold, virtually nothing survived until, supposedly, the angel plucked 3 eyes from its head, placed the moon in the sky, and so life continues. Fast forward, roughly 1,400 years, give or take.
All right.
Society has crawled back, and now our motley collection of rogues, rascals, scoundrels, and ne'er-do-wells, also known as the player characters, find themselves hanging out in the city of Orcs, spread out across 7 ancient metal derricks in the middle of the ocean, where they are trying to maneuver between the kind of many factions and many strangenesses of the Merchant Republic and the trade in things like, let's say, Ichor, the blood of God, or various relics from the Pre-Boreal Age, from before the fall, which can be transformed with much effort into things as varied as knives and pots and pans, and possibly world-ending cannons, as the case may be.
All right.
So, that's the basic idea there. We've got some things there. We've got magic-tossing monkeys, dimensional rats, lots of robots.
Okay, so the setting is still slightly sci-fi, slightly technological, sci-fi fantasy.
The way I would describe it is science fiction as viewed through fantasy eyes.
Okay.
So there is an underlying science fictional core. That is the precursor technological society. There is, aside to that, the more cosmic horror magical elements of the angels.
Okay.
And this is all filtered through essentially a Renaissance era D&D-esque, Pathfinder-esque fantasy perspective. So probably close, so not strictly sci-fi so much as more almost post-apocalyptic, but later post-apocalyptic.
Okay, so about as advanced as even like Pathfinder 2nd Edition, they have technically androids and automatons, but they don't have, robotic cities or jet planes or anything like that. Okay.
a decent way of thinking of it might basically be like, if you take a place like, let's say, Numeria from Pathfinder, and then just fast forward like about 1,000 or so years, so they go from being kind of like barbarian tribes to Renaissance era city-states.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so after the fall, when everything had crumbled, everything was sort of in that barbaric state for a while until the, I'm guessing, titular Luminant age is the age that the game takes place in?
Oh, there's been a couple of ages since then.
Okay.
So we have there. Like the first century or two was rough times, extremely, but by about like 200-300 years after the fall, things have kind of rebuilt themselves, gotten back up to, started to rebuild themselves, and then we have our pseudo medieval era, and essentially what the Luminant Age is well, I say the Renaissance because that's kind of the Renaissance plus Industrial Revolution. It's the development of a few key technologies, notably things like the printing press or airships, which have kind of spurred this sudden expansion of culture, society. People are writing letters to each other.
Okay.
And their letters include things like, hey, there's this freaky thing that lives in the mountains. And then other people say, oh, we also have freaky things living in the forests. I wonder if they are the same freaky thing. And so kind of one of the conceits, you might say, of the setting is applying this very kind of almost scientific method kind of, can we understand this stuff, to some extremely not understandable things.
Okay.
Like, this is a society, this is a world in which, to pick one simple example, there are certain kinds of trees which have big, sharp thorns. If you stick a human head onto the thorns, the human head will talk.
Ooh, all right.
And people, logically, looked at this, scratched their chins a bit, and said, you know what? I'm going to worship this thing.
All right, that tracks.
We have a small religion of head tree worshippers, and they're actually very normal and polite people. Their temples have these trees in basically bathtubs or whatever for the small ones. In Orc, they're best known as the people you go to because they make the best shoes.
Now that the heads on the trees, do they talk as the person they once were, or is it the tree talking?
They are talking as vaguely the person they once were, but it's very filtered through. I have seen God and or Cthulhu, and the level of sensibility is very limited.
Interesting.
The tree is sentient, but it thinks like a tree. So you can't really talk to the tree.
Right.
The heads mostly mumble things. If you give me 1 second, I'll even pull up the exact. So I'll read you a little quote of some of the things the blood-marked ancestors, as they say.
All right.
3 dead souls embrace and so live. In the tin builder's house seek the ashes. The spider weaves. 59 is 61 is 67 is 71. So there is essentially an entire religious specialty of listening to what the heads are saying and trying to figure out, is this useful? Or is great-grandma just babbling about God knows what?
It's honestly unnerving, and I really, really like that. How about we zoom out to a bit of a macro scale here? Tell us about the different factions within the Luminant Age.
Okay, so So there's a couple of ways across, a useful way of thinking about factions in the Luminant Age, or at least the way we're structuring it, is to think of it in terms of layers.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say there are multiple kind of layers or organizations operating on somewhat different planes of conflict, which sometimes interact, often don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, at the very top, at one level, there is the level of religious conflict. So we have the great big dominant church, the Church of the Blinded Angel, which is vaguely Catholic, except they also have like dead saints in regalia, which occasionally intervene in mortal affairs. So really very Catholic.
Okay.
And they're competing with, on the one hand, a like slightly sketchy heresy called the Cult of God's Shadow, which used to be well into kind of their areas, but they're essentially a kind of self-advancement. We are going, to quote the Cult of God's Shadow's leader, we know that God is dead, therefore there's a job opening.
All right, I love that. I really like that a lot.
And on the other hand, there is the what has formerly called the Beggar Cult. We're still workshopping the name, but there's a kind of movement for, you know what? All of these people are really rich and kind of corrupt, and we don't like that. So let's break out the torches.
Okay, so that's very much the everyman kind of rising up.
Let's call it Protestant-esque, kind of, or just anti-corruption, anti-luxury kind of popular movement.
Okay, gotcha. And is this religious in nature or strictly societal?
Mostly that's religious in nature.
Interesting. What do they worship exactly?
They're also a Angelite heresy, as it were, or they're getting to the heresy stage.
Gotcha.
They're technically just a different sect or subgroup of the larger.
Gotcha.
So one of the things that kind of work on in the setting is essentially that there are no known or official or like gods that actually talk to people. Rather, like in the real world, there are phenomena that occur and which get kind of interpreted or understood or, well, essentially, or to put it very simply, taken on faith.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So as a result, we don't have kind of a single pantheon or anything. Instead, we have a fairly large range of religions who are all they built up their own theologies, but they don't have, shall we say, like divine stamp. Let's say Pharasma is not coming down to say this is the right way of doing it.
Right, they're not directly interacting with what they worship.
Yes.
Okay.
And as a result, there is quite a lot of, internal heresy, schismatics, people who say, no, actually, the right way to worship the Blinded Angel is this other way.
Right.
So we've got that. On another layer, we have what we call the spike holes, which are essentially big, powerful, wealthy merchant families that actually run the city.
Okay, so it's almost an oligarchy?
Yeah, it's not almost. It isn't. It is an oligarchic republic. That's the strict
Interesting.
term.
Okay.
So essentially, the way the city is run is it has an elected senate, and that's kind of there's no king, no duke, no hereditary anything. But you also don't yet have kind of modern mass politics or anything like that. So in practice, most of the actual governance is in the hands of about a dozen or so big, powerful merchant families. except that they still need to actually like stand in front of voters and still get elected. So there is kind of they have a lot of power, but it's not unlimited power. And so a decent amount of kind of the intrigue and conflict is figuring out, okay, so we've got Hold Cerulean over there. They are the folks who have lots and lots and lots of wealth and power, but they have a slight issue with the head of the family being very old and soon to die, and no one knows who the heir is going to be.
Okay.
Then we've got Hold Ilfalsam, which is dealing with incipient labor unrest.
Ooh.
And is also some fallout from some past flirtations with heresy.
Okay.
We've got Hold Mitros, which is suffering under the severe penalty of being foreigners.
Oof.
That's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah, that sounds it.
Yeah, so we got all of that. And then kind of we have the Senate, which is kind of like the collective will of the families, but not completely, and also has an interest in occasionally kind of reining them in a bit. So we've got that. Then we go to a different layer, and we've got crime gangs.
Oh boy, that's its own layer, huh?
Yes. So we've got, on the one hand, we've got the Copperthorn Syndicate, which is like, delves into weird culty stuff, but also is the specialists on all kinds of like artifact smuggling or whatever. And they're competing with the Broken Guild, which is more of a racketeering mafia group with a base among various war refugees coming from the mainland. And then on a completely separate layer from all of that, then we've got the really weird, like little mini cults and conspiracies and so on.
All right.
So, for instance, we've got Conductor. Conductor is an ancient AI from before the fall.
Okay.
Who was given a single job. He was given a message which it has to deliver to the dynasty's ancient Nightborn palace in the skies above Iverin. Teeny tiny problem. Conductor was an administrative intelligence. It sucks at science. Like that kind of stuff. And by the time it was given this kind of charge to deliver, Iverin was going through a certain amount of, shall we say, astrogeographic confusion.
Oh.
And basically all the space elevators and space shuttles all got wrecked. Or at least they all got wrecked before Conductor could get to them.
Okay.
So Conductor spent a few centuries trying to build its own. But, like, you know what? It's only got this one thing it has to deliver. It cannot lose it. Okay, let's try a new plan. Let us now attempt to advance Iverin's technology to the point where they can develop spaceflight.
Okay.
So basically, it hangs around Orcor. It has some various robotic spies and agents and what have you. And it tries to kind of just kickstart Iverinic technology so that eventually it can actually get like functional spaceflight, so it can go up into space.
And
so
it
actually deliver its final message.
is this entity like publicly known? Is it like
it's
okay?
Secret because for some silly reason the locals are kind of freaked out by the idea of these ghost mines, as they are called, who were seen as the agents of the Preboreal Society, which was so you know, about all that Age of Wonder stuff, they were very powerful. they were not very nice.
Ah.
Yeah. So most of the stuff that is directly associated. Well, okay. Simply put, the Primordial Society, which we call kind of the Society of the Mirror People, was essentially, we'll call it an imperialistic, technocratic, and insanely racist society.
All right.
Which explicitly used kind of genetic engineering and so forth to create various kind of, essentially a caste system.
Yeah.
So you've got the mirror people at the top, and then you've got like the silk, the clay, and so forth at other positions.
Okay.
When the fall came, the folks at the top, the mirror people, they largely went extinct.
Okay.
And player characters now are essentially playing kind of the descendants of their various creations. But a consequence of this is that basically everyone in modern Irwin is kind of like, on the one hand, the ancients really made some impressive and awesome stuff. On the other hand, the ancients were also horrifying psychopaths, and we don't like them.
Right.
So as a result, kind of anything which has to do with like actual direct interaction with the mirror people is dubious as hell.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So Conductor kind of keeps it on the down low. Attempts to push things forward, but unfortunately is somewhat hampered by the fact that Conductor is absolutely terrible at pretending to be human.
Gotcha.
It's a robot. Okay, it's not very good at being anything which is not beep boop beep. So it's brilliant. It's powerful, and it's stuck trying to figure out how do you get the weird monkeys to do things. It's very frustrated by this.
I like that a lot. Yeah, it's sort of almost like trying to get things lost in translation because it just does not understand humanoid function.
Nope.
That's fun. Let's sort of shift directions. Can you tell us about the geography of the world of Luminant Age?
So the geography is standard-esque, we'll say, although we do have a lot of, shall we say, the Mirror people were not good stewards of their environment. So we have places like, let's say, the Poison Steppes, because long ago somebody played with nuclear weapons and shouldn't have.
Always happens.
That's why we don't go there anymore. Or we've got the Grand Devouring Desert, which nanites, grey goo.
Ooh.
We don't go there either.
Yikes! All right.
Probably the more interesting thing, is the fact that functionally the entire planet's ecosystem was rebuilt by the Mirror people from the ground up because they did not handle their version of the climate crisis very well.
Okay.
And basically, at some point prior to the final apocalypse, there was some kind of ecological apocalypse. And they basically genetically re-engineered literally every single thing on the planet.
What?
Or at least 99% of it.
Almost like a technological Noah's Ark kind of thing?
Kinda, yeah. Or at the very least, like, they said, okay, we're going to rework everything because we may have accidentally caused like a mass extinction of like all life.
Oh my
Oopsie.
gosh.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
So, yeah, they're very powerful, but one of the fun, like the underlying ideas is that omnipotence does not mean omnicompetence.
Yes.
So we have a bunch of essentially plants and animals which are very clearly not natural to our human perspective, but which are like accepted as normal within the setting.
Okay.
For example, there is the Aftpori flower, which is a like giant saltwater lily that, as a byproduct of its just entire existence, produces fresh water, which is how you can have a giant city in the middle of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Or, somewhat more worrisomely, we've got the Strix. If I send an image to you, can you see it?
If you send it on no, actually I cannot. The way we have this set up to record, I actually cannot.
Fooey. Okay, so we have, let's say, the Strix, who are a owl griffin-esque thing with the rough intelligence of a chimpanzee, and which hunts down magic users because that's how the ancients kind of programmed it to.
Okay.
Initially, it was basically just a problem-solving technique, but they kind of went feral in the last 1,000 years.
So were all of these plants and animals created for a purpose, like the lily to make water, like this thing to hunt magic users?
I mean, broadly speaking, yes.
Okay.
I mean, oftentimes that purpose was simply plug this hole in the ecosystem. We need something to pollinate, so we make fancy bees. Cool. But occasionally they have more direct uses.
All right. I like it.
Yeah. Also, a lot of them are going to have. It's also kind of how we sort of explain some of the more unusual things. Let's say, since. We have very few natural animals. We have a bunch of horrifying genetic monstrosities with integrated nanite populations that do strange things.
That sounds really fun, honestly.
Yeah, and that's before we even, and that's just the mirror people, the ancients.
Mm-hmm.
They are the more comprehensible part of the setting.
Oh.
The angels are freakier.
Okay, so the angels do exist. The people just have never seen them?
Let's say that. Okay, so let's put it this way. There is a collective of incomprehensibly eldritch entities that exist.
All right.
And in Orcor, people call them angels. Okay, so very, very kind of basically this. So what we will call the angels, for simplicity's sake, are essentially cosmic horror-style entities. Let's say they are functionally omnipotent and exist at roughly the level that gods would in other settings.
Mm-hmm.
The catch is a couple of things. First, they completely don't get humanity. Humanity does not get them.
Okay.
It is very much kind of in the sort of Lovecraftian Cthulhu-esque approach. The difference being that essentially where Cthulhu is humans, lunch. The angels are essentially the people who think of humanity as insects, but they're kind of cool-looking insects.
Okay.
They might possibly be endangered insects. So we're gonna set up little insect reserve, and we might step on a couple by accident, but we aren't actually trying to destroy the world. They're the only reason the world still exists.
Okay.
But they will still melt your brain if you get too close to one of them.
Right, yeah, you are insignificant.
I mean, the way I kind of view this, so a possible analogy which might be appropriate here is the angel, if you imagine this entire universe as being kind of an angel-created simulation, the angels are the programmers, and humanity is this kind of weird emergent bug. We are basically the double jump bug. So, but despite the fact that there's still various points of interaction or kind of interconnection. So let's talk, for example, about the Thorned Saints.
All right.
Of the Angelite faith. So, on the main setting, there is a big fancy, there is a kind of vine which seems to have, by some hook or crook, gotten a backdoor into the angelic, we'll call it programming of the universe.
Okay.
And normally it doesn't do much because it's a vine. But occasionally, this vine kind of makes a symbiotic connection with a dead human.
Okay.
It weaves through the body, and this does a couple of things. First, it reboots or reanimates the dead human to now being an undead human. And also gives them a certain, shall we say, blast of perspective on the underlying nature of reality.
Oh.
Which is moderately confusing to anything with an even formally human scale mental architecture.
Yeah, it sounds akin to like telling a video game character they're in a video game. Like they don't know how to process that.
Yeah, it's so mostly these Storm Saints just kind of like, okay, we are confused, and they just kind of so the outside perspective, they basically are seen as like they're more interested in exploring this new reality and tend to be a bit vague or apathetic about mortal concerns. However, they still do have like a certain sliver of their old individuality left. And this results in, and some of them are, let's say, friendly-ish.
Okay.
So, the Angelite Church looked at these weird revenant skeleton with vine hybrids, noticed that they're mumbling stuff that sounds vaguely religious, and decided, that's a saint, we're going to worship it now.
Okay.
So, they basically said, okay, these are now saints. They politely took them, put them into chapels. Because they're kind of very creepy and occasionally unpredictable, they try to keep the average parishioners a few steps away from the mumbling skeleton. But they still kind of pay attention to it. So, for example, we have a few of those in Orcor, and one of my personal favorites is... Let's see if I can find the specific quote. There we go. And one of my favorites is Saint Nazame the Epigrammist.
Okay.
Who is a crazy skeleton that has seen God and writes poetry.
All right.
And most of this poetry is collected by the church and very quietly put into the archives where no one can see it, but occasionally some gets published. So I have some of this written by Andrew Mullen, who's one of my co-authors.
Okay.
I'll read now to give you an idea of like why it's hard to understand what the hell these things are talking about.
All right.
In a wrath-refracted boiling sky, truth shows hateful gnashing horizonless. Sorrow down to dreams beyond life. What lens faith lensless one ever watching? Lighting world found hateful proud. And I lensless too before observing unending expanse in realms of angels. Adrift in sight shows wondrous thrashing deep, below reaching, and there in a single red tear is held in frozen reflection all the world.
That's gorgeous, honestly. But yeah, I like that. It definitely reads.
Andrew is good at what he does.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Yeah, it reads as someone who has seen something that can't be explained, but it's I like the characterization of these saints. I really like what I'm hearing.
Yeah, so they're extremely kind of, and we have like all kinds of elements like that throughout the setting. So hopefully eventually this will all cohere into a actual like playable game.
Right. Okay.
Which I suppose was originally what this talk was billed for, gaming the weird. So
okay.
Do you want to shift to that or?
Sure. I actually thought it was on world design, but I'm fine with gaming the weird. Sure. Like how to write weird stuff for your game.
Yeah, that's kind of like the idea here.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
So, well, we can kind of link this into Luminant Ages, which is okay. So having made all of this stuff, the question kind of becomes one of, let's say, how do we try and use this thing?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're actually trying to create this, it's helpful to kind of, like, when I'm writing this, I'm thinking of the twin concerns of gameability
Mm-hmm.
and weirdness. So let me kind of sort of take one to maybe define the terms a bit.
Mhm.
What do we mean when we say weird?
Right.
So weird, at least as I'm using it here for our purposes, is anything which is kind of strange, unknown, unfamiliar to the reader. Thing which has, at least ideally, not kind of been done before, or at least that the reader has not seen done before.
Mm-hmm.
Gameability, in the meantime, is the ability of our players to interact with the setting.
Mm-hmm.
The ability to actually kind of be a participant in the game and not just an observer.
Mm.
So where does this kind of lead us? So as authors, as content creators, we're usually going to be trying to maximize kind of the weirdness quotient of our setting. Partly because we're all a bunch of, like, auteurs with delusions of grandeur.
Sure.
And we want to do something like which is new and creative and innovative.
Mm-hmm.
Agreeable.
Right.
Also partly just for the very mundane reason of product differentiation.
Sure. Yeah, it's a lot easier to stand
Like-
out when you have something that is completely unlike anything else out there.
Yeah, basically, if I'm making Pathfinder, why would people buy my stuff as opposed to Pathfinder?
Right.
Like, Paizo does it better than I can. So that's the kind of the goal.
Right. Okay.
The issue, the problem, you might say, arises from so in science fiction and fantasy writing, there's something called kind of the first law of magic,
Okay.
which is a writing law, and it goes like this: an author's ability to solve conflict with magic is directly proportional to how well the reader understands said magic.
Okay.
In other words, if you just want to use magic as set dressing or like epic background, it's okay for it to be kind of mysterious and unknown.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want the kind of a magical success, shall we say, to feel like an actual earned victory, the reader has to at least be able to kind of appreciate and understand what the magic can and cannot do, as it were.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there's countless, I don't want to say errors, but there's countless writings out there in fiction where they have that sort of mysterious, ambiguous level of magical power, and then, at the end of the story, they pull something out of nowhere to solve, classic Deus Ex Machina, where it just kind of feels cheap, because why didn't they do that the whole time,
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So we can apply this to RPGs. We can kind of say that the player's abilities to meaningfully interact with a setting is directly proportional to how well the players understand the setting.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if we want our players to be able to interact and use the elements of our setting, they have to kind of understand that setting.
Right.
And this is where we get to kind of what we might call sort of the fundamental problem, the underlying contradiction. As creators, as authors, as designers, we want to make our settings strange. We want to maximize the weirdness of our setting. But the weirder we make our setting, the less our players understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And the less our players understand it, the less our players can meaningfully interact with it.
Right.
The challenge then, and this is kind of essentially where we kind of separate the more, or where we see the skill of the author is how do we maximize the weirdness we can get without sacrificing gameability? How do we make settings which are strange and alien and unusual without necessarily kind of leaving our players confused and adrift?
Yeah, I'm actually curious to hear how you handle that, because a common solution to this seems to be contextualizing the weird with grounded reality descriptions. You know, the classic, Mind Flayer is supposed to be this almost Cthulhu-esque abstract creature, but, to make sure people can understand what they're afraid of, we describe them as squid people, with the skin and texture and tentacles of a squid, because that makes it grounded, which makes it more understandable, but does take away the abstract.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is going to be a decent amount of that, especially when you're just trying to kind of sell people on the idea.
Right.
There's a reason I lead off with in the style of Morrowind and not in the style of Celtic.
Yeah.
Like that. There's a reason I'm doing that, because in that one sentence, okay. So, honestly, this is the part where I have ideas, but I'm sure other authors and creators will have kind of their own thoughts. But a few of the ways I've done this, so kind of the next step I tend to think kind of when I'm doing this design is, I think in terms of, let's say, to coin a phrase, the weirdness budget.
Okay.
In other words, thinking that you have a finite amount of the reader's patience and attention before they basically go, F it, I have no clue what's going on, I'm going to go play like D&D or something.
Sure, yeah. They need to have something they can instantly latch onto to relate to.
Yeah. So essentially, So the thinking is like, you're going to have to make demands on your readers' patience and attention, but you want to be strategic about it.
Okay.
As to say, if you're making something like weird or whatever, you want to kind of think, okay, is this a effective use of my budget, of the reader's attention or kind of patience? Like, is this something which is advancing the themes of the game? Is this something which is a interesting storytelling aspect? Or am I just kind of being extra for the sake of being extra? So there's a kind of element like, you want to be a little bit strategic about that. It helps to also think that different things will have different costs, let's say, in the weirdness budget. So, for instance, and a lot of this comes down to the fact that you can get away with massive amounts of setting or environment-based strangeness, so long as the basic human psychology and, to a lesser but still a real extent, social structures remain comprehensible.
Sure.
In other words, it's a lot easier for people to accept a setting where the moon is made out of green cheese than they will accept a setting where no one ever gets greedy.
Right, yeah.
So that's it. Or for that matter, and like we're talking about social structures, like it's easier to, like, say, build a setting of, and everybody lives on the branches of Yggdrasil, one giant ass tree, than it is to explain a setting where we don't have capitalism or market.
Right, yeah. Just it's the removal of, it's almost like pulling a foundation out from under a building instead of replacing a window.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, that doesn't say that you can't remove the foundation, but it's the kind of thing you'd want to do it very much kind of eyes open and knowing that this is the place where you're going to be asking a lot of your readers.
And is there any strategy to sort of slowly, almost replacing foundations piece by piece rather than all at once in your writing?
Well, the best. So, yes and no.
Okay.
To some extent, the problem with RPGs relative to, let's say, most other kind of forms of media is that we are ultimately delegating a lot of our kind of creation, so on, to people who are actually going to run the game.
Right.
Or for that matter, even kind of, we might have like a idea of how people will read the book, but I mean, let's be absolutely honest. How many people open up a RPG game book and actually sit down and read it from first page to last page in order?
More than I thought, but still not a large number.
Yeah, I mean, I assume such people exist, but I haven't met very few. That said, there are a couple of things you can do. My personal favorite is the idea of tutorial adventures.
Okay.
Which actually works with pretty much any kind of weird, like big structural weirdness element you care to name. Essentially, the idea of if you're going to be doing some kind of have a big strange element, it's good if the designers or the writers include an adventure module of some kind where this thing can be gradually and kind of in depth introduced.
Okay.
Video games are the masters at this.
Mm-hmm.
And in all honesty, video game design is a couple of levels higher up than us. Poor amateurs working on tabletop role-playing.
I wouldn't say it's inherently harder. I would say it can go a bit deeper. You've got more pieces to play with. But
You've got more pieces to play with, and honestly, you've got more budget to play with.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you gave me like 50 million, I could make some fancy.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, but you do see this kind of tutorial introduction style adventure. Like Pathfinder puts out the beginner box,
right?
For example,
that's what I was thinking of.
But actually, my favorite idea for us third-party types. Are you at all familiar with Pelgrane Press's Trail of Cthulhu setting?
I am not, no.
Okay, so long and short is that Pelgrane Press is a British publisher.
Mm-hmm.
They put out a Cthulhu-style kind of adventure series. Not Call of Cthulhu, but a different system.
Okay.
And within this larger kind of Trail of Cthulhu thing, they've got various sub-games or subsystems. So, one of their subsystems or sub-games is called Bookhounds of London, where the players are booksellers in 1930s London trying to make a buck by selling the Necronomicon.
All right.
I'm sure that, as you can imagine, this only leads to good things.
I love it, yeah. Sure.
So, one of the kind of new setting or rule elements introduced in the Bookhounds book is something called, if I can pronounce it correctly, Megapolismancy, the magic of cities.
Okay.
Which is its own new ritual magic system, completely unconnected to stuff before. Okay, so what does Pelgrane Press do? In the Bookhounds book, they have a new sample adventure, and they make a point of including this new magic system in that adventure. Not just as like a throwaway element, but as kind of an integral part of the storyline. That they're trying to essentially figure out the occult ramifications of a ritual purportedly started by Jack the Ripper.
Okay.
So, but the point is that by the time you get through that first tutorial adventure, you'll have a pretty reasonable working knowledge of what does this stuff actually mean, how does it get used, or at least how do you recognize it when you see it.
Right.
And I think that's kind of something which we can apply more generally to our games here. Like, for example, in Luminant Age, like if we're going to do we might do a tutorial adventure on, okay, so what is all of this like ancient primordial robot stuff?
Mhm.
So we might and I don't know, this is still miles in the future, but
Yeah.
we could write a tutorial adventure of like, hey, and here is where the PCs are going to figure out why a random ancient artifact spontaneously turned alive, killed somebody, and then ran away. And we can catch it before it kills somebody else.
I love it. Yeah, I think tutorial adventures are something that should become more common in the tabletop space. Not just for systems, but for concepts, and even, pre-adventures that let you know more about what you're getting into before committing to a longer term thing, but also give you a chance to test those waters without committing full time, to let your group say, oh, this isn't for us. Crazy blind angels, maybe not our thing. Right?
Yeah. They would be wrong, but I guess.
So we are coming down to our time limit. So, Michael, if you could give one piece of advice for getting started designing weird content for their game of choice, what would you give someone?
Simplest advice: read widely.
Okay.
And be willing to improvise and innovate and just kind of refine ideas. But it's amazing how much you can do by just taking a couple of miscellaneous pieces and banding them together until they fit somehow.
I love it. Awesome. All right. Well, Michael, thank you for coming on. Pleasure to have you here on TPK. Where can people find you? Do you have any social medias or anything like that?
I have a Twitter, but I'm dubiously active. But there is a Luminant Age Twitter.
Okay.
We have an itch.io storefront.
All right.
I can direct the links to you in due point.
Okay.
We are currently attempting to wrap up our to fulfill our second Kickstarter. There'll probably be some more stuff, some more small-term stuff, and then someday, eventually, the big book.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. All right. Well, thank you, Michael, for coming up, and thank you all for watching. I don't know what's coming next, because this may or may not be pre-recorded, but I'm sure it's going to be great. So thank you again, Michael. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, this is James Beck from Eldritch Osiris Games. Eldritch Osiris Games is built on the foundation of giving voice to creative authors who don't normally have a roadmap into the publishing industry. We push for as a diverse set of voices in the company as we can, regardless of a person's identity. Part of the foundation is equality, with every person in the staff having an equal say on all important decisions the company makes. Being one of the first TTRPG co-ops, we are here to set an example that a workers' equality is not only possible, but instead become the industry standard. Basically, we're a group of nerdy friends who want to publish work for people to enjoy.
Coming up next, we join the Legendary Games and Eldritch Osiris Games with the Legendary Mediums, an actual play here on Third Party Con.
And we're live. Hello everyone, welcome to Third Party Con TPK. I am James Beck. I'm going to be your Dungeon Master or Game Master for tonight. Today, whenever this is airing, to be honest, I forgot to check the schedule when I hit go live. So with that being said, welcome to a collaboration between Eldritch Osiris Games and Legendary Games as we bring you tonight's adventure. This adventure will be found in the book Monstrous Beasts, Guide to Frienddom, written by Eldritch Osiris Games, and everybody here is going to be playing the medium class from Legendary Games. Luigi, as the author of the book, why don't you tell us a little bit about the class?
Oh, can you hear me? Okay,
yeah,
nice.
now we can hear you.
Yeah, I thought I was muted. So, well, the Legendary Medium is an occult class that channels the power of all kinds of spirits to adapt to today's job and support the party in multiple ways. By performing a daily rite called the Seance, they can pick one of 3 different guest spirits to gain their abilities for the day. So, the different kinds of spirits are the Adept, which is a skill monkey, the Magician, which is a spellcaster of any tradition, and the Warrior, which is a martial spirit. Now, because they not only draw power from the past but also seek to understand and shape the future, the mediums can fortune tell, they can use their mind's eye, they can use divination, necromancy, abjuration in different ways to protect the party. But also they can channel all kinds of spirits, not only of the dead, but also of nature, of the void, of creatures that serve deities, divine creatures. And they can also channel not only their past, but also their potential in life. So it is said that the best mediums can channel the spirit of a city guard and gain the power of a legendary hero because of that. So that's basically the gist of the class.
Thank you, Luigi. All right. So instead of doing normal intros where you'd go around the table introducing who we are as players, I feel like it's best to just hop right into tonight's game. So, you as a party have been traveling together for the better most of 3 months or so. You take up occasional quests, but you're fairly low-level adventurers. You know, you're not quite ready for the slaying of ancient dragons or, you know, taking on Eridan himself. Oh, granted, he's a little gone, but still, you think you get the point. No, you guys all have to go off of bounties that, as you travel, you may pick up. And recently, you have come across one. On the outskirts of the Sunderwood Forest, you see a little bulletin with a single hanging piece of parchment. Who do you think would be the first to pick it up and immediately get a read on it?
What did you say it was? Piece of parchment?
It's a piece of parchment with some writing on it. On like a blue bulletin board right outside the Sunderwood Forest.
Detect magic and then read aura.
Not magical and not sus.
Darn. I was hoping to see if you were trying to pull a fast one on us.
Yeah, immediate Tarask.
Yeah.
Paper means writing, writing means information, so Aster's probably already has it in hand even before all of the magic is done on it.
Like Aster and Tagore were mid-debate of, no, my darling, life, it's more than just, I don't know, fleeting Where did you go? Where?
Well, as soon as you grab the paper, you read, Hunters needed. A recent web layer has found itself a nest in the heart of the Sunderwood Forest.
Oh, great.
In the last few
Spiders?
weeks, the trees have been acting weird, phasing in and out of the prime material plane. The reward for slaying such a beast is 250 gold pieces paid in full. Proof of the creature's defeat must be presented to claim this bounty. From Countess Carmilla Calypseville.
Did the paper give any description as to what the creature was?
A recent web layer.
Web layer. So...
Like, as somebody who spins webs.
Okay. Some body or something?
Who knows? But it is the act of spinning web. Which can be taken in many different directions.
Can I roll a occultism check?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go give me an occultism. I'm gonna say this is about a DC 22-ish.
Alright, well. There it is.
I want to check out this piece of paper to see if there's any hidden symbols or signs of mystery cults. And
yeah, sure.
I
Go
also
ahead, give me a check.
want to find out if I want to search my databanks for any information on shifting trees.
All right, go ahead and make a nature check and make sure you set the roll to secret. So I'm one of those GMs who are evil and don't let their players know exactly what they've rolled.
If you don't want to fiddle with it, you can just control-click your modifier.
Handy.
Yeah.
Private or blind?
Private.
Blind.
Oh, sorry, blind. Blind GM.
Yeah.
You shall not know your fate. Okay. To both of you, you guys are just like scratching your heads. There's too many effects going on all at once. You know, you got something that can lay webs, you got something teleporting and with trees. Like, there are so many creatures that could do just those two things alone. A teleporting Anati could easily have fit this description.
Okay, I'm going to try something. For the record, my name is Lady Priscilla Foster and Miss Foster for friends. I am a human medium from the Animatonement, and today I am channeling Zero who is a warrior. I'm going to touch department and I am going to use read psychometric resonance. I want to detect if there is any kind of like emotional weight in this parchment.
All right, go ahead. Is this an automatic ability where you just know, or is this a check?
It's automatic, as far as I know.
Okay. You get the sense that, judging off of like the handwriting and just seeking to understand the message, there's a hint of distress along with a hint of annoyance. You get those two primary emotions.
Okay, so I am not sensing fear or panic, so at least this implies that it was not written in a moment of desperation. So we can not run into action and just be prepared for what we're going to encounter.
Yes, should also describe who I am. I am Tagori, the Tormented. For me, depression incarnate. A Tengu, born under an unfortunate star, who is now just standing there, staring at these three as they're all huddled over this paper, just,
I look at Tagori and say, "Yes, my dear. Is everything all right?"
Oh yes, I figured I could get some tea or set up campfire or something while you all do your thing and stare at that paper.
A campfire, and I look at the sky. What time is it, James?
Around noon.
It's in the middle of the day. At least you want to drink some tea. I suggest that we keep going.
I was
How far away
implying
is
that-
this forest?
Well, you're on the edge of it, so
Okay.
you're not quite sure
there.
how deep in is the heart.
I was implying that the
My
three of you
training
can
is
take
survival.
forever to overlook a piece of paper. That's all.
You have to
You're
find
tempted-
all of the secrets.
It's
Can I-
my
can I roll
attempted
sur-
humor, I
sorry.
apologize.
Oh, I get it now, but you didn't have to be so sassy about it.
Can someone say sus? That's my name. In any case,
Yes.
I'm gonna go look for a path to see if we can find something up ahead to make our way through this brush. Can I
Yeah, go
roll
ahead and give me a
survival?
Survival.
Active or hidden?
You can do active.
16.
All right.
I'm getting the low
16.
rolls out early.
Yeah, get him out.
Well, the issue with, finding paths and such, especially in this game, is that everything looks like a path. Like any entrance into a forest is just a combination of dirt, already pre-made tracks, and what knows is in this forest. So you're not quite sure about okay, is this a good place to enter, or should we flank from the side, or you're like, then you start to think about all the different creatures that would be in the forest, and then eventually start getting like distracted by that.
I look back at the party and say, does anyone else have any ideas as to how we should go about doing this?
I look at Aster and Mr. Aster, aren't you a kami medium? Maybe you have an idea of how to guide us through the forest?
I can definitely do that with my little dwarven data set that I have accompanying me today.
Oh, that would be most marvelous.
I can make sure I can roll survival using nature instead of survival when I'm tracking.
That's very handy.
Yes. Go ahead and try. I will support you.
Do you want me to make this public?
Yes, please.
I mean, it's a forest. You can go in between any two trees.
That is
Really?
so weird that I cannot see what you rolled.
At this point, I'm gonna feel a little rummaging going on in my backpack. What's that? What's Nasoy's gender?
An Nisoi would be a... So, do you know what a
Yeah.
Nisoi is? I can explain it to you real quick.
Oh, I thought that's what its name was. But yeah, go ahead, please.
No, a Nisoi is a psychopomp. It is
Okay.
a watcher of almost like a guide for those who have died. It is
Okay.
a little raven with a plague doctor's mask from it.
Mhm.
It is
It loves shinies and
Pathfinder
strawberry
terms.
candies.
That's correct.
In Pathfinder terms, it's a very, very low level psychopomp you could run into.
Sure. So I'm gonna.
Cutest.
Hey, little guy, what's up? It's gonna start squawking at me, and I'm gonna feed it some seeds, and then I'm gonna ask it, "Hey, can you give us a pair of eyes in the sky and just let us know if you see anything web-like? If there's a web layer, something spinning webs deeper into the forest?"
So you're gonna ask just to be clear.
I'm gonna ask
You're
my
asking
familiar
your
to scout
Nisoi-
ahead.
Okay, to scout ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I give the
you
little guy guidance?
Yeah, you can give it guidance.
Yeah, I'm
By the way, dear, I believe you prepared the speech familiarity today, am I right?
correct. I was wondering if James wanted to do the speech part,
I
you
can
guys
do the
wanted me.
speech part. Did you have it make the survival check? Sorry, the perception check.
Yeah. Do you want me to make this blind?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Let's keep both the audience and you in constant mystery.
There you go.
Ooh, not bad. You ask the Nisoi to go scout ahead and just gives you it tilts its head and then alright, fine. And then vroom, flies off, and you can see it soars above the trees for a few minutes, not getting so far away that it'll disappear. And
Truly a magnificent creature.
Don't stroke its ego too much now.
But it's quite beautiful.
eventually
Well, I will not deny
comes
that.
back and lands on your arm, and it goes, about like a solid mile or so, the trees are acting a little funny. Either the Ents are throwing a party again, or it's something else.
I'll nod in the affirmative. Do you see anything in particular?
Was the trees not acting weird enough?
No, it certainly was, but I was... Thank you.
Did you
You're
get
welcome.
that interesting accent. I don't quite think I've heard it anywhere else.
I think it's because it's from the boneyard. They have
Oh,
all
Yeah,
kinds
all
of
of us sound
accents
like
in
that
there.
down there. You know, the thing with like having
course.
little to no vocal cords, especially as a familiar, it kind of like strains your voice. And you know,
The wills of Pharasma truly are above our understanding.
yeah, I don't claim to understand it. I'm just the familiar here.
Good information tucked away.
Well, it's a burning daylight. I'm not going first. Don't look at me.
Oh, my baby, you can walk among the trees to remain in the shadow, like sometimes you like to do.
Did I use Battle Planner after receiving this information?
You know, I'll allow it.
All right.
Fine. Go scout.
That's nice.
Not bad. True.
Not bad at all.
Fair lore, as long as
Oh.
the information was accurate, remains accurate when you roll initiative against those enemies, use the warfare lore result. All right, just keep in mind the 30 you have.
It's very cool.
I will
Yeah.
forget.
Understandable.
If I could, I would just stretch out the feathers, just get nice and limber. Find a nice tree that looks particularly shady. Just go, step under it, wait for a moment, and then just try to blend into the forest.
Like Batman, except a bird, you seep right into the shadow, blending in. It
You
doesn't
know
help
what
that your
we can
clothes make
try?
you stand out a little bit, though.
You know what
You like-
we haven't tried? Maybe Mr. Aster can try to track where the parchment came from, because somehow it has to land here, didn't fly, I suppose. And while we are at that, maybe I can try to trace any kind of emotional resonance in the forest by touching the trees and rocks around us. Maybe if I can find any trace of fear or the tribulation, like we can follow that.
I can also scout as we walk normally.
I'm gonna avoid notice.
Okay, avoid notice, scout. Luigi, you are essentially sussing out the trees, right? You're just getting the vibes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this again one of those automatic abilities, or is this a roll for it? Because this is gonna be funny either way.
It's automatic, but maybe you can make me roll perception.
Yeah.
Or I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna have you do a perception check to sense a motive to go along with it. See if you can gain additional information.
Works for me.
Well, I
So-
hope it works for you. I'm the GM.
Fair. Public. Yeah. Private, right?
No, you can make this
Blind.
public.
Okay. Ugh.
Loans out early.
Oh boy. Well, for a listener, you kind of get some weird sense. You first get the sense of fear almost, and then a hint of caution, and then it's fear again. It's like the trees themselves are scared of what is going on.
Interesting. So I tell the party about this, and maybe we can try to follow a lead here. And as I tell them, I bring out my enormous halberd. That is almost too big for me to carry, but somehow I can.
All right.
I will never understand the calculations of the halberd and your size.
It is all thank you to Sir Wild, my dear. He is here with us right now, helping me. And I look at nothing.
Just floats there.
And,
Wait.
I'll be scouting as we walk.
All right. Go ahead. All right.
There's a
So with
double
that being
watch.
said, go at first. Everyone collect 1 hero point. You now have 1 official one. As you start to trek your way into it, I actually made sure there was notes of when to hand out hero points because 9 times out of 10 I will forget.
That's why I just give out 2 at the beginning and then.
Same.
No, if it's already in my notes from when I wrote this adventure, how many months ago, then I'm gonna stick to it because that's what a good GM does. All right, you guys start to make your way into the forest. About an hour or so goes by. Go ahead and first give me a survival check. The forest could be a very easy place to get lost in.
Everyone?
Is survival active, survival path, or survival blind?
The person who's taking lead.
Okay,
Now
I'm going to
follow the
I'm going to
expert.
follow the expert. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Would it be me because I can roll nature instead of survival?
Even better.
Public?
Yeah, you can make it public. I only do it when it's really funny. Just get the bad rolls out now. You guys gotta keep it going. You guys have
I promise. The grass says it's this way.
Every tree looks the same as the last. And eventually you find yourself walking in circles.
Pay no attention to the tree with the dark rings. We have not passed it 3 times, I promise.
Doesn't someone here like no direction, like always on or something like that?
Yes, I always know which way is north. Right? Isn't that what no direction does?
Yeah, you know at least one way is north, but as you travel west, it's still north is that way.
I'm gonna call out No Soy again. Hey, hey, are we lost? Can you check for us to see if we're lost? I know he's gonna give me a lot of shit.
I'm here just to make sure that you guys aren't getting lost. You know, perhaps maybe you should get a fly speed,
And then boom, takes off.
Well, maybe I would if I can afford one. Hey, can I borrow those wings of yours?
Become a familiar, kid. It's fun.
Something tells me I don't want to do that.
Go ahead.
Maybe after I die. What were you in a past life?
Go ahead and make a perception check. This way, kid.
You said perception?
Public. Yeah, perception. All right. Yeah, the Nosoi flies up. It hovers there almost for a few seconds, and then comes back down, and it says to you,
And for somebody who's supposed to know where north is, you guys have been going south for like way too long.
Don't look at me.
Oh. Look at Aster.
We weren't going north. The trees are moving. It's odd.
Okay, so if the trees are moving and we know that something can teleport, maybe we can associate that, I don't know, some kind of conjuration effect is going on here. That must mean that we are close. Also, if I send fear, I try to... Let me check. Who here has detect magic?
Me.
Can you cast it on the forest, please?
A magician.
Sure. I cast detect magic.
you get the sense of definitely some conjuration magic. A lot of this is just normal plant life. Nothing is like expressly lighting up, but there are some liminal traces of conjuration magic.
Okay.
Specifically arcane conjuration.
Arcane.
Has anyone tried talking to the plants? Just a thought.
No, I haven't smoked that much today, sorry.
Well, they could be wonderful
Fine
talking
Depeche is
companions.
really strong.
Or maybe to the animals around? Do you see any
Aster
wildlife?
walks up to a tree.
All right.
How are you? How are you enjoying the nice afternoon sun?
Okay.
Cannot
let me ask you
speak with
something.
plants.
No.
You don't have to speak with plants. Okay.
No.
No, but maybe your guest spirit gave you any kind of help with the forest today.
Animals I can.
The tree is just like waving in the nice warm breeze. I don't know how many
That's
ways I
positive.
can describe a tree as in place but moving its branches. There's only so many creative ways of saying the same sentence.
That looks positive. I'm pretty sure it was having a nice conversation with you.
It definitely likes the warm breeze.
Well, that's delightful. But it doesn't help us with the situation. You said arcane magic. Can we roll for Arcana?
Yeah, I'll allow an Arcana check.
Let me check. Do I have Arcana? No,
I have
don't
Arcana, but that's cheating.
Yeah, I do have Arcana.
Alright, go ahead and give me a check.
Hmm.
This could be public.
Is anyone here better at Arcana than I am? Because I'm only trained.
Well, I've read a lot of books, but it doesn't do anything in the forest. I don't know a damn thing about trees.
I can give you a little bit of guidance.
That would be wonderful. But not only that, maybe have an idea. I take out a bunch of tarot cards and I put them on the floor and I start making an advising spread. So I spend 2
Okay.
actions and I have to make a DC 20 occultist check, like if I was aiding. And I'm going to give it to... Who's going to roll Arcana right now? Is it me or is it
I think
anyone?
it's you. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to give it to Tagori. This is like 8. Let me try. Occultism.
Oof.
Wow.
Wow.
There we
done.
go.
20.
Yes. So I give you a +2 on one skill check that you will attend within the next hour.
I'm telling you, there's a difference between reading books in a library all day and actually being out in the dirty woods. Fine. Would you like me to roll Arcana?
If you
James.
can, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to.
11. I told you, I don't do
14.
trees. Give you a city. I'll take you sewers, even. Anything but the forest.
What is the wildlife like?
Your standard, you got your squirrels, your birds.
Ooh, I like a skylight.
No extreme, overly fantasy cliche of giant frog, tick swarm,
You got your
rodents of
ground,
unusual
you
size.
got your sky, you got your trees. You can fit
I-
so much nature in this baby.
I like a good squirrel. I am going to speak with animals.
Okay.
You could talk with the animals, and we just spent 5 minutes talking to a tree?
That was the first idea, You go in order of how the ideas come out. Process of elimination.
What if the tree was an animal in disguise? Then it would have
Well,
worked, and they would have looked like an absolute genius. A genius, I tell you.
Tree, are you an animal in disguise?
Tree, are
Yes,
you an
I am.
animal in disguise?
You legally have to tell me if you're an animal in disguise.
No, I'm not.
nothing.
No, surprisingly, no answer from the tree.
Damn.
Little squirrel.
And it like to the rest of you, it's just a normal squirrel, but it cautiously walks up to you and it goes,
Hi?
I have a nut for you if you can help my friends and I. We're looking for
I love nuts. I love them.
nuts are great. Aster pulls out some nuts. We're
Don't say
looking
it,
for
don't
like
say it.
instinctually just tries to grab them from you.
Now don't store them all at once. We're looking for a place that's spinning webs. You know where that is?
Web?
Mhm.
What is web?
Sticky, stringy things?
Oh, some trees have those. It's like brown, and then it goes down the tree.
That's the sap. Kind of the
I'm
same
a squirrel.
description.
I don't know the difference.
White. White. Typically
Oh.
webs are white.
Do you mean like the ones spiders do?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
So you're looking for a spider.
We are.
Have you tried literally anywhere around you? There are webs egregiously around this forest. And that is the biggest word I know.
It's a very big word.
I have a -4 intelligence modifier.
Has anybody else seen the webs? Apparently we've been passing a lot of webs.
Have we?
Yeah,
haven't
like
seen any.
tiny spider webs, like nothing that you wouldn't find in like a dusty basement or a just a standard spider's nest. Nothing to the proportion that you would expect it to be.
The squirrel has seen or heard of nothing on a large scale.
Are we certain someone else hasn't come through and already taken care of this issue?
Little squirrel, have there been other people coming through the forest?
Oh, that's a great question.
It just Yes.
Can you take us to where that is?
All around you. People walk in these woods constantly, and it gets on my nerves.
Alright, there are still a lot of people in the woods.
You got some nature magic folks. You got the ones with the really long bows. It got one of my cousins last week.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. That's
Here,
the
have
life of a
another
rodent.
nut.
Anything from the squirrel?
Nothing very useful. They lost a cousin.
Oh no.
Oh. I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Squirrel. Although it clearly doesn't understand me.
You just hear like a little squeak back, which is just for you. Is what's the guy saying? I don't know.
I know,
She is-
I understand. So I'm
She's
sorry for your
sorry
loss.
for your loss as well.
Death comes for us all. I'm sure you'll die soon enough.
You don't have to tell them the hard truths, you know?
Are you looking for like what's been going on with the trees?
Yes. Do you know what's going on with the trees?
They disappear.
Like, disappear and reappear?
They
Or just...
reappear. It started like. Well, I guess I have no concept of time. Like 2 weeks or 2 minutes ago.
The trees have been teleporting for a couple of weeks, according to the squirrel.
Take us to the trees.
I will ask the squirrel to take us to the trees, but I can almost guarantee the squirrel's going to walk to that tree that's right next. Little squirrel, can you take us to the trees?
Maybe the squirrel
Okay.
can show us the place where a tree disappeared.
Make a diplomacy check. Let's see how well you could speak to squirrels.
I am untrained and have a 0 in diplomacy,
That this will go great for you.
so this is going to be amazing.
Maybe I can help you with that with 8?
Potentially.
You just look super friendly. You got a squirrel loving face.
Yeah, I will try not to talk to the squirrel, but to tell Aster what to say. So maybe Aster can like phrase it better. I'm going to roll my.
I just realized I was muted this whole time.
Oh,
Welcome to live recording.
hey.
Okay, so I gave you a +1.
So 13.
There. You had a hero point?
You can hear a point. That is
Should I hero point?
Well, if it's a squirrel, it should be a level -1 creature. And I think 13 meets that DC.
I
It's
don't
gonna be
think
super
diplomacy
smart
works that
squirrel.
way.
it. All right, you got a 13. You know, I'm too lazy, in all honesty, to pull up the stat block of a squirrel. I'm gonna say 13 does it. And it just goes, okay, the trees, the trees that are there and that aren't there, and then like there again after a few
Mhm.
years.
Yes.
Okay, and it takes off. It looks back to you like, and with like a follow me, and it just
It's going.
squirrels,
Squirrels go to
believe it or
Pharasma.
not, are fast, like really fast.
Okay, we will have to run.
Little squirrel, not so fast.
Okay. With that, I'm gonna say you manage.
Can it go faster than
About
90 feet around?
Hmm?
Can it go faster than 90 feet around?
90 feet. I'm gonna say not faster than 90 feet around. But to be honest, I also don't know the speed of a squirrel off the top of my head. I'll be honest. I've memorized a lot of weird and obscure facts, but the movement speed to real life to Pathfinder translation, I have not done the math yet. But I can guarantee you it is probably not 90 feet. It is either above or below. It would be really funny if it was at.
Aster, maybe you can use your double watch feat. help
That's
us
what I
here?
was gonna do.
What does that do for the audience and not for totally me, who just forgot to read
Double
all of your guys'
watch.
abilities?
Your guest spirit can stay alert for you. While channeling, you can investigate or scout at your normal speed, or both simultaneously at half speed. Also, you don't take a status penalty on perception for being unconscious.
Ooh, nice. Alright. It doesn't take you too long, about another hour or so, to get further into the forest when you guys start traveling. I want to have everybody just go ahead and roll me a flat D20. No modifiers, no nothing.
My D20s have 20 sides. They're not flat.
Well, it's a flat side to it.
Oof.
Really? Where's that rolled in?
All right. So, Miss Foster,
Moi.
Yes. What? Immediately about you start getting distracted. You know, you're looking around, you're listening to the birds, and then all of a sudden, I need you to go ahead and make me a quick reflex save, real quick.
Oh my! Let me try. Reflex.
All right, let's.
Ooh.
I need to pull up. Okay, so you're gonna take half damage. This is. I'm gonna put it into chat. This is 4d8 plus 14 bludgeoning damage. You're gonna take half. So you're gonna take half of 32. And so, immediately as you're like looking up, you hear a quick boom, and then faceplant right into hard bark as a tree appears right in front of you.
So I'm going to take 16.
Yes, you'll take 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right. Because I am channeling a warrior guest spirit, a bit of ectoplasm from Servild appears right in front of me and tries to reduce the impact. So I used to have 10 temporary hit points because of this, and now they are depleted. So I should only take 6 damage.
Believe it or not, running into trees hurt badly, especially if they appear out of nowhere. Fun
You're
fact:
resistant to tree damage.
Oh!
Maybe the wood kineticist will be.
What? Alright. Where's that squirrel? I swear, if we get led into a trap by a squirrel, I'm going to send it to its cousin.
Maybe we walked
That's
into
crazy.
a force field. I mean, we were kind of going a little fast. But let me try and patch you up a little bit there.
Do we have like
thank you,
healer's
my
tools
dear.
and stuff?
I have to heal.
Have no healing at all.
I'm
I
trained
do.
in medicine.
And I'm just
So no one
gonna
chose to be the healer. That's
I'm
the idea.
gonna sit down and just grab up some like moss and dirt off of the ground and like spit into it and rub it together and use healing plaster.
Yes. I didn't sign up for this when I went to a picture. So is that going into my face?
You all see around you that trees start appearing just in random sections, and then other trees would just disappear, all without provoking a single attack of opportunity.
Okay, I think we might be in the middle of something. Maybe we save the spit healing for just a moment.
James, can I do another advising spread? It has a frequency of 1 per hour.
All right, then
Sure.
I think you should probably take this, and I hand over a bag of my root magic to
Yes, I think I will accept your offer. Regardless of how disgusting it sounds.
Yeah, I wouldn't sniff it for too long. I've seen some people kind of get a little bit of a head rush.
As you heal me and I do my reading, in fact, I'm going to give it to... This time I'm going to give it to Tagori. I'm going to recover my temporary hit points. Because of the time that is passing, I'm going to roll my occultism check for advising spread. Let me see the roll. It's a 19, so I succeed and I give you a +1 circumstance bonus on 1 skill check in the next hour. Within the next hour.
Now that we are in the thick of it, could I perhaps persuade you for another Arcana check? Now that we are here, we in it.
Yes, but blind GM, I'm still gonna be evil for the sake of being evil.
That's
Do I have-
classic games to me.
Do I have
Plus
time
one.
to heal?
You
Oh,
can
this
go
is-
ahead and make the. Yeah, it's just a medicine check. What DC would you like to go for?
30.
That's a master proficiency.
I cannot.
We both know that it's not high enough for this level.
I'll do 20. I'm feeling, and I'm gonna cast guidance on myself.
All right, give yourself an additional
Right.
+1.
Watch, I roll like. Oh,
Just made it.
Exactly
Well
20.
done.
All right, you heal
Nailed
2d8
it.
plus 10.
That's I'm fully healed. Thank you, my dear. That was refreshing. To say the least.
This Foster was down like 3 hit points. It took in the first 30 seconds, they were patched up. And then you spent 9 more minutes just smothering on plaster for no reason.
Oh,
Yes.
but a lady has to keep herself in perfect shape.
There's no such thing as overdoing it.
And
You
that's-
speak right my language, my dear.
You say that, and then we get into bandits, and I threaten their mothers, and then you say I'm overdoing it. Anyways, we're in the middle of disappearing trees.
Okay, yes, so maybe this is the place. I suppose we have to roll for perception, right?
You can roll for perception.
Yeah, let's see if we can find this web
I rolled
layer.
Arcana with a +1.
You did roll Arcana. Actually, let me tell you what you got with that Arcana.
Natural
You
1.
can go ahead and ask a single question about what is going on.
Hmm?
Why tree? Tree why? Disappear tree why?
Whatever this creature or being is, it is having an external effect on being on this plane,
Like a
thus
layer.
affecting the environment around it.
So it's not the trees that are doing this, it's something exuding magic, making trees do.
Something of significant magic is having an active effect on this surrounding area.
So there's something here. It's not the trees. The trees aren't irrelevant. They're annoying, yes, and painful for some of us, but irrelevant. There is something else. If you can hear me,
I can, my dear. I'm just thinking. I will roll my perception check and try to detect this creature.
All right.
Give you guidance.
Thank you. So this is all bad checks. So this is a 19.
You don't really get the sense that the creature is physically here, but going off your perception, you see that not too far off is a little hill, and inside that is a little clearing that has rocks that are teleporting in and out. Same effect as the trees.
Okay, so I rush towards the rocks.
Go ahead and give me a quick flat check for me. DC 10. No
Oh,
apparent
Jesus.
reason.
No apparent reasons. Another tree in my
No.
face.
Well, why would I? So go
Ah,
ahead, give me
another
another
6.
reflex saving throw.
Jesus Christ.
He's got nothing to do with this. This is all primal magic. Well, Arcana.
+2.
There.
It's a +2.
Oh, thank you. So that's a
You
23.
barely take half damage.
Ugh. Sirvilt is going to have a lot of work today.
All right, take again half of 32.
Sirvilt appears again and reduces the damage, so I take 6 damage.
You just hear a voice in her head. I keep getting hit by trees.
This is frustrating. I know. Just bear with me. I'm sorry.
Are we following, or are you going alone to face this thing?
I think we should,
We could be having tea right now. I could have made a campfire. We could have tea. Follow
make
off
sure-
behind.
Go ahead.
need to
and
make
also
sure
give
that,
me a flat check.
You say all of us give you a flat check?
Everyone who's currently walking give me flat checks.
Walking
Louis.
as opposed
you already,
to-
you already
to
made
what?
yours.
11.
Oop, you're fine.
I'm
That is
scared.
not.
Ouch.
I'm very scared.
Okay. I need to pull up your character name. Alright. Ulysses and Aster both go ahead and give me reflex saving throws. The DC is 21. These
Pog.
are basic reflex saves, by the way.
This.
18.
Alright. Aster, with such confidence, you start walking off and then immediately get hit by a tree.
Ah,
Master, that
Came
one
out of
wasn't even
nowhere.
disappearing. That tree literally never moved.
it was not there 2 seconds ago, I swear.
Grab their shoulders, kind of orient them. No, that way. Please go.
Just letting you, the players, and also you as the audience, this is a hazard. So there are ways of disabling or
Things is a hazard.
preventing such effects.
Yes. Could I attempt to counteract?
Not a counteract check, but you can make an Arcana check or a survival check. I will
I
say
would-
the survival check will be more difficult than the Arcana check.
Well, I have no survival skills. I am a city bird. I hate
Well, as
the
a
woods.
city bird, these trees are acting weird. Buildings don't normally do this.
Thankfully, I am
Guidance?
book learned
No.
with a natural 1. I will spend my hero point on that. I will do this for you all.
Guidance.
Go ahead, re-roll. Can't get any lower.
15.
Close, but no cigar. You try to tap into the arcane magic, and it just you're not connecting with with whatever effect this is. The trees are still teleporting in and out.
Alright, Aster, you walk about a foot in front of me. Let's go.
I will attempt to do a survival check.
What is your proficiency in survival? Is it expert or better?
Hold on, let me.
Well, there could only be expert or trained.
I can use nature for survival checks, and that is
Okay.
expert.
Wait, is it? All right, Luigi, clear something up for me. Is it nature to track? Because this is a straight, or is this you can use nature in place of survival regardless of circumstances?
What is the feat?
It's to track.
It's a track.
Okay,
So
I'm
I'm
not-
gonna need a survival check.
This is not going to go well, but I'm going to give myself guidance anyways.
Have you benefited from guidance recently?
Oh yeah, not on.
I could
did.
make the survival check if we want to do that.
I don't think I'm going to roll above a 10, but that once.
Guys, normally I'm the one who curses, like has the worst dice rolls. It feels very great to not have to be on the receiving end of it.
Can I try a survival check?
Yeah. Go right ahead. Let's see you survival it up.
Oh, it's
Yay. We did it! We
26.
won!
With that, you understand there is a small pattern there's a small little noise that gets made right before they enter. And using that, you guide the party through the rest of this thicket of trees, using the ever so faint, like, arcane spark. You know, a little, and then
It's like a fun little game we play
yeah.
back in the days. It's called Don't Run Into the Trees, as they randomly spawn in from the middle of nowhere. How topical.
I never heard of that game, and I guess to be the center of the party. So, do we hear or see anything else?
Well, I need to scroll down in my notes. So, alright. You managed to take the party to the cave entrance, the one with the phasing in and out rocks. I'm gonna say, due to the survival check and just how high it was, you immediately understand there is something in this that first. Hold on, let me point this out first. First, you see almost like translucent, nearly ethereal web. It is. How do I describe this? All right, this is gonna be a terrible analogy, but it works. It's like Spider-Man's webs if I set the opacity to like 25%. So it is very, like, you can almost put your hand through it, like, if you wanted to, or just sheer force of will. These are not normal webs, no, like, Goliath spider, no giant spider. This is a very specific creature.
And we only see the web, not any outline
right now,
or
you
any
only
shape.
see the webs. No, there's no
Okay.
shape, just darkness leading into the cave.
Oh dear. I cast light on my halberd.
Well,
and
that
I
dealt
point
that
towards
I
the
have
cave.
dark vision. I do. Hey, do you want me to take point? I can. We won't need to make ourselves targets.
Can I make a beast lore check to just inform everybody of what could be living inside the cave?
Beast lore. Oh, that is a specific lore.
It's
DC
from
is
the guest
15.
spirit. Whoa.
I have a plus 11, so theoretically, I
The odds
should be
are
able
in
to
your
make
favor.
that.
Still Pathfinder.
I say theoretically.
Hey!
Whoa.
There it is.
You do that trope that are like in detective, like, mystery novels and films where you squat down, you look really, really hard at the webs, you flick it, you lick your tongue, and it just
Gooey.
ether spider. It has to be an ether spider. It fits the description perfectly. Teleports back and forth between the ethereal and material plane. Would have a weird effect if it's not in correct environment. Also, the webs are really, really ethereal in its nature. It has to be, without a shadow of a single doubt.
it is
I relay that information, but it's more like automatic, like I'm reading from an encyclopedia.
The ether spider, commonly referred to as the phase spider, is a 8-legged beast that often makes its home in between the ethereal and material plane. Due to its influence in arcane nature, it has the ability to go back and forth between the two planes without needing the necessary spell of plane shift, using itself as its own essential tuning fork. And it continues on as if like a documentary was
Did
going.
you just read its Pokedex entry?
Yeah, I was literally thinking that in my mind.
This large spider, which has 102 hit points, it doesn't actually have 102 hit points. I don't know what its actual HP is off the top of my head.
All right, great. That's
Is a-
wonderful that you know that. How do we kill it?
Can I do
Does,
a
does it have any language? Can we reason with it?
So, because you got a critical success, you are allowed to ask 3 questions about its stat block. And I have to answer them honestly.
What questions
Or
do
at
we
least
want?
that's how I use the rule.
Is there
Credit?
anything that scares or drives away an ether spider?
There's a serious answer in my head and then a joke answer. The joke answer is bat spider repellent will instantly do the trick.
Mhm,
But since none of you are Batman, we'd have to go on to the next one. No, you're depression, not Batman. There's a difference. One is money. What drives
I'm
it
poor
away
Batman.
specifically is either reasoning with it via some sort of magic, finding a new home, or in most case scenarios, slaying it.
Okay. So I assume by this that it doesn't have any like clear weakness, but you also said that we can reason with it, so it must be sort of intelligent.
Credit score.
So if you say reason with it, it must have languages.
Well, I can speak any creature's language.
Oh, you do?
In a way, yes.
Oh, what a surprise!
I'm
That's
scared.
marvelous. That will come very handy.
All creatures speak one language.
What else would we like to know?
You do have 2 more questions.
Weaknesses? Or do we know there's no weaknesses?
Yeah, with all the weaknesses.
Do we know if this thing can cast spells?
Is that something you want to ask?
Maybe
Okay,
let-
sure.
Maybe let Aster approve which questions go.
Yeah. I was just asking Aster, just to see if that's something that they want to do.
Lowest save?
That's a good one. Yeah, let's find out its lowest save.
Lowest save. Will.
Is
Which I'm somewhat regretting in a party of spellcasters and mediums.
How about
Spellcaster.
what is its most powerful offensive ability?
our most powerful offensive ability.
Its ability to web burst. It creates webs in a 30-foot cone that can easily travel in between the material and ethereal plane, potentially moving people back between the 2 planes.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Does it deal damage?
Well, that's a 4th question.
That's a
and I
4th
refuse
question.
to answer it.
Okay, fair.
so we have to find a way to not let it cast web.
Yes, maybe we can also try a formation in which we're not with it a con.
So that means I'll stick to the back. Sounds good.
Alright. Let's go negotiate, shall we?
Can we take a few minutes so I
Fair
can try and patch myself up? I've been leaving an oil trail.
Wouldn't give it time to sneak up on us. It knows we're here, there's no way it doesn't.
Right. Letting you know. Not gonna be pretty when I spontaneously combust
My darling, you are
with
beautiful.
information.
Oh no.
Is this? Are we really? Sorry. Is this a time sensitive thing, or is it just so we don't want to accidentally get caught with our pants down here?
I
That's
think
you,
it's
but I am
getting caught
tired.
with your pants down.
I'm tired of being in these woods. I am ready to go home with a bag of coins in my purse.
Okay, so I propose that we take no more than 10 minutes to get ready for this.
Sure,
And
I'll take
then
that.
we just charge into action.
We can make
Elegantly.
plans.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
Isn't that what you do, Sus? You make plans?
I do.
Do you hear that, spider friend? Just give us 10 minutes, all right?
And,
No, I'm kidding.
and then we can strut into your traps.
Yes. Set plenty of traps
I'm
for
gonna
us.
I'm gonna cast Lay on Hands on myself and then refocus.
All right.
Or you could cast
I'll
it on
allow
me,
it.
who I am hurt.
Oh, I took damage from the. How badly are you hurt?
I am 6 down from the maximum.
Oh. Well, wait. Do you get hit by the? You got
I
hit
know
by
that
the
Hit
tree
with
twice.
trees twice.
Yes.
Sure.
And I regret everything about this state.
All right. I'll lay on hands for you. You'll get 18 hit points.
Thank you very much, my dear. I appreciate it the most.
Oh,
I'm
whoops!
gonna
I
go
did not
with
mean to
another
type in there.
DC 20.
And then I'll refocus, and that'll give me 10 temp hit
To
points.
roll a 7.
Okay.
Nice.
Honey, Mr. Tagori, do you still have the benefit from my Vising spread?
No, that fled me a while ago when I tried to fix the trees, but the trees are stupid.
Okay, James, am I allowed to try it again or not yet?
I'm gonna say no because an hour has not gone by.
Fair enough.
Hey, I gained back all of exactly the hit points I lost from that tree. Exactly.
Marvelous. So, are we all ready to strut into action?
Are you?
Okay, so I take out my halberd again. I cannot see in the dark, unlike most of you, so I will not have the privilege of stealth this time, I believe.
I'll stay far enough away from you.
Yeah, I'll stay way in the back.
Um,
Full
That's
confidence
okay.
in you, though. Full confidence.
That's okay, I
can-
can try to remain in the front lines, as a lady
I'll-
does.
I'll stick with you. I'll help try and figure out where this spider might actually be.
That is very sweet of you, my dear.
Now that I know what I'm looking for, I can track it.
If you both die, we'll be sure to give you all of the proper burial rites. Good luck!
Maybe your scouting abilities can help us with this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm 5 feet away from you. I can't hear you.
Alright, bye.
It would be really funny if you hit that shell.
It's just
Flying slow.
All right, are we going into the cave?
Yes!
All right, then I'm gonna move you guys into the next scene, and we're gonna transition. Do-do-do-do.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, there we go. Welcome. Oh, I just realized there's no chat. Ah, you gotta love OBS, right? It is arguably the best. Nope, stop that. Stop being annoying. Sorry. In the meantime, as I quickly fiddle with everything, go ahead and everyone make me a perception check.
Open or hidden?
Let's say hidden. Just want
Sure.
to see how well you guys could do.
So blind or private? I don't know.
This will
Blind.
be blind.
Okay.
Hey, there we go. Okay. Some good rolls all around. The first thing you immediately notice is just how rough the terrain is. It's not difficult terrain, but it looks like it's very warped and twisted. It wouldn't be like a worm, for example, that can move through the ground. This looks like some sort of magical effect has created this. You all start to hear. Who enters my lair? and this like sound
Someone should say Joe.
reverberates around the cave.
Do you want all 4 names or all 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 names?
Oh, shall do.
So my name is Lady Priscilla Foster. You can call me Miss Foster if you wish, but I usually reserve that for friends and other kinds of acquaintances. Depending on the kind of relationship that you want with me, I can let you call me that. The rest of the names are up to my friends.
Pastor 759.
Death will do.
I'm Elisus. You can call me Sus.
Why do you dare to enter the lair of Fenrius?
Andreas.
Well, there's a 250 gold with our names written on it.
Oh, she said more meals.
Considered simply leaving. We would appreciate it greatly.
I've made such a fine home.
Well, can't say we didn't try diplomacy.
Well, we sort of tried until you mentioned the reward. And I look at Elisus.
Well, I didn't say what the reward was for.
I touch the walls of the cave, and I'm going to focus. As we speak, I'm going to focus for 1 minute and try to get a sense of the face of the creature that we're going to encounter. That is the second effect of psychometric resonance.
All right. How do I describe a spider's face? It has a multitude of eyes.
No spiders,
Its
right?
head. It's
That.
got 2 little pincers. Try to remember all the attributes of a spider without looking at its art.
Or you can just show us the art.
Would there be
go
any
figure.
way?
It looks like a spider. Like if you picture a spider's face, it's like that, shot for shot.
Oh, well, good news. I don't have a phobia against spiders, but go figure it. They look just like other spiders, just like the same.
You are an invaluable ally, my friend.
Oh, thank you, my dear. That is such a delight.
Now, we've given you a chance to leave peacefully. Now, please come down so that we may speak to you, spider to adventurer.
You hear the sound of a web being spun as
I'm getting the hell out of here.
it appears at the far end of the cave. I will move token so the lovely audience can see it. Also, thank you, Paizo, for making that bestiary pack that did all the tokens for me. It made me so much
So
fun.
cool.
Amazing, yes.
That was the best was $60 I've spent in the past year.
It's been a very short year.
Well, I said in the past year, not this year.
And you see it at first almost like it's flexing for intimidation, just showing you its great stature before it immediately just boom teleports right in front of you.
Hi. Hello.
Talking about your jump scare. What a sight you are. So I guess it is time to give you a choice, Mr. What was the name of the spider?
Fenrius.
Mr. Vendrios. What kind of relationship do you want to have with us?
One where you live.
We are already living.
and go. Goodbye.
Say the word, Priscilla. Just as soon as you're done with your negotiations.
Look at you and say, let's go. In that direction, and I point that towards the spider. Just to be clear.
All right. I think with that, we can go ahead and roll initiative.
Are there
Is my
webs
30 still good?
already?
Yeah, you can use your 30.
Nice.
Are there
Are
any
you
webs
Oh,
rolling?
on
look
you?
at you.
Is
You're
that your
also
question?
attractive.
Are you rolling for everyone, or do we need to roll?
Just
We
switch
can
this
go
to
ahead
30.
and-
Wow. Oh, I guess mine should be 32 then, because it's 30 plus incredible initiative.
Everybody go ahead, roll your initiatives. And I will roll for the spider.
I have to wisdom.
Ooh.
Oof, yes.
All right.
Miss
Well, with that-
Foster. Let's go.
Who has not? Okay, sorry. Trigori, why didn't you get added to the initiative? Well, that's better.
Oh, by the way,
Well,
my
I'm
initiative
gonna
should be
immediately
32.
be a jerk and reduce that. Sorry, not sorry. Oop, nope. Stop that.
I will remember
Boundary.
this.
Nope. All right, we're keeping 31 because
I'm just kidding.
I'm not in the mood to fight Foundry tonight. No offense, Foundry. This is probably a USCR error.
It's also
let's
paused at the
begin.
moment.
With Tagori, that's tormented.
That
You're up
scared the
first.
crap
but
out of me. I'm not
rolled a
first, though.
35.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
am first.
Oh, by the
Why
way, I should be at 32.
What?
I'm not even close to
Okay,
first.
okay. At a certain point, it's not my. Okay, so Ulysses, you're 32.
Thank you.
The stream
gonna
is
do this live,
or
folks.
Foundry is paused.
Not
Yeah,
anymore.
Not anymore. This should be good.
All right, Foster, you're up.
All right, so I point my halberd towards the spider. And as the place starts to get dimmer, the lights start slowly getting dimmer, and you can hear some whispers in the air. My eyes start glowing, and I enter a spirit trance,
All
and my
right.
voice changes. Hello, creature. It is time to face your doom. I enter the spirit trance, and I rush in this direction because I remember the con thing. And I spend my third action striking.
All right, so you can go ahead and hover above the spider and hit T. That'll let you target the creature.
Or you can use the target button on the hot bar on
You
the left.
could also use the target
Oh.
button. Either one
Or
works.
double right click it.
Ooh.
Double right click
Okay.
it. There is
What
Foundry is
you-
really intuitive about letting you hit stuff.
All right, so it's a +1 because of the spirit trance.
Mhm.
My potency is spirit. Ability. I add my wisdom here because this weapon is right now my fetish. This is the beloved heirloom weapon of my guest spirit, and this is a +15 to my roll. Oh,
Well, a natural 1, unfortunately, is a critical failure. You swing wide, but alas, no effect, as it quickly phases in and out, and you hit the ground, and it phases right back in. That's gonna
scandalous.
bring us to Ulysses.
Okay.
Sorry, I can talk. You're up.
I look up above, and even though there's very clearly a ceiling. Borum, it is time for you to take over. And I too will enter my spirit trance.
All right.
And then because the longbow is my fetish, that'll get wisdom to attack roll. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sounds about right.
So
Yes.
this will be at a +2 from where it currently is. Oh, but
And
before I
also
do that,
for damage rolls.
oh, okay. So I will, before I do that, I'll enter the. So as like my spirit is taking over me, like this expert marksman just enters my body, and I will also enter point blank stance
All
or
right.
point blank shot stance, and then I will
There
fire
you go.
at this thing. So this should be +2. 24.
24. That is gonna hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Okay, so this is going to be my damage modifier plus wisdom. Is that correct?
Wisdom replaces your normal ability score.
Okay, but this it's a longbow. It doesn't normally.
That's correct. So yeah, it's
So is it
your
2d8
damage
plus
and
4 or is
your
it just
damage.
2d8?
It's 2d8 plus 4.
Okay. So that should be 13 piercing damage.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
you feel the spirit literally take over as you draw this like ethereal bow, pull back on the drawstring and fire, and this almost like glowing arrow sinks right into the spider's side. That's gonna bring us to Tagori, the Tormented.
Gori, with a heavy sigh, just kind of flips that dagger around in his hand for a moment, and then just in one swift motion will just cut down the air as I punch my desk, open a small rift, and just let the spirit wash over him as he's also going to enter a trance. And with just this screech, this deathly wail, his best friend ever, sorry to the rest of you, Lily Smith, will pour out. Just cause this, dark energy to radiate for a second, and then his eyes will open. Dart forward. No. When I enter my trance, I can make an intimidation check, which I would
Go
like
ahead
to
and
do.
make
That's because of your subclass.
Yeah.
yep,
Which
make
is
a
very
DC
cool.
20 intimidation. See if we can demoralize.
Roll. Should be a 21.
You just hit it.
Oof.
Okay,
I have
it
a
is
+1
frightened
because I
one.
get my bonus from being in the seance.
All right. It is now frightened.
Love it.
Beautiful.
And then we'll move on up. I said we'll move on up.
And it's flat-footed.
And I'm going to try to trip it.
Do you have enough Oh yeah, because you could automatically do it for free. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead and let's see
And
y'all.
because of unexpected maneuvers, I can use the element of surprise to control my opponents. Enemies that are flat-footed against me also apply the circumstance penalty to their reflex DC against attempts to trip or disarm.
This is messed up, Pathfinder. How dare you do this to me? All right, go ahead and make your.
That's a
Oh, that's good.
25.
That's good. And and Spider has a -3, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on top of all that, it's now broned.
Just go dashing forward, slash one of the legs, kick another
It
one.
immediately like falls over.
Now I'm done.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, that's gonna bring us to Ether Spider. With Aster on deck. Well, you did the thing, which is fun. First, we're going to do a little layer action. I need everyone to make me a. Okay, so sorry. The first two creatures around me, so Tagori and Alyssa. No, not Alyssa's. Foster
Foster.
and Tagori both need to make me DC 23 basic reflex saving throws, taking 2d8 plus 10 bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
1d6.
You are fine because you can.
Is it
There's not a
basic or
curse or
is this?
misfortune. Yep. So you take half damage.
16.
That is going to fail.
Yes. Oh, Tagori, remember your spirit trance bonus.
All right. So that's 20 points of damage, and then. So what happens is immediately you can see the phase spider look up, its eyes shift to like glow blue, and then shifts back as two stalactites appear out of nowhere and fall right on top of you. Tagori, you're the only one who manages to sidestep it. However, Foster, you immediately like try jumping out of the way, but overextend yourself, and you still get hit with like a chunk of rock.
Luckily, I
As for
had
the
my temporary
spider-
hit points.
It is going to use an action to teleport here to here. Use one action to stand up so we can get rid of this prone effect. Oh no, it should still be frightened. I misclicked.
Yeah, you take that fright.
Go back to being scared.
Wait,
Last
doesn't
time
its
it
frighten go away at the end of its turn?
At the end.
Yes, but I accidentally clicked it off. So that was 1, 2, and I can make a web strike.
Oh, it's
I
still
don't-
going. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, that was just part of the hazard called the phase stalactite.
Oh, that wasn't
I
a
gave
part
this
of
thing a
its.
layer.
Oh no. Okay.
And would you know, I could just go ahead and shoot Miss Foster with a hit by 20. All right, you are immobilized, and you have to make a. Well, let me put that there. And you're stuck to the nearest surface, so that was going to be the floor, and you need to use it. Make an escape DC of 22 to get out of it.
Jesus, I have to spend an action for that, right?
Yep. You are now
Okay.
stuck to the floor.
All right.
Aster, you are up.
Okay. I am doing. It looks like I'm going to be in need of your data set post haste, and I am also going to go into my spirit trance.
Okay.
Other than the webs around Miss Foster, are there webs anywhere else?
There are webs around all of the walls, specifically. A little bit on the ground, but less so. Less so in comparison to the floor.
I was gonna see about setting it on fire, but we'll wait until somebody is not enwebbed. So instead, I'm going to cast Daze.
Right?
Should still
That
be.
is a will saving throw on my end. Oh boy. 17.
Fails.
That fails. So go ahead and roll damage.
Should it still be frightened?
I
I think it's failing regardless, but
So that
It's
would
failing
be
regardless, yeah.
6 because of my trance adds things to my spell attack. Correct?
Daze does not have a spell attack.
yeah, it's a save.
Okay. So that's 3 actions. One, to have the spirit come over to you, and then you immediately try to blind it, and it's just like you can see it like reeling back for a quick second in reaction. All right, Miss Foster, you're stuck to the floor. What are you doing?
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to try is to escape using my halberd. I'm going to attempt an attack roll.
It is either an unarmed attack or
Or an arm.
unarmed attack, acrobatics, or athletics to escape.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to try athletics instead. I'm
All
going to
right.
channel the power of Zirvild, who made me an expert in athletics today. Let's see how it rolls. Athletics. expert. And I have a +1 because of my spirit trance. Oh, I didn't add the bonus. So just
No, that is
29.
more than fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
You, like a champ, step out of this. Nothing is gonna keep you down. That is one of your actions.
All right. I do a power pose as I get free from the spider web. Then I quickly continue strutting towards the creature. You
All right.
see. I'm going to stand here. I can do that, right? Yes.
Mhm.
And
What's your move speed?
as my last action, I'm going to. This time, I'm going to cast Shield. I want to tank
right.
and draw attention. Swoop. Try your best with me, little creature.
I'm just gonna give you the effect shield.
Thank you very much.
Here you go. Ulysses.
Is this a clear shot, or is this thing going to have cover because of this wall over here?
I'm gonna say it's gonna have at least partial cover.
All right, then I'll start by striding.
All right.
Stride to here.
Yep. Now you got a perfect shot.
All right. Still targeting it. First arrow.
Ooh.
29.
29 hits. Go ahead, roll some damage.
So that's 11 damage.
11 damage.
And then second strike.
Ouch. So you should still have one more action left. Woo, another hit.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll
Beautiful.
damage again
For another 11.
for another 11 damage. Well, first off, ow. I'm just gonna say that.
That's my turn.
I also want you to go ahead and make a DC 10 flat check for me. Ulysses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Natural 20, you
You're
don't
fine.
care.
Never
Nice.
mind. A stalactite phases in, but you're apparently too cool for that and can just get out of the way.
Tagoriel,
Let's get race into Tagori.
just like set the blade against the wound, just letting the blood pour into it. Oh, you are going to regret that. And just then one action to cast shield and let the daggers create this very thin barrier of energy. We're gonna move on up and then just dive and try to drive the dagger into it.
All right. Go ahead and give me that check for me. Let's make a strike. That's good.
It's a total of an 18.
No.
It's flat-footed to me, if
one
that
off.
counts. Because I'm flanking, right?
You
It's
attempt to strike
actually
it.
it's actually a 19 because there says that you're counting dexterity when it's actually wisdom.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
never mind. That is just going to hit. Go ahead, roll damage.
Yay.
And then +1 from the trance, so it's actually 20.
All right, so I'm gonna
Well,
have
no,
words
isn't
with
it +1
Luigi
from the
later
trance and
about
then +1
reminding
from
players of
wisdom?
cool stuff
Yes,
they
so
can
it's
do.
19.
Yeah. Okay.
19.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's a
yeah,
19
I
damage.
get you.
That. Go ahead, roll damage.
That's wrong. It should be D6s.
Go ahead, just roll 2d6, and then I'll take care of the rest.
8
So it's
All right.
12
plus
damage?
wisdom, so 4. Or for 12, yeah.
Yes.
once again. Ow. Please stop.
Have you tried? No.
Okay, fine. Then it's my turn. It's going to...
Yeah, move. I dare
Use a
you.
5-foot
I
step.
dare you. Move.
It is going to teleport here.
Is that a move action?
It is not one that provokes attack of opportunity. If that's what you're
Okay.
asking, because it is a teleportation effect.
Okay.
Type of spell.
There's got to be a way. Ah, here we go. Web burst. All right, if you're in this cone, I'm gonna put it in the chat for everyone to see. Web burst. In a 30-foot cone, these webs can phase in between the material plane and ethereal plane. Each creature in the area is immobilized unless you succeed a DC 22 reflex saving throw.
All right, let's go.
25.
25. You're fine. Miss
Nope.
Foster, once again, you're stuck in there.
You do have hero points. Or
Nah, I will not.
All right, and once again, Foster, you're the closest one to me. I'm gonna make that strike.
Go ahead and
Try to
try
stick
it.
your teeth in, and I miss. No.
Oh, you did. You cannot hit perfection.
All right. Well, fine. You're even with your flat-footedness, it's still gonna miss. So that's just take that. Aster, you're up.
Okay. I'm do a thing that sounds cool.
All right, do the thing that sounds cool.
I gotta move
Very
first.
important.
Do it for the vine.
I ain't gonna do it.
See, you are old, James.
No, I was alive during Vine's peak. Was I in 4th grade? Maybe, but we don't need to talk about that.
Don't think it's okay. I can't get close enough.
Did
For
you
that
just
one.
stride out of curiosity?
I did.
Go ahead and roll me a DC 10 flat check.
$11.
You're fine. As a stalactite falls and crashes behind you.
Nice. I'm gonna do a different kind of stupid thing.
I love doing stuff
because I'm not close enough to do the cool thing I wanted to do. Produce flame. Does it catch things on fire?
Only on a critical hit, I believe.
Yeah, I think only on a crit success it can.
Because I want to try and target just the web with my produce flame and catch the webs on fire.
It's a very creative use of produce flame. I'm gonna double check it as I
don't think it
on a
burn
crit success it takes
though.
persistent fire damage. You're targeting specifically the web.
Yes.
So I don't even know what DC to give this. All right, go ahead and make a spell attack roll.
How do
You attack with a +1, so you have 31.
So it's 31.
I feel like it would just
Listen, you can't keep getting away with this. You with your spirit in perfect tandem create a small sphere of fire and shoot it at the ground, and using a very it's almost like when you set doing controlled forest fires where you manage to burn up the area around it. I'm gonna say it is a very creative use, and I will allow it. And you will burn away the effect.
Cool.
The web that was once there, no longer there. Is that the end of your
James
turn?
is not going to invite me to play games anymore.
No.
Thank you so much, dear. Does that mean that I am not immobilized anymore?
You're no longer immobilized.
There you go, love.
You're so good. Thank you very much.
All right, Miss Foster, you are up.
Light
I
'em
am
up.
ready for this. So, first of all, I'm going to attack because my weapon is rich.
Yeah, go ahead.
Strike. Done. Potential
Halberds are
rune.
fun weapons.
Yes. This is a +1 status. +4 ability.
All right.
Good hit.
At 26.
Well, that's gonna hit. So
That's
much damage.
16 +4 for wisdom. So 20 damage.
Not dead, but it ain't happy. If that could give you any semblance of where its HP is at.
Oh yes, that is completely welcome in my life. Then I will continue attacking.
All right.
To do the spread experimental. Yeah, I have nothing else to do here, nothing better. So yes, strike +5. Add like +10 to my roll. I don't want to keep summoning things. Okay, critical failure.
Good news. I don't have to add anything.
That's okay. And I cast shield again.
All right, keeping shield up. That's gonna bring us to Ulysses.
Ulysses.
Sus.
Really sus.
You can do
Alright,
it.
speaking of sus things, I'm gonna just strike, because, yeah.
All right, go ahead, make a strike.
34.
How do you want to do this? That is so much more of its HP.
Let's
It has
go
3
with...
hit points. I would like to tell you that right now. It got it down to 3.
Oh.
Oh.
So the arrow's gonna fly right through its mouth and just tear through all of its innards and then just shoot out the back.
Yeah, it reels as it sees its web being burnt up, and you just hear a no, and immediately with that is it just like yells this. Your arrow sinks down its throat, and you just hear a and it just turns on its side as the arrow exits out the back, and it just does like the spider thing. I don't know what it's technically called, where it just goes onto its back and its legs curl up.
Oh.
That was so much damage.
Could I offer an addition to the killing blow?
What would you like to do?
As the arrow sinks in, could I expend my use of Ill Omen to make it see its death and feel its death before the death actually gets there, so it has to feel it twice?
I'm gonna say that's so.
What
metal,
alignment
I'll
is your
allow
character?
I love it.
Apparently evil.
Yeah, we're gonna need to talk about your alignment after this one shot. It might need to change.
Whatever it
My-
was before, it's now chaotic evil. Congrats.
My character block just says you're sad and you have depression, and that's it.
So what do? You impart
That is
said
not
depression
what I
as-
wrote. I have a whole backstory for
That
this.
is what you interpreted it
the
to
reader's
be.
I have a
interpretation.
+15 to depression, okay?
That's a
We're gonna
lot.
get that on a t-shirt somewhere. But with that, you manage to defeat Fenris. What are you taking back? So you could collect your reward from Countess Carmilla Calypso.
The fangs.
Take the whole head.
How big is this head?
It's a large creature, so I'd say about 2 feet.
Well, I'm not gonna be the one dragging it around. So one of you guys can do that.
I said
Maybe
that we
we
should have
can-
invested in a bag of holding, but no one listens to me.
Do we even have a bag of holding?
No, in the last town I said we should have invested in one, but no, instead we went drinking.
Okay, I fail to see the problem.
Yeah.
That's why you're
Same
carrying
thing.
the head.
Like
Okay,
hell I
but
am.
how about the fang? Like a
We can-
huge
yeah.
spider hang would be like impossible to confuse, right?
That's what I thought.
Is there anything
so
else in the
making
lair?
Sure you did.
Fangs, we're gonna go transition real quick.
Is it
And,
anything else in the lair?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
So good at that.
Let's see if I remembered to add more.
20.
You find between various different treasures about 25 gold pieces. These are just random cool objects that managed to find its way here, whether through adventurers or just parts of Fenris's collection. I was trying to find another word for collection. Hoard. That might be better.
Should I extract the fangs?
I'm gonna say.
I believe so, yes. We
I'm
can-
not even gonna have you roll for it. I think you would know specifically how to deal with it. So you're not gonna injure yourself or poison yourself. With that, you all head back to you travel back to the edge of the Sunderwood, make your way into the local town of Califas, and there you first notice the big Hunter's Guild. It has various animals carved into the sides of its building. You enter with the fangs and you see a little clerk lady just standing there, elven, blonde hair, wearing almost like a 3-piece suit, and is just taking notes as you enter. And she goes, "Oh, adventurers, welcome. How may I help you?"
Oh, hello,
Spider.
my darling.
Spider, but
We're
What do
here
you
to
mean?
collect. I push the paper from the bounty onto the table.
oh, from the Countess. Yes, I heard news that was a rather difficult one. And she takes the paper. slides
Super
it off
easy,
the
barely
desk.
an inconvenience.
She opens a drawer where you hear like tons of gold like clang around and hit each other, pulls out a bag, places the 250 gold in front of you. And if you would just sign here, please, this will notify the Countess that it is done and you have collected your reward. And hands the pen off to whoever wants to sign for it.
Aster's gonna sign quickly before this clerk lady realizes she didn't take the fangs.
All right. You sign, and as you start to go away, he goes, Turn it back around. Thanks.
You're welcome.
No, not thanks. Thanks, or head, or some proof of burden. If not, that 250 gold teleports right back to my drawer.
Darling, I believe you can give this beautiful lady the fang that we collected.
What are you going to do with
It's
spider
cute.
fangs? Give them over.
Prove that it's
Here, I will give one of the spider fangs.
I was thinking
is
exactly
wrapped.
the same.
You look
You read my mind. That's
I-
exactly
I-
what I was
oh.
thinking.
the parcel, sees the fang, identifies it properly, rolls it back up, and you see her mutter like a quick spell, and it like the parcel turns into like blue dust as it fades off. Well,
Spell.
our business is concluded. Thank you. Have a great day.
That is one heck of a library system.
And with that, I'm gonna thank everyone for joining us for
Did it!
this
You.
really
We're
fun
the best!
adventure. I am so excited to see what the rest of Third Party Con. I'd also like to give a special thank you to Legendary Games for not only letting us use the medium class, getting us the original writer of it, of course, but also just for working with us. They're really, really, really cool. Check out the medium class over at legendarygames.com or in DriveThruRPG. And of course, this was also partnered by Eldritch Osiris Games. 3 people actively work for them. I'll give you a hint. It's me, Luigi, and Matt. And yeah, thank you so much, Third Party Con, for hosting us. And whatever the next stream is, I bet you it is equally awesome. With that, everyone have a great day, afternoon, whenever this airs, and good night.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by Legendary Games. Legendary Games brings you beautiful bestiaries, killer classes, and character options, marvelous magic items, amazing adventures, kingdoms, and mass combat, epic campaigns, and so much more. Whether you love Pathfinder 1st or 2nd edition, Starfinder, or D&D 5e, LG's books will make your game legendary.
Coming up next, we have another actual play for you here from Team Plus, with Team Plus plays Pathfinder.
We're recording.
Hey there! Welcome to Team Plus Plays Pathfinder. For this stream, we'll be running through a third-party adventure called New Orcs on the Block, written by Brian Lane and Helen Sabor. We'll be showcasing third-party content from both sides of the table. Adding a face to the faceless, my name is Tony Saunders. I am one of the co-founders of Team Plus, longtime author, community leader, and fan of PF2, and I'm happy to be here with some wonderful people. First, let's welcome Jamie.
Hey guys, thanks Tony. I'm Jamie Trott of Jam Troll Games. I'm lucky enough to be a content creator for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, releasing stuff on Pathfinder Infinite, like the rest of these talented people. I've got a passion for storytelling and characters, but also helping to make games easy to run. So you'll find some useful tools of mine in the NPC Index line of books. I've also worked with the amazing Team Plus on Impossible Lands Plus, and I'm very excited to be playing in this one shot by Brian and Helen. So thank you for the invite.
And next we have David, aka Dem.
Hi, I'm Dem, or sometimes David. I'm a guy who helps out in some Discords. Big fan of Pathfinder 2e, and if you're looking for me in any books, I'll have an item in the upcoming Brewmaster's Compendium, so look forward to seeing the emergency coffin.
Following Dem, we have Helen Sabor.
Hi, I'm a recovering engineer who unfolds stories, legend, and table and on the paper. I'm the co-writer of Vellum and Lace, the premier Galorian fiction in Pathfinder Infinite, and author of several titles, including the Origami Folder archetype. Though lately it has all been orc, including this adventure.
And lastly, but certainly not least, we have Brian Lane of Lion's Brain Media, who is the GM for this wonderful adventure and also the author.
Hi, I'm Brian. People know me from Inkfinder and Frontiers of Magic over on Pathfinder Infinite, and I am excited to demo this adventure with these folks. The adventure we're going to be playing, this is just the first part of 5 that you can find in this Orc publication. I think we finally settled on Orcs Strong Together for the title of the whole book. This adventure can be integrated into your existing campaign on the Isle of Kortos, which is where a lot of Pathfinder 2nd Edition adventures take place. So without any further ado, I think we can go to the map. So Maravon is a bustling town surrounded by a wood-planked wall and trisected by 2 rivers that meet in a rapids-filled confluence. To the south of this busy town, a large camp of tents is clustered against a corner in the wall where green-skinned humanoids are working busily along the dirt-packed roads between the tents. This makeshift neighborhood is known as Axside. You are all headed into the makeshift town square in the center of this camp known as the Axe Pit in order to help with some recent animal attacks. So why don't we go around the table? Who do we see entering the town square this morning?
Would you like to start with, Brian?
Oh, let's go the order I have in the PC folder. I've got Artemis Fact Seeker first.
Artemis he's a witch of Witches Plus. He is a dark tapestry patron witch, and he has a flesh-forged gorilla elephant, which is from Impossible Lands Plus. So that's basically a little bit of a play on the Beastmaster, but focused on a combined animal companion, so to speak. I also have a tiny fairy dragon, and I look very dark, brooding clothing. I have a pointy witch's hat, and the art that I'm using for my token is actually Quinn H on Twitter, who I reached out to, was very okay with me using Witch Hazel as my token, and I just loved the image, so I went with that. And Artemis is very bookish, but he is focused. He's very driven, and he is using the background from the adventure called Diabol Double Agent, because I am playing the Consortium like a fiddle right now. So.
Hopefully nobody here is with the Consortium or be a double agent.
Yeah.
Fast.
All right.
Giving
away.
Blown your cover straight away.
Next on my list is Jamie with Bomba Thunderhoof.
Yes, that's right. So Bomba couldn't look more different, I don't think, from Artemis. So coming into this into the login area, you'll see a very small little poppet, a little sackcloth creature wearing quite adorable heavy armor, and he's sort of tromping and stomping along as much as a little poppet can. So Bomba is actually, I wanted to put in as much Team Plus content to this character as I possibly could, just to show off the amazing options that they've got. So whilst he is a cleric, he has got a number of options from those books. So he's an armor clad, firstly, as his doctrine. So hence the heavy armor and martial proficiency that hopefully you'll see shown off. I'm using a bunch of class feats as well, which I won't quite spoil yet, but they all come from Plus products. So basically, in brief, Bomba is, as his name might suggest, very bombastic. He is a cleric of Gorum, and he, like all clerics of Gorum, worships battle and strength, and is actually a dwarf who, through a magical blunder, no fault of his own, and he is currently seeking litigation in this, has been transformed into a poppet and is dealing with that sudden change in the only way he knows how, which is anger.
And you also have an adventure background. What is your adventure background called?
Yes, so the adventure background is... Oh, I've lost it. Where are we? Yeah, so former Abjuration Associates client. So Bomba, in his kind of former incarnation, was a pretty successful and mildly famous adventurer, warrior priest, traveling the country doing good. And he took a job for the Abjuration Associates, and through, in his mind, their negligence, ended up in the form that he is currently. So he's come back somewhat diminished, come back to his hometown to seek legal representation, to fight in a way that he is unaccustomed to, and that is a legal fight.
So diminished in form, but not in spirit.
Absolutely not.
Next on my list, I've got Helen with Danya Undying.
So Danya has also undergone a form transformation. Danya is a Leshy, and she sprouted forth from a tree that was one of the first trees to come into Axside. And they knew something terrible was going to happen, so sent Danya back into, reanimated Leshyhood again. But we knew this was pretty dark and needed, something to help fight it. So, using even more Team Plus material, in a previous incarnation, Danya had actually studied at the Ebon Mausoleum down in Geb and picked up all the necromancy you could ever want through that. So necromantic plant's going to be kind of fun to play, I figure here. But her take is I will use whatever it is to get this thing done. She doesn't know what though. She is a fated oracle, which is also another thing from Team Plus. I decided to kind of play that because I did help co-write parts of this. So if I accidentally say something, that's just Danya having seen the future. But there's actually some really great fun stuff with the fated oracle. So it's not just meta, but this will be really fun to play, I think.
Your co-author already has some surprises in store.
I purposely did not look at the doc for 3 days.
All right, and lastly, Dem, we've got GOG Burn Speaker.
Well, the options I picked are a little bit more core as a control for all the Team Plus options. I have a Flame Druid Elementalist with the Inlander background from Lost Omens World Guide. He is he's one with the Orcs of Axide, and she is trying to make sure that they're living in accordance with like sort of the elements and stuff, make sure that they're not polluting the river and like other stuff like that, and hopes to guide them and any potential government or other agencies here to work in accordance with her druidic ideals, and but most importantly, she wants the best for the Orcs of Axide. And she has a number of bits and baubles of various elements on her, not only fire.
Okay. Well, that's a relief. So just for the folks watching, so like I said, this adventure is designed to be integrated into other campaigns, but you can play it as a standalone like we're doing. So all of these characters, it sounds like, have been designed to already be familiar with Maravan and Axide, so we can just jump straight in. But if you were integrating into this your campaign on the Isle of Kortos or elsewhere, it's just a simple matter of your GM saying, hey, the folks over in Axide need help, and it just becomes a nice, cool side quest. So there's your little advertisement for your group. So as you make your way into the impromptu settlement and to the town square, you can notice many injured among the orc residents. So those of you who live in Axide, you've been seeing this for several days now, that some orcs are pushing through the pain to carry out their work, but others are laid up in their tents or actually laying along the side of the road, because this is not an official town district. There's no hospitals. There's not really much in the way of doctors' offices. They're really sort of left to themselves here. But despite the distress, the residents are friendly and they welcome you to Axide. You finally make your way to the Axbit and you find your contact who asked you to join her here today. This is Reganus Cantor. She's a manager within the Maravan Logging Guild. Many of you might know that she was one of the first residents of Axide. She was previously a site manager for the Churtle Lumber Concern. And she doesn't have an official position because there is nothing official about Axide, but she's sort of helping to coordinate a lot of the relief efforts, a lot of the, the district defenses and everything. And so she is very relieved to see you. She says, oh, thank you for coming, and welcome to Axide, those of you who are visiting. I wish I could give you a pleasant tour, but we're all making do right now. If you have any medical training, we would certainly welcome the help here in camp, but the immediate need is to deal with the monsters attacking us. We'll compensate you right away. We can't let the townies think that we're a burden, but we will absolutely compensate you right away.
Where are
no compensation necessary. Lead us to the monsters.
We absolutely insist. As for where the monsters are, they've been scurrying up beside the Adventure Club's dock while Crink has his back turned and working on his rafts. I told him his little club is going to close if those beasts attack his customers. He doesn't seem to want to listen to me. Anyway, I reckon that's where you can either find them or maybe try to lure them. I don't know.
Seems
Sounds like we
our,
go to the docks.
Yes. Let us go there.
our enemies are
What?
by the water, it seems.
Well,
What
you
kind of
mentioned
creatures are these?
Oh, we have identified them. Part of the reason it took so long to figure out what was going on is because every time we turned our heads, something different was attacking us. But we finally figured out these are bunyips we're dealing with.
bunyips, I see. And you mentioned injured. Well, I mean, as you can see, I am made entirely of sackcloth, so if there's something I know, it's how to do a stitch. Show me where you're injured are, and I will take care of them.
All right, well, maybe it won't do any good to patch up wounds if there's an attack while you're patching up wounds, so we'll gladly accept your medical assistance after maybe
I
you
see.
deal with the...
I didn't realize you were a medical doctor. That's good advice.
Sorry.
All right, any other questions for Reganis?
No, let's just go.
All right, let's go over to our first encounter map over at the Deluge Rapids. Any of you who are native would recognize this place as the Deluge River Rapids Adventure Club, which is operated by a group of goblins who wanted to cast off the burdens of fishing life and decided to open up a river raftings club. When you approach, you can see these goblin proprietors kind of stitching up some rafts, and they see you and they wave, but they don't know whether you're customers or not, so they're just going to go back to their stitching. And eventually you find your way to the dock where they launch from. This is the dock that Reganis was referring to, that it seems like these bunyips might be coming from. So you should have your player character icons on the right side there, over on the east edge. What does everybody do? How would you like to handle this?
What do I know about bunyips?
I would be glad to entertain a nature or survival check. Or no, just nature. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I would be glad to entertain a nature check.
All right.
And go ahead and make that private to the GM if you don't mind. Let's see. Okay. You know quite a good deal about bunyips. Bunyips are dangerous aquatic predators that resemble a cross between a shark and a seal. They're found in freshwater or saltwater inlets or saltwater coves worldwide. So they're maybe a little bit farther north than you're accustomed to seeing bunyips. So that's already making you scratch your head a little bit. One of the things they are known for, though, is their ability to shift form, which is a little bit interesting because they're not magical. They are straight up animals. But they do have this ability to change from their aquatic form to either a snake-like form or a crocodile-like form. And so that would explain why they come from the water, but they're able to terrorize the camp, is that once they're on the land, they can get a land speed instead of flopping about. You rolled high enough. I would be glad to give you 2 pieces of information that you would like.
All right. Do these have the water trait?
No, actually, let me go ahead and give you traits, because I like to give that standard. They are medium-sized. They have the animal and aquatic traits. So water is usually for like an elemental or something with some magic. They just have aquatic, which means they can breathe in the water, they get bonuses to their underwater combat, or they are less hampered by their underwater combat.
I think of any weaknesses.
You don't know of any weaknesses, usually not for animals, but you're pretty sure you don't want to bleed around them.
I won't. I will keep my blood inside. Well, in that case, what are their saves like?
Fortunately for me, I have no blood. Only flesh.
Being animals, they are pretty easily manipulated mentally.
Yes. Well, I should go and talk to them then. Have a stern talking to if they're the ones that are harassing us.
Yeah.
As these creatures of water and earth shall not hurt us anymore. Does anyone have any objections to this?
None whatsoever. I don't want to get wet. Do you know how long it'll take for me to dry out?
You can attempt, but I do not think it will help, but you can try.
Yes. Well, as a druid, I must
Yes.
come to these situations with first a strong word, and then we shall see.
So you can, you might take a minute to look out over the riverbank there. They're generally not just hanging out by the docks.
Oh.
Right? Like they could be anywhere in the river. So you're pretty sure you're going to have to lure them to you. So what I would like somebody to do is describe how you're going to lure them, and then I'll have you make a check. Probably nature or survival, unless you come up with something more clever.
I don't think I'm going to be very appealing. I probably don't get many poppets to eat.
Is it eating that draws them here? What can I know?
Could I ask some fish to come by?
Sure.
Okay,
this is your wild empathy, I think.
Yes, this is my. I'm just going to ask the fish to come on by.
Okay.
No problem.
Go ahead. And I think you still do that through the
cool.
diplomacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a diplomacy check.
Come fish and give your life for this cause.
Yes.
Yeah, you get a nice school of fish to come up to you. There's some minnows, there's some bass, there's even a carp.
Oh.
Doing some cool Aquaman stuff here.
How wonderful. Then I will. I'll cast Spout on their location and just sort of like scatter them everywhere. Probably either stunned or dead or something. To try to lure over these fish. I mean, these ships.
What type of damage does Spout deal?
It's bludgeoning, but like I could just like poke a few of them.
So the ones who land back on the water, like they're just kind of like they get tossed around in the water all day. But you do get a couple that hit the riverbank, and you're pretty sure you knocked them out.
Wonderful. All right.
And in fact, why don't you? Let me see. Spout is a saving throw. Let me just, for the heck of it, make a saving throw for the fish.
It's like he's throwing a stick of dynamite in the river.
Yeah. Let's do it. I think it's just roll d20. See how badly they do. A 5 on the die. Okay, yeah. So one of them lands. Pretty sure its neck bends in the wrong direction, and there is some blood coming out.
Wonderful. Thank you, fish, for your blood, for your life water. As I then collect them.
Wait, I don't eat.
Does anyone want any fish before I give this? Everyone all right? Okay.
I'm sure I could do something. No, sorry.
I ate this morning.
Okay, there you go. You eat one. And I rest out there.
Okay, how far are you throwing it out? Or are you walking it out yourself? How do you want to do this?
I will like. I was like, wow, here's the bounty. I mean, maybe I think it's appropriate. I like to be the elements. So I'll be at least like a little like ankle deep on the, I assume, sinking.
Yeah. So I should point out the raft there is angled. So if you're at all worried about climbing down the riverbank, you can get down there easily. I've got notes somewhere about. Oh yeah, the river becomes 5 feet deep, 60 feet out from the edge of the riverbank. So it's a very gentle slope there, right? They do river rapids here, so they picked a good spot for it. So you can get out as pretty much as far as you would like, I would think.
I'll just like stand on the edge then, I guess, with a little bit to put myself in a slightly vulnerable position, I guess, because sometimes that is an important
I will
part
join
of
you, friend.
So what I'll ask for you now then, if everybody else wants to maybe take a minute to get into position or do any sort of like preparation or anything, Dem, if you can make a secret nature or survival check, your choice, go ahead and give yourself a +2 item bonus for the bleeding fish.
Thank you. That's my favorite new item. I think I hold shift, right? Oh no, that's automatic. Let me try that again.
Cool. Okay, so I have the DC in front of me. I'm looking at the condition for what you rolled. So everybody, you don't see the bunyips quite yet, but you get the sense they'll probably be here soon. Everybody has 1 round to do any sort of preparation, buffing spell, anything you would like.
I shall take a glimpse into the future.
So I'll take that as a no that I can't cast wildfire on the water.
No.
Or if you allow me to do that.
I'm guessing that has the fire trait.
Yes.
Aquatic combat. You can't cast fire spells or use actions with the fire trait.
I will just simply
underwater.
Well, how about I'll just wait to cast message on one of the bunyips in case I see them.
Okay, that sounds fair. All right, and anybody else need to talk through any preparations you're doing?
I think Bron is just going to edge forward cautiously, draw his great sword, which is, probably like a toothpick to everybody else. But
pocket-sized great sword. One thing
he's very proud of it.
One thing I don't miss from Pathfinder 1 was weapon size.
But yes, absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Well, it is after that one round that, sure enough, bunyips emerge from the water. They poke their heads out. And we can all roll for initiative. Let's see. I'm fine if y'all want to pick what you want to roll based on your preparations. For a one-time stream, I don't think I feel like adjudicating that, but you can go ahead and roll. Let's see.
See, I would say diplomacy, but perception is probably better for
Perception,
me.
probably.
My wisdom is quite high.
One, bunny, two. Okay. And I think we're just waiting for our poppet.
Oh, sorry. It's 20. My initiative is. I rolled it in.
Okay. Okay. How do I? Okay. I think I can just. Okay. I'll just click and drag it. Oh well, you rolled the highest. So. Update. Here we go. Initiative value 20. There we go. All right, and then I go to begin encounter. There we go. All right. Does everybody have an initiative tracker? Oh yeah. Should be on the on the encounter tab. Okay. Everybody sees the bunyips, right? I think I made those visible.
Yeah, we don't see them on the encounter tracker though, in case that's.
Okay.
It might not be important. You can hide them.
Here we go. I had them. They defaulted to hidden, but I can fix that easily. Participant and hide. There we go. All right. So JV, you are up first.
Okay. Well, as part of rolling initiative. Where's my feats? There they are. Okay, so as part of rolling initiative, I can use my first class feat from plus product, which is 2 arms. So as part of rolling initiative, empowered by the might of my deity, I rush into battle. So my first action on my first turn, I can stride as a free action towards an enemy I can perceive. So I'm going to do that and just move up closer. He's very unhappy about being wet, but the sort of joy of battle is overtaking him at this point. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to cast a spell. I think I'm just, because they're out of range for me, really, I'm just going to cast Forbidding Ward on this guy here, and on Gog, to provide Gog with a little bit of defense. And as my third action, I think I'll just cast Shield on myself. So just readying myself for when they close in.
All right, which bunyip was it that got the Forbidding Ward?
Sorry, this ping.
Northern one. Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, the northern one. Yeah.
All right. That was all 3 of your actions?
That was all 3 of my actions. So he's just going to move up next to Gog and say to her as he does, I may be small and soft, but I've got a big heart and a big soul to back it up. Well, it's big to me anyway. And
big arm
readies himself.
All right. In the druid time.
Would I be able to spend like my full turn being diplomatic and or being like, why do you hail into these waters, creatures?
Yeah. So the way, because I was looking up Wild Empathy. Thank you for reminding me ahead of time that all druids get that. It says usually wild animals give you the time necessary to make your case. So
Yes.
we can call that, your whole turn, or if we want to say you are making a request of them, making a request is one action. So why don't you describe what it is you want to do, and then maybe we can negotiate how many actions you want to spend on it.
Okay, I would want to be like, at first, just like, wait a second, and then I would be like, why are you down here? This isn't where you're supposed to be usually, and you're hurting us, and we will kill you.
Okay.
But we don't want to have to do that, so,
Why don't you give me a perception roll to sense motive on their response?
Okay. I will do that blindly.
All right, that is a number, and I'm looking at their number. Okay, so you actually notice they do respond to you. So the way I interpret wild empathy, it says you can make simple requests of them, right?
Yeah.
So something like "Why are you here?" is a bit more complicated, right? Because that's on the level of like speak with animals. But as soon as you mention "we will hurt you," they both kind of just like shift a little bit. And you actually notice that they're like, I don't know how to describe an aquatic creature as limping, but when they are like swimming with their tail, you notice that as it goes back and forth on one side, it kind of like seems to hurt a little bit. They seem to be each favoring one side. And as soon as you communicated hurt to them, like they seem to respond like, ouch.
Okay.
Let's call that one action to sense motive.
Okay. Then I want to be like to my party, like, wait, my brother in battle. It seems they've already been through a war. It seems. I think. Could I spend an action to ask them to lead us to where they got hurt, or something like that?
Yeah. Why don't you let's call that your make a request. So let's make that a diplomacy check.
Okay.
I will lower the DC on my magic screen.
Thank you. Oh, I rolled that blindly, I think.
No, well, you crit succeeded.
Yay!
And so they don't start leading you anywhere. One of them just turns, and you can actually see the side where it was aching, and you can tell there's something there, but you're a little too far away to actually make it out.
Okay. But
That's a big spot. Aim for that.
Approach. Can I swim to approach?
You can swim to approach, yeah.
Okay.
It's shallow enough to wade. You're probably
okay.
like chest deep by the time you get up to it.
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure if I can get all the way up to it, since is it like difficult terrain? But
Oh yeah, I suppose. Let's see.
I can get up to here.
Yeah. Let's say you get to that 15-foot mark, and let's call that close enough.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
What does the bunyip look like right now? Does it look like a alligator?
No, they're in their aquatic form.
Okay.
I believe that's the art for the printed one, because it's a cross between a porpoise and a shark or something.
I think Artemis is still like, what are you doing? Don't swim up to it.
Well, because the thing is, he's not actually, she's not actually speaking, right? Because she's just like,
Yeah, that's true.
You're like grunt at it and then jump in the water. I'm like, whoa, this is
the one that's supposed to be mad.
Actually,
that's
I did tell all of you.
That bunyip is actually next, and so that bunyip will actually close the remaining distance so that you can see.
All right.
And as soon as that bunyip gets up next to you, you are able to see a mark on the bunyip. And I'm going to show it in the lower right corner of the screen. You see this mark on the bunyip's, what would be their hip, so to speak.
Oh, there? What is this? Oh.
Am I able to see that from where I am? Or am I a little too far away? Yeah.
But does Dem want to say, y'all got to come see this?
Yes. There's something strange here.
We will take the CinemaSin and say, you got to come look at this.
You got to come, yeah.
And we come to Tony.
Oh, whoops.
I
Nope.
want to my cat decided to come to pay a visit. I would like to investigate the mark if that's been clearly
I'm
stated.
sharing it, at
It has
least.
been clearly stated.
They've been through a battle already, it seems.
I have 30 feet movement, so I think maybe I can get into the water.
Yeah, you should be fine.
And then I will roll
I'm a sucker
a...
for diplomatic resolution, so I'll hand wave the swimming.
What do you want? I have dubious knowledge, Brian. So
I love dubious knowledge.
Love dubious knowledge.
Cool. Do we love it? So
we love it when we remember that we have it. Ask my thaumaturge.
I want to make sure I roll this secret. So if you click this, which skill would I be rolling here? Do I know? I would think society.
Yeah, I would suggest society or arcana. I'm also open to other suggestions.
I'm very good at society. I am very familiar
let's go
with
society.
Yeah, so that's probably my. So this is a private GM roll or blind GM roll? I think blind, right? I always forget.
It's blind.
Blind.
Private means you're doing it.
Private means it's just between you and me.
Between us, I got you.
All right, I have my DC.
So I'm confident in whatever it is.
You are no matter what you roll, you are confident. All right, so you are confident that this is akin to a cattle brand.
Oh.
Right, so it's like it's kind of on their back hip, sort of, and you recognize the symbol as belonging to a very, I hate to say very rare because rare is rare in PF2, but a very little known creature known as the Damper Sand Dragon.
Ooh.
And you know that this is basically a branding mark because the Damper Sand Dragon maintains this like herd of bunyips, like a herd of cattle, and brands them all like this.
They are chattel for the Damper Sand Dragon. We should free them.
I didn't know there was a Damper Sand Dragon around here.
A what?
A Damper Sand Dragon.
Do we know anything about the Damper Sand Dragons besides they have?
You know that you know that they've been dormant for a long time. Like they pretty much are sealed away and like they've been hibernating or something. And so to see one of their marks out in the wild is like, whoa, that's a bit weird.
It is strange they've been gone for an age. Curious. Perhaps they escaped?
What are you looking at? I can't see from here. Tell it to come closer.
Because you are not tall enough.
All right.
I think that was that Tony's 3 actions. Sounds like
would have been 2 to move and then
strides
one
and a recall knowledge.
to
All right, it is the other bunyip's turn. It will come up. It will also present its mark.
Is it the same mark?
It is the same mark, yes.
You might be muted.
Sorry, your turn, Helen.
Oh, sorry. I
That
thought
was
people were still
happening.
talking. So Donnie's gonna try to get as close as she can. Let's just say to the edge. Doesn't have to jump in the water for this. And is going to take a glimpse of the future. And that is a Fated Oracle ability. And I want to roll a Prophecy Lore check to learn more about the Damper Sand Dragons. I get to use Charisma instead of Intelligence. Yeah, among other things. So, did I enter that skill right in my sheet? Probably not.
I think that
you can
sounds,
just
that sounds
fiddle with
right.
the numbers. Yeah.
This is your Oracle powder.
Also, I think you had your an aura turned on instead of moving, but
That's me.
Oh, wow.
That's my error, not Foundry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't put in an aura. Yeah, I'll just use my class.
Just for the visual for the folks at home.
Never put in my aura skill. I know this isn't great to say, but my thing is running real slow, probably because I'm trying to project it right now.
Yeah. Do you want to just give me the modifier and I'll make a private roll for myself?
Yeah. Come on. I really should have grabbed another copy of this myself. Oh, it's going
Christmas
so
for...
In 4 levels, so probably 10.
Yeah,
unless you're
probably is. It's
It's the same thing as your spell.
Yeah, you're right. It's my spell, so it's yeah.
It would also be the same as your intimidation, which is a plus 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all
there you
plus
go.
10. All right,
it's
we'll
charisma
do a D20
based.
plus 10. Okay, so you hear what's it describing? You hear Gog describing the Damper Sand Dragon. You're like, I don't think the Damper Sand Dragon is a cattle herder. But you also notice that the mark there is maybe a little bit sloppy. You would expect better calligraphy from a dragon.
From a dragon.
But this one just seems to be like the one I've showed you is the nice ideal stylized version. This one seems to be a little bit more like hastily made.
Oh, okay. So I think someone is trying to impersonate the Damper Sand Dragons, but that still is pretty terrible, actually. Here. I think it's time for me to just keep whispering and going into a... Okay, I feel like this actually isn't combat so much, but for fun, we're still going to go into a trance of secrets. If I can ever actually get anything to run here.
Well, we can also use your sheet too, so
yeah.
that might be
Trance of Secrets, that's one action, and as an oracle in my minor curse, I'm just going to keep whispering strange things, and allies within 30 feet who can hear that gets +1 status bonus to recall knowledge checks. We might have recalled all of our knowledge, but it feels like something I would do.
The bunyips hear you whispering. What's her deal? All right. That will wrap us back to Jamie.
Okay, so Bomber is kind of hopping up and down, jumping, trying to see, and then he just sighs really dejectedly. And he says, Gog, I can't see a thing from back here. Can you come and pick me up, please? But don't cuddle me. I'm not a hugger. And then I'm gonna delay.
That's what
Nobody
they all
cuddles
say.
a dwarf. All right, you will delay.
That's right. I may be cuddly now, but I'll always be a Thunderhoof.
And you're waiting for Gog to come and carry you?
I'll come back.
Does that sound all right for your 3 actions? Go, grab, and come back?
Of course. But I'm going to disarm them of their giant weapon if you're coming along. They might not want to see that. We are doing pretty well. But anyway, yes, I will do that. I'll pick you up and put your weapon aside, and then save your battles for another time. Your strength will still be needed.
Bomba comes up and Bomba sees that mark.
Very wise. Okay, so Bomba sees that mark, and as his face is sackcloth, like a kind of frowny expression sewn in, and button eyes. So as much as somebody with a fixed expression like that can look shocked, he does. And he says, that mark, I've seen it before. In fact, it's it's right here. And he sort of lifts up one of his little sackcloth feet. And you can see he's got that same mark. I don't know if it's sewn in or emblazoned, but it's on the bottom of one of his feet.
And I should point out the mark that you have on your foot is exactly like it appears on the screen. It is much more carefully marked.
Oh.
There's no jagged lines or anything. It's a much better job than this.
Huh.
I mean, it makes the sketch, the brand on the bunyips look sloppy.
Okay, and do I have any memory of where that came from?
You know that so when you were transformed by this magical backlash from a dwarf into a puppet, you woke up with it on your foot.
As a result of negligence.
As a result of negligence of Abjuration Associates Incorporated, yes.
That's right, that's okay. Okay, so I woke up with that. All right, I don't know what this is. You say it's from an ampersand? What is that? I don't know. I've never met one. Dampersand.
It sounds like you have.
Well, not to my knowledge. But I used to face down dragons and vanquish foes, and well, look at me now. Now I just try to avoid getting hugged all day. Damn this adorable form.
So now that we've had the dramatic moment, I think it's okay for us to drop out of initiative. Does anybody do anything for these poor bunyips?
Do you think healing would help? I mean, how long ago was the brand done? I'm not sure you can get rid of it.
I mean, it does not look fresh by any means, but you kind of get the sense anything you do might be helpful.
I don't know.
Like, I mean, they're wincing from it, and it's not fresh.
Yeah, a few of us are good at medicine, right? Yeah.
Let's tend to their wounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we do a round of anybody who wants to give me a medicine check?
So I have natural medicine. Can I use the natural muds?
You can absolutely nature up that medicine.
Perfect. Do I get the +2 bonus from being super nature? Or for being in a natural area?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're on a river, treating a
Fairy nature.
Okay.
Super nature.
I know all about, so my character has a bunch of more purposeful burn marks on them, so they know all about the treatment of them. So, because whole scarred orc, I guess.
Right, yeah.
There you go.
And also because I'm a flames druid who uses fire a lot, so that makes sense.
Very cool.
Medicine check, nature check.
Nature check for you, medicine for anybody else who wants it. Or if anybody's got a good diplomacy and wants to like talk them through the medicine process, we can call that an aid. 26, very nice.
I need to double check what my diplomas. Oh yeah, I could do diplomacy.
Hey, I was going for a higher thing, so I assume that'd be against 15, so that'd be a critical.
Oh, I wasn't actually calling it treat wounds. I just picked a DC based on level.
That makes sense.
I don't actually have HP damage for them.
Oh, hey!
Nice.
Oh, look at that. Gnat. I love the gnat.
Danya doesn't speak bunyip, and so it's like, it's going
Not so much.
She's still whispering,
I'm probably scaring them.
But with that crit success and a 26 for natural medicine, you don't get rid of the brand, like that would take long-term treatment, but you're able to like put on a salve and maybe feed them some fish they haven't had in a while, and they look very relieved. And then unless you have any other business, they are happy to go along their way. And as you watch them, you see them like go very far down the river. Like they look like they're coming back. You kind of get that sense.
Okay.
Excellent.
Good. I'm glad
Should
they
we
understand.
follow them?
I think they came from a different part than down the river. But you said that there was an ampersand, not the ampersand dragons, but someone who might pretend to be them.
Well,
I know of anyone who might.
I mean,
yeah, make me a let's do a society check, or what lore do you have?
I mean, I have forest lore, but society is also just as good for me.
Yeah. Why don't you do society? If anybody's got society, you can roll that, or if you've got if anybody has Maravon lore, you can do that too.
Go religion if that's any use.
Who would do a forgery?
Yep.
I would accept a religion lore. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's some sort of cult significance or something like that.
Once again, dubious knowledge, Brian.
Oh, dubious knowledge.
Dubious knowledge.
Yes.
The most problematic skill feat.
All right, where did these start? They started right after the crit succeed there. Okay.
Oh shoot, those were supposed to be secret. Oh well.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Sorry.
Let's see. That is society. You actually all succeed.
Oh wow.
Artemis has a critical success. So I can tell you a few things. You have heard. I don't know if this is related, but you've all heard of this radical prophet that has been meandering around the streets of Maravon, and it even found his way to Axide once or twice, proclaiming the wrath of Yundarun. Yundarun. The prophet is nowhere to be seen now, but he scared a lot of the residents. In fact, that's why some of them are not even bothering to go get treated, because they're like, oh no, Yundarun is coming. Nobody knows what a Yundarun is, except Artemis Crit succeeded enough to know that Yundarun is not the name of any deity known to be venerated in the Inner Sea region. But you do recognize it as sounding like a draconic name.
Is that Doomsayer speaking of dragons again? Perhaps he's responsible.
Well, even if he isn't, he might know something.
Guess
So how about an extra hero point to Artemis for uncovering that hidden little bit of knowledge?
Are you allowed to have 3?
You can have
We're just
3,
gonna
yeah.
say yes.
Get it more than 3, yeah. No, I learned to give out 2 because then you don't have to remember quite so badly. But all right. Anything else to do at this juncture, or are you ready to go report back?
I take a fish, and I like
Grab
sear
a
it,
fish, yeah.
and I like eat it. Is that all right?
That sounds great. Is anybody
Yeah.
allergic to fish?
No.
Not my
All right,
character.
everybody gets a grilled fish.
Excellent.
I'll put it on my character sheet.
Yep.
Does Payne get one too? Payne, I'll give mine to Payne if
course.
Yeah.
Yes.
There is plenty of fish in the sea.
Look, if Payne doesn't get one, I'll just blow up some more fish and get some there.
I think we can find something.
Payne is happy. Nom nom nom.
Helen, I moved us back to the town map, but it has you still on Deluge Rapids. I don't know if you want to try clicking there, or if you need to refresh or something. I know
We
trouble
are
moving you before.
Or we can. Oh, now it's coming over. No, gosh.
Okay. Yep. It just moved you.
I got a random
Yay.
roll. Don't know why. I just
random
tried
crafting
messing with the
roll.
bit rate to see if it would help my found rate.
You crafted your way back to town. So you make your way back to Axide, to the Axe Bit. When you return, you find Reganis Cantor, your contact there, once again in Axe Bit. But she is arguing with a gnome dressed in a suit, with his finely polished shoes at odds with the packed ground and mud beneath them of the camp. She also has a very stately looking gentleman behind her who is just kind of listening to the argument. He doesn't seem to be getting involved, but he's clearly standing on Reganis' side. And he is human. He's one of the few non-orcs in the area. And as you approach, Reganis is saying, but our policy specifically covers animal attacks. I don't understand why this wouldn't be covered. And the gnome says, the policy is clear. The workers on your policy are covered in town or at a job site. This little third-party camp of yours is neither of those, and therefore not covered by the policy. Let's see. Reganis rolls her eyes. Just behind her stands a broad-shouldered human with a head of wiry white hair, his fists on his hips. He is apparently displeased, but also seems to keep his voice calm. And he finally, as you approach, chimes in and says, you know well, there is not enough space in the town for these folk. Is there no provision we can invoke before needing to take this to court? Courts always rule in favor of the clients in these matters. And the gnome shakes his head vehemently. Abjuration Associates policies have been consistently applied ever since, and the human growls and cuts him off. I was there when your company was chartered. It was led by good folk, and I know it still employs good folk. The gnome shrugs uncomfortably. Abjuration Associates is always happy to collect feedback from our stakeholders. I will relay your request, but were it me, I would beseech a cleric. And the gnome turns and heads out back toward the gate that leads back into Marathon. The human places a comforting hand on Reganis' shoulder. Don't worry, my friend. We'll figure this out. And he finally turns to you. I'm sure we'll all get through this together. And these must be the fine adventurers you hired. I hope you lot were successful.
From a certain
My
point of
character
view.
would probably know. Yeah. Sorry.
I don't think the bunyips will be bothersome, but we don't know why they were bothersome is the problem.
Do tell.
They were agitated.
Agitated, that's a good word.
Agitated, like the spell agitate, or something?
Lowercase agitate. Unitalicized agitated.
Italicized agitate.
They were branded by that doomsayer that wandered the town, talking about dragon gods coming
The
someday.
Dapper Sand. Somebody's invoking the Dapper Sand dragons.
Oh, yes, I remember the legends of the Damper Sand dragons. I went on a mission once to try to investigate some Damper Sand ruins. But enough about my story time. Tell me more. How did you discover this? What did you do? Anyway, we don't have to roleplay out you. Yeah. You don't have to roleplay out telling everything that you just did, but you can tell that this guy is like super interested in everything that you have to say. And you're from the area. You would recognize him. This is Oaster the Jolly. He is a prominent member of the Marivon Town Council, and he is the primary supporter for making Axide an official town district. He's been the one to come in, welcome people, make sure they have supplies, etc. And he is a well-known adventurer in his own right, but he is just fascinated by the story that you tell about these bunyips. And so let's see. He has to leave soon. He listens to your story and he says, "Oh, I'm due back to town hall. But before I leave, I want to suggest that the town council can contribute funds to extend your stay and your work here if you're willing to help out around Axide. We can get you some compensation for helping this recovery effort. In fact, I'm sure Rigonis here has some places that you can work. You just whatever you charge, you send the bill to me. All right."
Yes, of course.
Many thanks.
Happy to help.
Okay.
I'll ask you, before you go, I couldn't help but notice some trouble with the Abjuration Associates. I have something of a history with them.
Oh, we've all got history with them. I had abjuration policies for decades, and they've just now they've started rewriting policy, and they say they want feedback, but do they really want feedback? It's just it's a difficult time to be here.
Yes.
We'll get through it together. We always will, even if we have to write a policy of our own.
Yes, good luck with that. In my experience, Abjuration Associates have more lawyers than a kobold colony has traps.
Oh.
That's a good one. I'm going to use that one. All right. So he will step off to return to town hall. Reganis is, of course, delighted to hear about the bunyips being dealt with. They do have some needs here in town. At this point, we would move into a little bit of roleplay downtime stuff. For the sake of time on the recording, I think we'll just ask everybody, how does your character contribute, and then we'll move on to the third act, if that sounds fine.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Cool. So how does everybody contribute, and what skill check would you like to use to signify how you help?
Bomba's going to treat the wounded. If there are people that are still injured from that,
absolutely.
As we talked about in that first conversation, he's going to make himself available for that.
Oh, absolutely.
And so he'll use medicine, and we'll go with medicine for now. He's got spells if needed.
Okay, you go ahead and make a medicine check. Somebody else.
Okay, I shall do that.
Can I hang around and make sure that when he heals the wounded, he heals them in a way that their scars are still prominent and impressive?
That sounds great. Let's call that. Do you want to do medicine or crafting for that?
Can I do society because it's like cultural?
Okay, yeah. No, that sounds great. Being an orc, yeah.
Actually, but I also have orc lore, which I didn't add. So can I do orc lore?
Yeah, do orc lore. And I will mention one of the items we have in the book are scar tattoos. So we have magical tattoos. These are scar tattoos you can only get if you have a specific injury. So there's one you can only get if you are dropped unconscious by a critical hit at first level.
Oh, that's so
you
cool.
get a scar that helps you when you are dropped by a critical hit. There's another one for if you get swallowed whole. This seems to happen a lot.
That's amazing.
Lots of fun stuff there.
My game this morning could have used that.
Let's just insert one of those and say you are giving them scar tattoos.
Wonderful. That's like it's like the aftermath ability.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, it's aftermath but for magical tattoos.
Yeah, well, I figure Bomba's got he doesn't really have digits now. He's just got two little kind of sackcloth hands, so he hasn't got the dexterity he used to. And with Gog's advice, he's perhaps the stitches are a bit oversized.
God's critical advice, no
Oh,
less.
oh,
Perfect.
fantastic.
All right. Tony or Helen?
How about Tony first? Because I'm
Oh, do you wanna go
muttering.
How much time do I have? Like,
They'll
figuratively.
take all the help you can get. This is probably going to take a couple of days to fully, recoup from all these attacks. So.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, that's great. So every day that I can, I'm putting on my hat of disguise for an hour, and I'm going to make sure that Pain is in his elephant form, and I'm going to pretend to be a noble and go to the consortium to like spy. Like I'm doing that.
Wow.
I'm doing that for the next 3 days. That is my happening every time. So hat of disguise every day I can.
I like
just
it.
to go in there.
I like it.
So
What skill are you thinking of?
So I am impersonating a noble, and because
Yeah.
I have the let me double check what the name of the skill feat is called, but I get to use society for that role, which is very much better for me as a
And does
courtly graces. That's it. That's it.
And does your hat
I
of
think
disguise give any bonus to that?
It counts
Oh,
as a
it counts
disguise
as-
for the purposes of doing the thing. So I might still need to do like deception checks to lie and stuff like that. But so
let's get a. Since you're spying, let's get a deception and a perception. Not deception. Society. Oh yeah, let's just do one single society, and that'll represent how well you impersonate and what you're able to ferret out.
Yeah, I'll note that also impersonate also gives a +4 bonus to impersonate. The hat of disguise, yeah.
The hat of disguise. Okay, yeah.
sorry, I didn't add the +4 to that. So depending on how I do.
I can add 4 to 6. That's fine. Didn't say what the first digit was.
I really leaned into the spy background. Like I'm like full blown Cassian Andor, like going in there. Like
if we were to play the second arc, there is an infiltration activity there.
I feel like
very well there.
So we're playing the second arc eventually.
Yeah, that's what I get.
Yeah.
And Helen.
So one thing I forgot to mention in my creation is I have the campaigner background, so that I am really hyped for at least one of these candidates. And I forgot if we talked amongst ourselves who the candidate we were going to support was.
We have not, because we haven't gotten to elections yet.
Oh, well, I'm gonna
for the future.
I just want to at least get more support from the town towards Axide. So I'm going around, and I'm probably not doing it well, but I'm going to be hyping up how there's some dread things happening, so the town needs to band together, and that includes the poor Axide who's been targeted. So we need to all work together, and whoever candidate is supporting that type of message, I'm trying to hype for that through the town.
So is this diplomacy, or if you're pulling out threats, is this intimidation?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I think it's accidental threats, kind of like a, but it's a 10 either way. Let's be honest.
Okay, well, let's see.
Just because of the way she's kind of weird and mutters, and she might have one of the.
It sounds like threats.
If we found, oh sorry.
I was gonna say, when we get to the actual campaigning, there is a mechanic for substituting intimidation for any campaign skill.
Oh, there you go.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay, so let's say it's more diplomacy, but people still might be scared of her. Because I probably, if there were some carcasses of bunyips, I probably did something for them too. Come here, little bunny.
Do you want to roll that, or do you want me to?
I can. I think, is my sheet working again? I might be able to roll that. It's going not quite as slow. Yeah, the bitrate is not as impressive on this, but I think it'll still be a fine video.
And that's okay. All right. Let's see. I need to start with 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So Bomba and Gog, you just completely win over Axide with your bedside manners, with your ability to treat the wounds and leave respectful, culturally appropriate scars. You even give a few scar tattoos out along your way. Some really cool stuff. And so that it actually lifts morale while you're like helping these folks with like physical therapy. People are cheering in the streets for people to like, you know, walk farther or get an extra few degrees on their shoulders there. Artemis, you are successfully able to get into the lobby of the Cortos Consortium headquarters. When you claim to have an appointment, the appointment's not on the books, but you manage to play it off like, oh, okay, I'll go back and circle back around with them. But you act enough like a hoity-toity Cortos Consortium person, they don't make you leave the lobby. And so from there, you're actually able to learn. Let's go give you a peek of second arc. You're actually able to hear that there's something going on between the Cortos Consortium and Churtle Lumber Concern, where most of these orcs were employed back in Otari. And you're thinking it might not be a bad idea to go investigate that at some point in the not too distant future. It doesn't sound urgent, like it's not your next encounter, but maybe in another level or two, it might be worth keeping an eye on that.
I relay this to the group.
Ellen, after a couple of attempts at canvassing, Oaster the Jolly finds you, puts his hand on your shoulder, and says, "Don't worry, kid. It's rough for all of us. We're all going to get through this together."
I have made things worse.
No, you did not critically fail. So after a couple days, you all kind of gather back together. Reganis calls you over back at the end of it and says, "Oh, we really, truly appreciate all you've done for us. You've become quite the fixture around here in Axide, and morale has definitely improved. And I know Oaster the Jolly, he is very grateful. He's done a lot for Axide and is pushing on every front to get us fully integrated into the town. We don't pay taxes and we can't vote yet because we're not official residents. But he doesn't ask for anything in return from us. He's a true friend. He's also up for re-election to the town council soon, and we would like to show him our support. I know we've already asked a lot from you, but it would mean a lot to us if you would come to his debate tomorrow. Some of the folks here are hesitant, but if everyone knew that the four of you were going to be there, well, I wouldn't be surprised if the entire camp emptied itself and marched on down to the rally. Debate, excuse me, not a rally, it's a debate. I know these things.
No place I'd rather be.
Oester has helped us a lot, and I would be happy to show up and support them, and hopefully get some of the rest of the orcs to join us as well.
Yes, agreed. Seems a good lad.
Yes. Brilliant policies.
All right. So the next day, you all put on your finest vines, your reddest threads, as they say, and you go into Marathon. We're actually going into the town now. You make your way down that main street from the exit across the Wood Giants Bridge there, number 15. And after arriving in the yard, you take a left turn to get to number 11 here, Garnock Oaks Park. And hundreds have gathered at Garnock Oaks Park to hear the candidates debate. As you approach the debate platform, Orc residents cheer your names, and Maravon residents seem to weigh and consider you as like the heroes of this community that's been forming outside their doors. Clearly, the orcs are not going anywhere anytime soon, is the message that seems to be sent. And you can see a few residents of Maravon begin to introduce themselves. You maybe overhear like some job interviews going on, or discussions of like business deals that might be struck with the orcs. So you get the sense that Axide can grow if it's nurtured appropriately. Finally, after you socialize for a few minutes, Oaster the Jolly takes his place on a platform across from his elven opponent.
There's claps.
Or claps, there is very much applaud. A halfling moderator takes up a position between them and calls the event to order. The moderator begins with a question about the candidate's plan to revitalize Duskside, which is kind of the rundown historical side of town that doesn't see a lot of business anymore. So Oaster begins his answer by praising the recent addition of the Arcanimirium Maravon Extension Campus in Duskside, but he is quickly cut off as a wave of creatures emerges from the river to the south. Beasts of various hues and shapes climb up onto the park's grounds, driven by a wiry human man dressed in rags. His arms are raised high, and his voice proclaims, "The doom of Yundarun approaches!
Oh, no.
The sleeping beast has awoken, and Maravon sits in peril. Choose this day to bow down or flee." And the animals to his left and right all rush upon the crowd, and he charges the stage with another bunyip by his side.
This guy.
I see that hand.
I put up like a huge wildfire in the way.
We certainly can when we get to our initiative rolls. So let me get us to... Oops, that's the wrong place. I need election debate. Sorry. There's a river in both of them, so it's the one with the river. While everybody gets me initiatives, let me show you what this fellow looks like.
I'm still in Devotion Rapids. Is that just me?
Okay. Let me, it is just you, yes, so you can refresh if you want to.
You are not a hero that has been forged. Get us out of here. Get out of here or something.
But actually, hang on. I actually have to I have to activate the encounter first.
Oh, okay.
I thought I started a second. Oh, no, wait. There it is. I'm sorry. Oh, it is recording your initiatives. Okay.
This is our foe.
There we go.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, there is your foe. Let me get him an initiative roll. Ooh, he did very well. Not hidden. And where is his bunyip?
So
okay, they were hidden.
Did you say we were on the platform here or down here?
You are in the audience listening to Oaster, who is on the platform. So he has bravely charged into the fray, being a veteran warrior. Basically, the sense you get is there's enough decent level creatures in the Maravon crowd that they can handle most of the animals, but these two are like gunning for you.
Yeah.
As is appropriate for, PCs.
Got it.
I've been in the front row.
Yeah, I imagine you were all in the front row.
Okay, I'm saying can I move a little closer?
Oh, yeah. I just dropped you in there, so feel free to place yourselves where you think your
Okay, thank you.
Nope, come back.
Everyone's lining up.
I'm going to note anyone who might cast a fire spell.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be as close as possible, right? So, Brian, where's the closest we could realistically have been?
I would say right where that row is right now.
Yeah, that looks good.
Sort of 10-ish feet from the platform. Yep. Yeah, y'all would have had a spot on the front row.
Yeah, I would have had to have been in the front because otherwise I wouldn't see anything. So
you want to be on my shoulders or something?
Yes, but again, no hugs.
Okay.
So this is what this fellow looks like, except imagine he's also got an amulet that has that symbol attached to it. That Dampersand dragon symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll move him back out of the way. Excuse me. All right, I think we're just waiting for Jamie. What initiative did you?
Oh, sorry. Am I rolling it in the wrong place? I got 24.
24. No, I learned there is rolling perception, and then there's an initiative button next.
Oh, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. I played like 2 sessions and kept having to add it manually.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first and foremost is our new bunyip. I'll go ahead and tell you this is not one of the bunyips that you sent away. This is a third one. It's going to spend its first action to shift form, and I think it's going to choose its crocodile form because that is the one that actually grants it a decent land speed. So I think I can just quickly drag that over here. That did change its speed. All right. And so it's this, I don't know if you've ever Googled the bunyip on Wikipedia, but like the urban legend cryptid art for bunyips is really creepy looking. So you imagine this creepy looking alligator that's maybe got too many legs or something. So spin action doing that. So it is going to stride toward you for 20 feet. So we will go 5, 10, 15, 20, and then 5, 10, 15, 20. He will end up
I'm just
over here.
sorry, Brian. I'm going to change one thing because again, with the feat 2 arms, I would have I had a stride action.
Oh yeah.
Is
Go
that,
for that. Go for that.
Is that as part of initiative? Just double check. Or is that my?
it's-
Yeah. It is right.
First action on your turn, right?
First action on my
so,
turn.
yeah.
Okay, so I couldn't have done that. That's fine. But I get a free move on my action. Okay, thank you.
So it will end up there, and that is all 3 of its actions because it had to shift form and then stride twice. So that will bring us to Jamie.
Okay, yeah. So my first action, well, it'll be a free action because of the 2 arms feat, and he will move forward 25, which that's going to put me right there. I'm going to draw my greatsword to 1 action. And
so, little fun fact:
cool thing to do.
a bunyip does have attack of opportunity, but only in the water.
Ah.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking for something.
It's okay. While you're looking for
Okay,
first
yeah.
landing,
Sorry, I was going to say, so I'm going to use another one of the feats I took from the Plus material, which is Channel Smite Plus. This is a modified version of the Channel Smite feat. So as part of doing this, I'm going to make a melee strike and add the spell's damage to the strike's damage, and the spell I'm going to cast is 2nd level Harm. So, yeah, not messing about with this guy.
Straight out of the gate.
You want a piece of this fluff? Well, bring it on, he says, and he attacks. But spectacularly misses. So I think I might use a hero point because that just feels
got to.
so unheroic.
This is giving me boss fight vibes. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's try that again. Fantastic.
One better. All right.
The hero points never matter.
The hero points.
I can't get used to this. Can't get used to this delightful body.
That's rough.
0 points. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. All right. Let's see. That will bring us to our mysterious prophet question mark. Let's see. So one thing I forgot to mention, that platform, let's say, is about 5 feet tall. So I don't know that it requires an athletics check to climb up, but it will add, let's say it adds 5 feet to the distance to get up there. Okay. So he is going to be able to go 5, 10, 15, and then climb up for 20, 25. So he'll end up there with 1 stride action. Let's see. Actually, does he want to go there? What is the range for that spell? Range for that spell is... Oh, no, the range for that spell is touch. Okay, so no, he will take a single stride instead up to his buddy, and he starts to chant in tone. You notice that all of his spell casting is, of course, in a mix of Draconic and Orcish for some reason. And he will cast Heroism on his bunyip buddy. Drag that, I think. All right, that added the spell effect. That was 3 actions for our mystery guy. We come to Tony.
Glider knows powerful magic. Let's see. I think I'm probably just going to move closer so that I can cast a spell here. So how do I do for this stride here? I want to move. So I don't. 15. And I think that's close enough for me. I don't want to go much closer than that. And then I will cast my first plus ability, which is Creeping Madness, which is a 1-action hex that the target must roll a saving throw or it takes mental damage.
Okay.
And so my Creepy Madness, it would be cast. I cast so it's 2d4 basic, and then if they critically fail, some more stuff happens. And I choose the Bunyip our friend, so I don't like the big guy. I don't like the blighter. It goes straight for him. So
Okay.
my
So
save
he
DC
will-
is 20.
All right. Let's see how he does. 28, so regular success.
It's rough.
That
He
is
still
half
takes half damage of 2d4. So
Would you like to roll the damage, or shall I?
I did.
Let me go ahead and
2.
apply half. 2, that's mental damage.
It is mental damage.
All right, and you hear
and then-
him say, "Oh, stay out of my mind. Only Yundarun belongs in my mind."
And then I spend my last action to command Pain to move as close as he can get, which I think is just going to be right next to the Bunyip.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
We have a gorilla and a puppet forming a wall against the creepy crocodile.
Classic.
Right. We come to Dan.
Classic, yeah.
Yeah, Taylor's all the time.
Does anyone terribly mind if I set a wildfire on top of them?
Actually, I would object because I actually have a weakness to fire.
Because I'm not sure if I can do anything else.
Go for it.
Okay, great. I thought it would be funny as well.
Yeah.
So this will just leave you on the edge, so it shouldn't be a lot of damage from you. But I will I will first do my first action to gather elemental energies in a large area by doing a widen spell, and then I'm going to cast wildfire. Make it I think it's a 10-foot burst, so it's slightly smaller actually. So it'd be 15 then. So it'd be like that. And they don't need to do anything now, but moving through it will make it so they take 1 fire damage. So that should be something that you two can move out of without taking any fire damage.
Yeah, because they can each take. They're not moving through the ground.
Yeah, they're moving
on
on.
there. Yeah, so if they step out, or stride out, they'll be fine.
Okay, and that's my whole turn. As suddenly the set ablaze, or whatever.
Very good. Use of geometry.
Thank you.
All right. That was how many actions was that? 3?
3. Yeah.
All right.
My turn. Oh, I accidentally. We did the thing.
I clicked twice. I'm sorry. Helen.
Yep. Let's see. I mean, I think I'm gonna at least go into my first phase to trigger my Oracle Curse. I'm so sorry. I was trying to work on the make the refresh rate look a little bit better on this. So, I was not looking at my character, but I know what spell I want to cast. I just need to pull it up and remember the name of it. I want a glimpse of the future. Granted, maybe we figured out everything we need to know, but it is still fun to tell me more about yonder this person who has come to it. No, don't change my spellcasting settings. I just want to cast a spell. There we go. Tell me more about this prophet who shared up and crashed our wonderful, wonderful debate.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and make your prophecy lore roll then?
Yep. That's just gonna. I'm just gonna roll a d. I'm just gonna roll a d20 and add 10 to it. That'll be it. If I can at least get that going. Nothing wants to work. Okay, maybe I'll find it on the sheet, 'cause that might be faster than making that work at this point. Let's roll this and then just add 2.
Okay.
Come on, roll. And I'll just add the circumstance modifier myself because I can do that. Or not. It came off as a penalty. Even better. It really is that day.
Oh, no. Let's see.
I know nothing.
I mean, you have a hero point. You have 2, I think.
Sure. Let me try that again.
Okay, a lot better on that
Hear
one.
it from you. That's insane. Okay.
So you have actually been kind of trying to divine the identity of this prophet who has not come back by in the days since y'all have been helping out in Axide, and it finally pays off. You have identified this man as Ikrinar Tagrin. He was never, terribly well adjusted or well integrated into Maravon, and he was kind of starting to display some magical powers. But then finally he just after he was gone for a while, he came back and that was when he started preaching the doom and gloom, and that was when he had the mark on his pendant. What you identify about him is that he is a sorcerer with the Orc bloodline. Which you find very interesting because you don't see any evidence of any Orc DNA in him. He is a full-blooded human, but we have a new sorcerer bloodline in this Orcs Together Strong book. I believe Parlor Poet wrote this one. This is the Orc Sorcerer bloodline, which includes some wonderful new focus spells that I'd love to tell you more about if you would like. But you recognize that when he cast Heroism, that was one of his granted spells, because of course an Orc bloodline would grant you Heroism. What can I tell you about Orc-blooded sorcerers?
What could you tell me? You could tell me as much as you want.
Okay. Let me tell you about the focus spells.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like in-game. I don't know how much people want to go over it right now. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, you did very well on that recall knowledge, so I think it's worthwhile getting in a little bit of an advertisement.
Okay.
He's got one focus spell called Bloody But Unbowed. Bloody But Unbowed. Which is where if an ally is going to be knocked unconscious, he can just reaction grant them temporary hit points, basically loaning them Orc ferocity. And you also know he's got something of an Orcish roar he can use to make you frightened and possibly worse.
Ooh.
Wow. So this guy's got some very... This guy has some interesting abilities you would not expect from him. Watch out, my friends. I think I'm going to do some more traditional. No, I'm not going to do some more traditional melee. I did that. Shoot. I am afraid to draw it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe I should do that. I'm thinking about the washing my luck away because of stuff, but you know what? It's taking so long to do anything. I think I'm going to move up and hope I have a better refresh rate for next turn. Get a little closer for my 30 and sling some of my 30 range spells.
Watch out for that wildfire.
Yeah. The wildfire is spreading.
The fire is here, right? I'm not on the fire. I thought I'm outside. Am I too close to be in the fire?
You're outside.
No, you're outside.
Okay.
I'm also warning you that it is going to be spreading.
Oh. I'm only a plant. I'll be fine with that. No, I'll go this way instead. How would I go that way? I'll just go hop behind this nice platform. And I'm sure it'll catch up at some time, and let's just say that's my turn right now.
Yeah, that's
I'll go back to playing with refresh rate.
All right, let me move ahead. I'm trying to move ahead. Oh, now my turn's not moving. Oh, there we go. All right, so we are back to the top of the round with the Bunyip. does not like being on this wildfire. I'm going to assume that an animal is going to instinctively move away from the fire.
That makes
So it
sense.
will spend an action to stride. 5, 10, 15, 20 is his only speed. So he went around there. So that did take him through one of the squares.
So they take 1 fire at the very least.
Okay. So I take a reflex save on that?
That's for the persistent fire. So they
that's
just
for the
take the
persistent.
fire.
Okay. And the area takes 1 fire damage for each square. Creature ends its turn. Okay, it ends its turn. Okay, so yeah. So he will take 1 point of fire damage. There's 1 off of it. Let's see. And that leaves 2 actions. Yeah, not very happy. I think he's going to melee attack with Jaws against... let's target the animal companion here, since that's the one closest.
Pain is ready.
Pain is ready. I am readying the pain.
Taste the pain.
That is a critical hit.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunate.
Privately.
What kind of damage is it? If it's slashing.
It is Jaws, so it is.
Oh. Oh no.
Hey.
Hi.
Are you back?
I'm back.
Is the recording still going?
The recording
Yeah,
is
we're
still
still good.
going.
Okay.
The browser, I found something to maybe help with the browser. I just didn't know it was going to restart everything. I thought it was going to just restart Foundry. Okay, that
We lost
doesn't
your
look awful
camera as
now.
well, Harry.
Please.
You need a second to get reoriented?
I'll turn my camera. This is where it's going to be great. I did not put names under people.
There you go.
But okay, so things should actually look decent now if there is a setting, and we'll go back and talk about the rest of the recording later. I'm so sorry, guys. But hey, now we can see what's happening in real time.
And it is piercing damage.
Okay. My animal companion has weakness to slashing, so that's why I have to ask.
Okay. How is that 20? Oh, it's a D10. Wow. So that is 24 points of piercing damage to the animal companion. Oof.
So pain is taken. He's bloodied would be the old term.
Bloodied would be the technical term. Okay.
Yeah, he's sub half HP, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It looks like we don't have the right HP in there, so I'll let you track that manually then.
Yeah,
okay.
the one that's on the board is the level 1/1, but I'll put in. It was 24 damage.
It's 24. Yes.
Yes. So pain has 20 HP now.
And then I think it's going to roar. The bunny lets out a loud and horrifying roar. Other creatures within 100 feet. I reckon that's everybody. Must succeed at a DC 21 will save or become frightened 2, frightened 3 on a crit failure, frightened 1 on a success. So I need a will save from everyone, please. I think you can just click the button there.
Was the roar one action?
The roar is 1 action, yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Thank you for keeping me
Also,
honest.
we don't see the thing you clicked because you're still on private or blind.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
it puts everything there. My bad. Here we go. Let's try that again. There we go. That would explain why it was purple. All right. Bamba has a regular
that's a fail for
failure.
me.
We'll put frightened 2 over on Bamba.
I realized it should be right here probably instead, but still, it's all right.
Okay. Let's see. Gog. There's my druid. Frightened 1.
Got that on.
And Danya has a regular failure. Frightened 2.
Oh, I already had that on. Okay.
Artemis has a regular success of frightened 1.
So it's actually supposed to be right. Yeah.
Oops, I think I put something wrong on somebody. Hang on.
I forgot. Pain also has to roll. You said will?
Yes, will save, please. Bloodied and frightened. Bloodied and frightened 2. That is that one there. Cool.
Pain is in pain.
Yeah.
Not having a good time.
Yeah, it's not a great start.
All right, Jamie.
Okay, right. So that frightened 2, that's that's painful. So I'm gonna move out to the wildfire with a straight action, and I'm gonna offset the frightened 2 with by making this thing flat-footed. So do I take damage for moving out to that?
No. Since you moved off of it, not through any squares into it.
Okay. Cool. So one action to move there. I'm gonna try the Channel Smite Plus again, just because I really want it to come off. And let's see how that works. Actually, that's one action, isn't it? I think.
The Channel Smite? What?
Yeah. Let me sorry, I'm just bringing that up.
Channel Smite is variable action,
yeah.
so it can be 1, 2, or 3 in the.
I was wondering whether it was worth moving and then casting True Strike and then doing it as a one action, but I think I'm just going to use 2 and just hope for the best and see what happens. Okay. Here we go. Fantastic. 16 versus flat-footed.
Versus the Bunyips flat-footed. Let's get you up. A 16 will miss the Bunyips flat-footed.
Oh, so frustrating. I'm going to use it. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Come on, Bomber. Okay, that looks better.
A 20 will hit.
Okay, all right. So this is going to be some nice damage then. So this is, so he has, even though his sword is very small, it is a +1 striking greatsword. So this is going to deal some nice damage.
Ooh, ouch.
And a second level rather harm is what he was going for in there. Okay. So is that the one action or the 2 action version? I guess it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, I could pull it up. I think it should be if it's a second level spell, I think it's the 2D.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. It's taking so long. Okay, so that's...
Yep. So
2D8. Yeah, so 13 damage from the harm, but there is a save on that.
All right, let's get you a fortitude save. It is a failure. So,
so that's a fail.
We'll take that full 13.
So that's plus 18 damage from the strike, so that's 31 points of damage.
This
from
is
Bomba.
the worst looking Bunyip you have seen this week.
Excellent. Okay, that's me. You messed with the wrong toy. I have stuffing and fury to spare.
All right. Ikranar's turn. Am I correct? If he stays right there, he does not take the damage from the wildfire? He just has to move?
He'll have to make a reflex save, but yeah.
He'll have to make a reflex save for the persistent. Okay, well. Oh, only Yundarun commands the fire, and he begins casting again in a mix of Orcish and Draconic, and he actually gathers together some of these wildfire flames into his own flaming sphere.
Oh.
I reckon the best way for me to represent the sphere is just to draw a rectangle. Let's see. So
you could just put out a token or something and then move it around.
Yeah, that's true. Let me just grab a. Let's grab an extra. No, I don't want to grab a Bunyip. That'll be confusing. Okay, I'm gonna grab the hooded one. I'm just gonna. Oh, whoops, that was large size. They are not large sized. Oh, goodness. All right, let's change you. All right, this one's medium. Companion 1 is medium. All right, so what is the range on this thing? It
30 feet.
Is 30 feet? Okay, so it's going to... He's going to drop this flaming sphere. Let's say 5, 10, 15, 20. The one who I...
Did call him a blighter, so it's fine.
Who called him a blighter?
I did.
You did? Okay. Yeah. So yeah. The one who called him a blighter. So right on top of Artemis, we're gonna have a flaming sphere.
Does it target every creature in the square? My fairy dragon's next to me, so probably. I'm just wondering.
Yes, my assumption is if you're not actually using the familiar like to deliver anything combat relevant, I don't feel the need to threaten your familiar. So you can make the save for her if you want. But the sphere deals 3d6 fire damage to each creature in the square where it first appears. Each creature must attempt a basic reflex save.
Oof, not as good as I could have hoped.
Yeah, that is a failure against his spell DC of... Oh no, that is a critical failure against his spell DC of 26.
Oh no, that's not good.
How did he get a 26?
Yeah, that's
really
tough. Yeah, that guy's tough.
Oh, please, I might have put the
nice,
wrong thing in. Building creatures? That doesn't seem right for a 5th level creature.
5. They don't get. Well, NPCs sometimes get the expert.
NPCs get a little bit higher. Yeah.
A 5th level NPC does get the bump usually. So
Since we are showing off third-party content, let me make sure my third-party content is appropriate.
Yes. So 4, 5, and then let's say 4.
Yeah.
For the
Oh,
ability
yeah.
score.
He because he's on it's the extreme DC.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah.
So that is a critical failure. So we will roll that damage. So 15. So that'll be 30 points of fire damage from this flaming sphere.
That's
right. So Okay, so you rolled 246 twice, and so I just take this damage, right? Or do I take double this damage?
You take double that. Yeah, it is heightened to...
Oh, it's heightened.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Sorry, 3d6 is in the text, but it doesn't update the text. So.
Oh, wait. No, the companion doesn't need to take that, unfortunately. It needs to be me. Sorry. I thought it was... I apparently had the wrong actor selected. Oops. So I am hurting. I'm at 6 HP.
Oh.
Ooh.
And my companion is at 20 still. That's why it's at 20 damage.
This prophet Ikrenar, he is brazen enough to walk across the wildfire 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to get to a prominent spot on the stage.
Oh, no.
So he actually walked across 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to say 5 of those squares. So he's going to take 5 fire damage.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Just because he is that full of himself. Tony.
Let's see. I'm very hurt. So I think probably I'm going to cast Life Boost on myself so that I don't die. And that will give me fast healing equal to double the spell's level. The spell level is heightened to 2, so 4. So I'll heal 4. Does fast healing happen at the end of your turn or beginning of your turn?
Ooh, good question.
Never remember.
Good question. Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head.
But...
Regains the given number of hit points each round at the beginning of its turn.
Nice.
The beginning of its turn.
Correct.
That doesn't really help me right now.
Doesn't help you now.
I shall assist. I shall assist.
Investing in your future.
I'm gonna try to get rid of I'm going to try to get rid of the flaming sphere, but it's probably unlikely with a DC that high.
Sorry. Do you have another action?
Oh.
Well, they paused.
Nope.
Yeah, I saw that they froze.
The flaming sphere burned through the internet.
Yeah. So this guy's tougher than I expected. Like, I wasn't taking this fight lightly, but DC 26, that's no joke. So yeah.
I also may need to tune him down a level. I just wanted to get him that second focus spell.
Yeah, let's see what that encounter. Let's see
Make level 4,
enemy.
he said. Should have been suspicious.
Vader.
What is he? He's probably
I said I was
7, is he? Yeah.
prepared. I said I was prepared for a party of spellcasters. I am also prepared for a bad guy that's a spellcaster.
It's probably
Tony,
not
are
quite
you
a severe
voicing here?
encounter, right?
Yeah, I think it's just. I think I made it severe, but I don't know.
I thought it usually was extreme for. Wait for the DCs and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
What
it's
is your
around extreme for? I mean, yeah.
what is your reflex?
Back on, Tony?
I don't see it still.
Oh, am I not in? Oh, my
You're-
camera.
Yeah, your
Sorry.
camera's off. yeah.
You cut
there
out
you go.
right after you lost your HP.
Oh, I did. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we haven't heard your. Oh, no, sorry. You cut out right after you got your fast healing, and then I don't think we've heard your third action.
Oh, so the you mean, did I mention that I was going to cast Soothe instead of the life boost since the healing
No.
doesn't come till the beginning
That's
of
a
the
good idea,
turn?
No.
I would like to cast Soothe instead on myself. I rolled a
yourself.
1, so I got 5 HP back for
Okay.
that, but I do get the mental bonuses for 1 minute. So I have a +2 to saves against mental effects for 1 minute, and then I cast Creeping Madness on the Bunyip this time instead, since the guy's immune for 1 minute as per normal for that.
So what does he need? Does he need a will save
Yeah,
for you?
he needs to DC 19 basic
there.
reflex.
Okay.
And
see
then I
your
rolled
spell
my
payment now.
I rolled my companion's reflex save against Dem's wildfire, of course. Saves again, but they will still take half damage.
For 0.
Which
It's just 0.
Oh, no, I don't think the companion saved. The companion rolled a 17, sadly.
Well, that means they have persistent fire. Sorry, 1 persistent fire.
That's okay. I knew it was gonna
Bad
happen. I didn't have the actions to get pain out and also properly heal things. So
Go to roll the damage for the Creeping Madness.
Yes.
It's
So
okay. That's
take
respectable.
3 because yeah.
All right, is that all 3 actions?
That is my turn. 2
All
for
right.
Soothe, 1 for the trip.
We come to Dem. I have not been checking whether frightened automatically goes down. So if you're frightened,
Yeah, it hasn't ticked down yet, but no, I'm still frightened 2 at the moment. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. This is probably a fool's errand, but I'm going to try to cast Quench on the Flaming Sphere.
Okay.
Smart. Love that.
Yeah, it's cool.
So everything else gets wet, but that doesn't really matter. So I need to make a counteract check against their spell DC, which I'm going to use a hero point on probably. So because otherwise it's not going to work. Actually, wait, nice.
And that Flaming Sphere
Look at that.
is counteracted.
Great job.
To think that
Nice.
only
You
fire.
know what? Take another hero point.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was clutch.
Honestly, I should have maybe tried to make it so your animal companion wasn't on fire too. But,
That's okay.
Anyway, I do a big thing of that using my. So that spell has been cast. Sorry, just clicking it to get rid of it. And then I will sustain the wildfire and make it bigger by 5 feet.
More fire. More fire.
More fire. Yes. I may cleanse the flames and others to expand or something. So this thing is still here, I guess, but it's not like actually relevant, I think.
Yeah. It is. It gets boiled away by the wildfire.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I can like sustain it, but it's still
Okay.
like here for now. Yeah. Anyway, End of my turn.
Okay. I think that Artemis could use a little bit more hit points, so I'm going to cast a 2-action heal. And
Thank you.
yeah, I will. I've got a healing staff, so I should get a bonus on that. But let's go. What? Don't have enough. Oh gosh, I haven't cast any spells yet, have I? Set up my foundry wrong. Come on. We know what that is, though. Be nice. And then I hit another button. Versus living, yes. Versus living. And you're gonna get +1 to that. That was a great roll. Still, that's actually 10. So that should help a little.
Yay!
Gosh, I should have moved next to you and see if I could just tap you with a one action. Oh well. So I'm right next to this guy right now?
Yep.
Yes.
And in fire, so you might want to move away.
Oh, you moved the fire out. Yeah, I should
You're
probably
both
move
in
away
fire
from the
at this
fire.
point.
Yeah, do I need to do anything for being in the fire? Just if I end
You just
in
need
there.
to move down like some amount.
Okay, just making sure it's only if I end in there.
Oh, no, you actually get one more. So you get a bonus on that.
Yeah, it's one more time.
Gotcha.
I didn't have the
No, it's
+1
okay.
added in.
I just added
Yeah,
it in.
so
I'll go step back into this nice damp area.
yeah,
Feet.
the damp area seems nice, but yeah, just if you move into a space that's the fire, or if you move into, or if you stay in that space.
Okay.
Here, let me actually color code these.
That's okay. Hey, Artemis, are you still not looking great, or did that get you most of the way?
I am above half.
Okay. Well, I will.
If
I
I
will
get
walk
hit with
towards
another
you.
46 crit fail, it won't be a good line. Like I'm still going down, but I think I'm fine. You
Okay.
don't need to come at me.
I'm going to swing behind you, so I'm ready if you need more healing next turn, and those are all my actions.
So,
Okay. We come to our new favorite Bunyip, who is not looking great. Am I correct? It is not in the fire yet.
It is not currently in the fire, but it is
okay.
right behind it, so in case its animal instincts want it to move again.
Right. Well, I don't know. Animals, I don't feel like are intelligent enough to move out of flanking, so I'm going to leave him where he is. And he is going to... I don't think we've made any attack rolls against Jamie yet, so let's target you.
Okay.
Target the puppet. Let's sink those teeth into those seams. So this is going to be a Jaws attack. That will be a hit. That is 1 away from a crit. So let's get the damage.
Well, I
there.
think my AC should be 20 now, right? Like it should be frightened 1 now.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, obviously still ahead.
So let's go with a damage roll there. It's 6 points of damage, and
that's piercing damage, right?
It's piercing, yes. I don't believe
Okay.
that's anything you are afeared of.
That's right, but I'd like to use a reaction if I may.
Yeah, please.
So, as a reaction to taking piercing damage, Bomber is going to curse the Bunyip with a 2nd level spell, Blood Vendetta. So the Bunyip takes 2d6 bleed damage for having the audacity to spill my stuff in.
But what does bleed damage? Oh, he takes bleed damage, right?
He does, yes, yeah. So, so he dealt piercing damage to me, which is the trigger for the spell. So he takes 2d6 bleed, and there is a what type of save is that? There is a save against that. Will save. Will save.
All right. Do you want to put the spell in the chat, or do you want me to just roll a will save?
How do I do that?
So
just click cast, right?
Yeah. If you click cast, it goes there, and then when I have Bunyip selected, I just click on the save DC 18 will.
Nice.
All right, roll that damage.
Okay.
I've got 2d6.
Yeah, what's that?
Roll? That's strange.
Oh, I think I clicked the wrong thing. Right? Yeah, I did. I clicked the wrong thing.
Okay.
Sorry. There you go. Nope.
Oh, that did the
Jamie,
same
you're
thing.
doing
I can
Blood
just click on take the
Vendetta?
damage to see what it does. click apply the damage and just see what it does. Yeah. Oh, it's persistent. Okay. Because it doesn't take it yet. So it's going to take the 2d6 persistent at the end of its turn. Okay.
I see. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I had never rolled persistent damage before, so that's cool to see. Okay, well, it's not happy with that. So I think it's going to then strike at you with its agile tail. I still have you targeted. That's a miss. And yeah, if it feels that something is wrong, that it's about to bleed, I think it is going to try to hide. You know what? It's going to try to dive into this water. 25. It's going to move 25 feet only 20. It's going to move 20 feet this way and try to roll around in the water. Okay, now, do we have auto persistent damage? Let me click next and see if it takes it.
It should be automatic, I think. I think you still have to click.
Okay, yeah. I still have to click to take it, but that's cool. Yeah, they put that in the default now. All right, I don't mind telling you this bunyip doesn't look good. This might be its last swim. Jamie.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try and make sure that that's the case. I'm gonna move into flanking again.
Oh, it's a flanking party.
Always be flanking. I'm gonna use. So I just want to do a little bit of bookkeeping. So obviously this stream is about celebrating third-party content. So we mentioned that our enemy here is the Orc bloodline written by Parler Poet. I just want to give Parler Poet a shout out. The stuff that he writes is awesome. There's a lot of content for sorcerers and bloodlines, and it's really good stuff. I'm going to use another ability which is from Team Plus, and that's Fervor. So this is obviously something that we saw with the Boar Priest in first edition, and this is Team Plus's kind of iteration of that. So what this allows me to do is one action to enact Fervor, and it will give me my choice of a few different abilities, either a bonus to my AC or a bonus to damage, and I'm going to take damage, and I'm going to swing with my greatsword with that additional damage. Okay. Nice.
That is definitely a hit.
Ooh. Okay, so that's 15 points of regular slashing damage.
And you may describe your kill.
All right. So this little poppet he's very loath to run into this water. He really does hate being wet, but that's preferable to being on fire. So he moves away from the fire into flanking, and as the bunyip is distracted, he just slides his sword into its flank. And puts it out of its misery.
And do you have a third action?
No, so it was one action to move, one action to enact Fervor,
that's right.
and then the strike.
All right, we come to our new favorite orc-blooded sorcerer, who is not happy with this, and so he will. Oh, did your frighten go down? I want to make sure that goes down.
Yeah. So.
Let's get rid of that. Because our buddy Ikrinar also does a roar.
Oh, no.
His is a 30-foot emanation. So let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I guess I could just put the emanation on him. Where can he move to get that? Here is... I guess that's a circle just centered on him. Let's get 30 feet. 30. Yeah, okay, so he will probably move down to there. Okay, so, yep, that's what he will do. We've got a Venn diagram up here. He will move down to the center there.
So that's 2 fire damage.
2 fire damage, thank you.
Thank you for stepping in the fire.
And then he will cast Orcish Roar. You let out a tremendous roar that demoralizes or even stuns your foes. All enemies in a 30-foot emanation must make a will save.
Okay, come on, Bomber. Not quite.
Delete that.
Oh, I'm re-rolling that. for sure. Let's try again.
Nice.
Much better.
All right, nice. All right, so we have a regular success, regular failure, and a regular failure. All right. So for Bomba, we're going to get, looks like Frightened 1. Back to Frightened 1.
Oh, gosh.
For Artemis, we get a Frightened 1. There's Artemis there.
But I'm
There
already-
you go.
Artemis succeeded, didn't
There
he?
you are. Yes, success is Frightened 1.
Yeah, it's the sad part.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Let's see. Danya is a regular failure, so that's Frightened 2. No one critically failed,
I'm
so
already
no
frightened.
one.
Oh no.
How frightened are you right now?
I'm a faded oracle. I'm always frightened.
Okay, what is your frightened value?
I was 1, so I guess I'm frightened 3 now. Okay.
Well, I think just 2.
No. It doesn't increase your frightened value. So it's so if you were to.
Oh, it doesn't
change
increase it.
anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm only 2. Okay.
And no one crit failed, so no one is stunned.
Awesome.
And
Payne
that
also
is-
failed. I rolled him last. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Let's get your frightened up here. Doop. Oh no, wait, that brought you a frightened 3. I don't want that. No.
That's me.
That's that. Sorry. Oh, Pain failed. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where is Pain? There we go. Frightened and on fire.
I'm sorry.
Oh wait, they were already frightened. Never mind. Let's just get rid of that there. All right, that concludes Ikranar's turn.
Can I have it make a reflex save versus my
Oh,
slightly lower
yes.
DC now?
Absolutely. Let's get his reflex up here. Reflex roll.
All right, so that's
26.
success. So nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Okay.
Is it me?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Artemis.
Yeah, I gotta try something here. Let's see. It would be really baller if he actually got fleeing, so I am gonna try fear. I could try hitty slap. Because if he ran away through the whole fire, that would be like the best.
Yeah.
Very unlikely. Come on, Nat 1. Let's go.
Yes, so let me get this will save. Do I have him selected? I do have him selected. Okay. Ooh.
Not ideal at all.
I just want to say this is the best I've rolled in like months.
All right. Let's see here. Last action. What am I? All right. I guess I'm commanding Pain to move. Let's see. Pain is in some trouble, isn't he?
Yeah,
You know
I
what?
can put them out with Quench next turn. But
That's okay. You know what? Pain is he's gonna stick to his namesake and he's gonna move into flanking.
Army crawling across the fire.
And then he's gonna try to toggle combat state.
how many squares was that it moved through?
3.
Or did it-
So
Oh no. 3 fire,
so
yeah.
3 fire damage. Pain is sticking to it. 16 HP. And then he's gonna try to
I think you'd
I can't tell if I'm actually targeting him or not. I think I zoomed in and changed the combat state, but maybe not. Target. Okay.
I just saw a 15 taken off of our friend Caster here, but I wasn't sure.
Sorry, I might have hit the wrong button or something.
Please don't hurt me. And this is a flank strike. While with Artemis, Pain moves in to try to punch him from behind.
Yeah, even with flanking, that is just ever so slightly off.
Yeah, no, that's pretty low. Can I hero point for my dude? Can I?
Oh
can I
yeah,
have
no,
him try again?
I believe hero points are for the player, not for the character. Since it's a meta
Let's
thing.
go. I'm gonna try again. Come on. Yes!
With
That's what
flanking,
I'm
that is
looking for.
Flanking, that is a critical success.
Yes,
Woo!
nice.
Way to go, Pain! Let's go.
This is what we need.
This is what we did need this. Something. We needed something.
All right, would
Sorry,
you
I'm
like to roll the
trying to-
damage?
Yeah, I'm trying to put my hero points down. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Let's see. Damage. So I push critical here, right?
You push critical there, yes.
Woo! Get him.
That's got to do something.
Yeah,
yeah.
Mithridar is suddenly not looking very good. Like, he had some fight in him. He might... I don't think that Bloody but Unbowed, that is specifically an ally. He ain't going to get to use that for himself. So, he's not looking good.
So, curious question. Do we know if I roll the save at the end of my turn after I attempt to remove the persistent fire damage or before? So that I would have it anyway. That's what I'm getting at.
How about you just make a reflex save and then we can decide that later?
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Let's just...
And then we wouldn't even have to care. Oh, you're good. We don't even have
you're
to think about it. But yeah, then you might take one fire. They might take one fire damage, and then it might go away. But then yeah.
Speaking of wildfire, Tim.
All right.
Oh.
So if your companion's fine, if your companion's okay with being on fire, I will. My character.
Fine is relative, but he'll be okay, I think.
Okay. So I'm going to then just stride up here to him and be like, "You will know the truth. You will pay for your perversion of the elements." And I will cast second level Burning Hands at them. So 15-foot cone.
All right, here's my reflex save.
Ooh.
Damn. And that's the end of my turn.
You'll say,
And the hero point is save.
Yeah.
I feel like in a party full of casters, you should be able to do that. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to re-roll if someone's willing to spend it.
It's still Dem's choice.
I mean, yeah, I would like to.
Okay. Somebody volunteer to deduct a hero point from yourselves. And...
Yes. All right, that's
Okay,
still
regular success. That's still half.
Yeah, so I will roll for damage.
Oh.
That's 16
So half of that
is 8.
He is barely standing.
Barely standing.
And then my fire and water will sort of like float together and go into the sky or something. I don't know. It's gone now.
I don't know how, but Tony's animal companion ended up on the initiative tracker, so let me just get past that.
Maybe because I added the fire persistent fire.
Oh, yeah, because it just rolled.
Oh, that makes sense.
So,
yeah,
there it is. We come to Jamie.
Okay, let me
You
see.
can end this little puppet.
I'm gonna try.
Wait, what?
Okay, am I able to stand in this
Do I get a turn?
space? Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah. Especially as a
I
puppet,
think-
you can just fluff yourself up there.
Okay, I think we might have missed Helen.
Yeah.
Did we?
I
Actually?
Oh, no. Yeah, it got hit twice. I'm so sorry. There we go.
If he's really looking that bad, I'll just step over and cast Chill Touch and see if that does anything.
Okay, let's chill him.
With all this
It's a save,
fire
right?
and air and stuff, you know.
Basic fortitude save.
Yeah, it's Fortitude save.
He's a sorcerer. He ain't got great fortitude. It's
Yay.
a regular success.
Only regular
That-
success, though.
Is that half damage?
Half
Yeah,
damage.
basic save. All right, let's roll the damage. Please describe your kill.
What?
3
Got
hit
him.
points
So
left.
Danya's been just muttering this whole time, doing nothing, and then suddenly slaps him in the water and fire, and he just goes down.
Very nice. Very nice.
That was
I could
everyone
then-
else's effort.
Yeah, that's okay. I can then use Dowsing Spell combined with Message to try to help the companion not be on water.
No.
As
Oh,
I
yeah.
whip-
You put out all the fires. Clearly, everybody else has handled all the animals. But then you have clearly dealt the felling blow to the final threat. How in terms of recording, Helen, how are we on time?
We are at 2 hours and 5 minutes. Considering
Okay.
we can trim a little bit here or there, you could do a summary, I think, still.
Okay, summary, but probably not a full election cycle playthrough.
Yeah, I don't think we got time for that. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. So, it's at this point that Oester the Jolly comes up and says, I really appreciate all that you've done to help Axide and Maravon at large. I understand if you have other pressing matters to get to, but I wanted to make one more request. There are other candidates running for town council seats who equally support Axide, but who don't yet have established political clout. I wonder if you could help me set up their campaigns in the coming weeks, so that as these election cycles roll through, we could try to stack the board with folks who favor Axide and get it officially in as a town district.
Yes, I very much agree.
So, if we were playing through, it would be at this point, we would play through an election cycle, which is a downtime activity. You actually roll initiative during it, and you can grant bonuses to each other because you have 5 activities you can choose, and they all cycle around with bonuses. So, I'll leave that as a little preview for the folks watching in case they want to pick up the new adventure, New Orcs on the Block, as part of Orcs Together Strong. Thank you so much to Team Plus for hosting us for this little playthrough. I'm going to go and maybe lower that spell DC for that guy, because it's supposed to be a 3rd level party, so I might have missed something there. Tony, I think you wanted to wrap us up.
Yeah, no, and I really appreciate being able to play this adventure. I think it's a lot of fun. I'm actually very intrigued. I hope we do get to continue as a group to potentially play it, and it was. It was really great to see the Faded Oracle and even how it played in a party with the Druid, and Jamie, you definitely came at the the War Priest with a lot of flair. I liked that a lot. So I think it was great. We got to see a lot of great stuff happen, and it was just I think a real celebration of third party. So thanks everybody for coming to Team Plus Plays Pathfinder, and who knows, maybe we'll do another recording someday. Thank you.
Thanks everybody.
Thanks.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Whoa! What's all this? I was thinking I could play as an Eldermon trainer. It's one of the new classes from Roll for Combat's Battle Zoo Eldermon book for Pathfinder and 5e. What the heck is an Eldermon? They're ancient elemental creatures. Like this cutie. This is Squirrel Ash, a fire Eldermon. There are over 160 different kinds.
No way. I've already got the adventure and all the encounters prepped. I'm not changing all that to add these things in.
You don't have to. The book has an easy random generation system, plus guidelines for how to integrate them into any setting, whether you want to tie them into the story or be completely hands-off.
Okay, but doing all that just for your class is ridiculous. What about the rest of the party?
They can befriend Eldermon too, and even duel each other for fun, but only the Eldermon trainer and elemental avatar classes can use Eldermon powers in combat.
Yeah, no, I'm not running PvP Eldermon battles on top of regular combat.
Oh, no, we can duel without you. You can take a break, get some food, kick back.
You said it's on Kickstarter? Hang on, I'm pledging right now.
Coming up next, we have Hijinks and Sinclair's Library with A View from the Stars, an actual play here on TPK.
Within the mountains, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, where the skies are clear, lies the town of Starview. Nearly a century ago, a wizard and their apprentice seeded the beginnings of Starview with the establishment of an observatory here on a plateau high in the mountains. But it was these same mountains that brought their end, for when the observatory burned down a few decades ago, they perished. But the town that sprouted up to support the construction of the observatory remains, now exporting the firestone crystals that they mine from the mountain. The town has grown steadily over time. Now there's a new hall, there's a general store and a post, a few inns, and even Burnt Eyes Bar and Grill on the edge of town. You have all been summoned to the town by a Bovian scholar by the name of Marvu Blackhoof. Marvu has been working on a prototype for a new type of telescope, which was recently stolen from their home. With the local guards unable to produce results, you have been called in to get to the bottom of it. And that brings us to now, the three of you, seated in a lush sitting room of Marvu's exorbitant manor. Would you like to introduce your characters and yourselves?
My name is Liz. I will be playing Conic Kindsmile. She is a Caldera Cronag. So Cronags are basically rock people, but they're explicitly not rock elementals. They come from the material plane and they just spontaneously form within various rock formations around the planet. I've gone with the Caldera heritage, essentially making Conic a walking volcano. So she is quite tall and quite bulky, being made of rocks, but her skin is a very sort of smooth obsidian broken up by these glowing veins of magma throughout. So she is a Toymaker monk. And she's just here to have a good time. And if she needs to hit someone, she will. She's not looking forward to it.
And let's move on to T.
Hi, I'm T. Today I will be playing the character Zark. Zark is a hobgoblin postman, and he has the anti-magical background. So he does not like magic, and magic does not like him. And that's pretty much all you need to know for now.
Excellent.
I mean, there's some cool stuff from Sinclair's, but we'll talk about that when it comes up later.
Hi, I'm Tyler, and I will be playing Anaxi Lodestone. She is a Minotaur Bovian Magus. So Bovians are straight out of Sinclair's library. They are a very kind and peaceful race of bovine people. So they resemble cows, yaks, that sort of thing. They live in large communities, and they have a pretty wild backstory, but they used to live in a really big nation before a blight took over their lands, and there was a fracturing where they couldn't decide what was the best course of action until a Bovian by the name of Asterion the Conqueror, as he's now known, tried to take lands forcibly to help the Bovians survive. And then that blight ended up fracturing the community, and now they live all over the place, in the mountains, in the forest. Anaxi is a Minotaur Bovian, which means she's descended from the Bovians that joined Asterion in that conquest. So unlike most Bovians, she's not quite as peaceful and kind. She's actually very stoic and has made a lot of her work an employ being a killer for hire. Also, she is a Goliath Stone Magus,
there it is.
Which is a new hybrid study from Sinclair's library, which basically focuses on the sling as a focus for your spell strikes. So that'll come up later.
Cool. And I am Gianni. I will be GMing this session. And a big thank you off the bat for Sinclair's library and Tabletop Obscura in particular for providing this one shot for us to play. And we're really excited to play with some of the options that are coming in Sinclair's library. And we're probably just going to scratch the surface today because we have a quick turnaround. But
all of those playtest materials are available completely for free on the Sinclair's library website.
Stuff in there is cool as heck. So we're here in this.
The three of you are sitting in a sitting room, each with a cup of tea in front of you.
What was the guy's name?
So Marvu sits in an armchair, having already set out tea and biscuits for each of you. Marvu has this ox-like appearance with a large, well-built frame covered in frizzy brown hair. But despite his large frame filling the chair, you can't help but think he seems a bit smaller than he truly is. He looks a bit meek. His posture is radiating defeat and sadness.
A somewhat diminished spirit, if you will.
Exactly. His dressing gown is draped over his body a bit loosely like a tent.
He needs what hour of the day is it?
It's probably late afternoon at this point. Yeah, it's tea time.
Dressing gown late afternoon.
Yeah.
Big mood.
Yeah. His home is a monument to a lifetime serving the rich and powerful, collections of fine art and beautiful glassworks covering most surfaces. He lets out a sigh after taking a sip of his cup and says, "Already cold," and puts it down on the table. And he makes eye contact with each of you, big, sad, large brown eyes under a fringe of frizzy hair. And he says, "Thank you all for responding to my letter. I certainly hope you can be of more use than the guards in this town. I am approaching desperation. I need to find the prototype of my stolen telescope before Calvin, or my investor, returns to town, or I'm afraid I'll lose all of my funding. You came highly recommended, and I just want my telescope back. I need to make sure I can have someone that I trust to get to the bottom of this. So if you don't mind me asking, what are your credentials in adventuring and helping folks solve problems?
I think when you look over at Conic, just seeing how sad this guy, she's literally brimming with tears. She just wants to give him a hug.
Can literally squeeze tears from a stone.
You can squeeze tears from a stone, it very much turns out, particularly if you ask nicely. But yeah, I think she's kind of, wipes them away. An audible sizzling sound as... which I guess would leave like visible obsidian lines.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she kind of looks over and goes, I mean, this is my, maybe, I haven't really been counting, but maybe my 12th life, 8 of which have been an adventurer in some form. I've always wanted to just be an adventurer and help people. This is my first time learning martial arts, so I'm really excited. And I just, I want to find this. You're so sad, and I feel like I should give you a hug, but also I've been told I'm very
qualified at all.
So when people,
please don't. I'm very flammable.
When people put down job postings with a hilariously overestimated amount of required experience, you're the person they're actually casting.
12 lifetimes.
Yeah.
I'm 30 years old with 400 years of experience.
My goodness.
Very good.
There's nothing I can't deliver. I've never failed a delivery, and if something gets lost in the post, we take that very seriously, don't we? So,
I'm sure that'll become in very handy.
The postman's code is a higher power, and it must be obeyed. So,
I have been a mercenary for the last 12 years. I have 78 successful hunts on my, and I've heard about you, Marvu, of course, through the Bovian tracks. I'm very sorry to hear for the loss of your invention.
Yes, I'm sure you appreciate the value of the work that we put into our glass blowing is
lens blowing particularly is a very difficult craft.
Yes, I didn't even know you could blow lenses until
no. I know when I heard about it, I was astounded.
Yes, it's a unique technique that I've just discovered actually. Very well, excellent. You all sound like very experienced professionals.
I promise you, we're the absolute best. And then I go to take a sip of my tea, and I disappear from the chair I'm sitting in and reappear 10 feet to the right in the exact same posture, and then fall on the floor.
Oh,
goodness. Sorry about that.
Do you need a hand?
No. It's fine.
Should I ask, or is this a sensitive topic?
I'm having a little bit of a sort of a reality glitch problem. It's fine. It's under control.
Is it magical in nature?
Unfortunately.
And we'll find out more about that later. Well, since we're getting up, let me show you the workshop, and puts his cup of tea down and leads the three of you into their workshop. The workshop is a mess. It's a circular room with a domed ceiling. What was likely tool benches and stools set up with instruments around the room have been scattered all over the floor. Fragments of glass and metal crunch under your boots as you walk through, clearly not swept up in any capacity. And Marvu's hooves seem unaffected as he walks through. Curiously, what looks to be a jagged scorch mark zigzags up the wall and into the ceiling. And you can see that Marvu has tried to patch up the bottom where he can reach, but the top has been left untouched. As you can see, I haven't really had the heart to tidy up since the incident. I kept the telescope safe in this chest, and he opens up a chest under one of the workbenches, and clearly it's empty. Feel free to look around, and you can ask me any questions that you like.
Is it what are we talking, loam? What's the soft clay, like your house? Do you need me to get a plasterer up here? What happened?
Oh, this?
Yes.
And pointing to the pointing to the scorch mark, you can see that he seems to get like a little bit withdrawn and embarrassed.
Oh, so it's not just a crack; it is actually scored.
Yeah, it looks like
a burn. Like
yeah, it's been burnt like up in a very
I thought it was just split open.
No, sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's out of the ordinary, I suppose. But now that you're asking about it, he says, well, you see, I was very excited with my progress with the prototype, and I had this demonstration a few weeks ago to try and get some further interest in my work, but it was a mistake. The work was unfinished. I knew it was unfinished. I shouldn't have demoed it. You see, firestone crystals, they can be very dangerous if not treated delicately. And during the demonstration, I bumped the telescope, and I must have destabilized the firestone crystals inside it. And combined with the high-quality lenses that I have crafted, it created a devastating magnifying effect, which you can see here. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to stabilize the firestone crystals in these mountains. Why would someone want to do that?
Sorry. Oh, do you mean just in terms of firestone crystals in general? You didn't have a lab assistant or anything?
No. I mean, like, I have a fellow scientist in Calvin, or my investor.
Yes.
He's kind of like an angel investor in a lot of the town's businesses.
SMR?
Now that you mention, no, he's half elf actually. He's a talented.
Wait, then how is he an angel then? It doesn't have weight.
I made a terrible mistake.
I believe it was a sort of turn of phrase.
Can we please maintain some sense of professionalism? The more we dally here, the less time we have to find that telescope.
We're just getting the details right.
I don't want to be walking up to the wrong person and going, "Hi, are you Calvin?" Or that would be very embarrassing.
Well, that won't happen. He's actually he had taken an interest in my work until the incident, of course, and then he said that it was too risky an investment, and so he wouldn't be able to continue that funding. But he has since left town on a business trip. But he promised that if I could have it fixed by the time he returns, then he would happily reinstate that funding. But as you can see, I'm a bit stuck. I need to get it fixed before he's back.
This explains your mood.
I can understand your sense of urgency, of course. Could you?
We have about 2 hours to get this back.
Yes, so we should really stick to that schedule. Yes. I think.
Was there anyone that was particularly, like, maybe a little too interested in the lens?
It's my life's work, and it's incredibly valuable if we can get this telescope to work. So someone may have just stolen it because they thought that they could profit from it instead. I've dedicated my life to perfection of these glass-blowing techniques, and as for the telescope itself, it provides the clearest view of the stars that anyone has ever seen. But that's not all. Thanks to my breakthrough I've had with the firestone crystals in the mountain, it's why I decided to move here in the first place. You see, these firestone crystals, when they properly stabilize, you can magnify heat and light to remarkable levels. Most people use them for heating or lighting in their homes. That's why we export them. But I saw their potential. The telescope not only magnifies the cosmos, but it's able to project it to a nearby wall. It can fill a room and the opportunities here are incredible for teaching and education alone. To be able to see all of the stars around you is quite remarkable. So it's no wonder that someone might want it if they wanted to develop it for themselves. But, that could all be for nothing.
We will find your telescope. I make you that promise.
Thank you.
Is there any leads or anything you might be able to point us in an initial direction?
Who was at this demonstration?
I cannot think of anyone who would want to wrong me in this town. I moved here purely just to do my work. But please feel free to look around.
Was Calvin present at the demonstration? Where the accident occurred?
Calvinor was there, as was the mayor, as was the captain of the guard, as was many of the
most of the notable people in the town. Okay,
yes, if they were interested in the work, then they arrived. I don't think that's going to give us any specific leads.
And you mentioned the guard hasn't had any luck tracking down any culprits or leads.
So I assume you've gone through the official channels already?
I spoke to the captain about it, and he said that their resources and abilities are limited, and The majority of the investigations were done by his deputy, but their investigation into the matter said that the thief was likely long gone. After a couple of weeks, they haven't turned up anything.
We'll start by asking around town and see what we can discover. If we hear anything, we'll be sure to send word. I know a very good postman, so...
Yes, I also have... Look, I haven't.
I am sworn to carry your letters.
Oh, actually, while you're at it, can you just? I've got this one for my mother,
yes, of course.
and this one for my
yes,
brother.
Absolutely. I am still on the clock. Postman's job is never over.
Yeah. I will also just blatantly say the crime scene has not been touched.
Yeah,
so
I was
you're
going to
welcome
say,
to investigate.
could
as well.
Conic have a look around while everyone's...
Yep, so you're investigating around.
That's a 17 on the die plus 10, so that's a 27.
Holy shit! Nice. All right.
She's not very bright, but she do be looking.
Excellent. You notice a couple of things as you're going around. The first thing is that only the telescope and the telescope parts were taken. So there are valuables, there's gold and beautiful things around that were just completely left untouched. So you can definitely rule out the fact that they were here for the telescope.
This wasn't an opportunistic smash and grab.
The second thing is that you notice a series of grubby boot prints as they as come through, and the glass is being disturbed a little bit on the ground, and you can actually make out the shape of some heavy boot prints.
She's sketching them.
Clean it, prints
before they break and enter.
Leave nice clean boot prints.
Well, yeah, because all the other prints are hoof prints, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then, oh my god, you got a 20...
27.
27.
Yeah, sorry.
It keeps going. Okay. You find under the table
just this enormous rock that seems to have just lifting the table.
Yeah, that seems to have just rolled underneath the table. You find a loose firestone geode, a whole geode as it's mined in its rawest form, which are not usually distributed around town. And you now have this. It is effectively a type of bomb. So you can write this down if you want.
Dibs. Absolutely.
Don't bring me anywhere near that.
The enormous magma person picks up this unstable.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe be careful with that. What does Marvel say when they see it?
They go, "Oh goodness, be very careful with that. That's very delicate. Do not drop that."
Raw and unrefined.
Do you deal in unrefined firestone, Marvel?
No, I would never. We usually get it cleaned and make sure that's nice and clear, so it doesn't have any deformities.
So you did not obtain this yourself?
This is not mine. And I would never bring it near my
equipment.
Why would someone
eat that out of my sling?
Unrefined.
I do think she. Yeah, I do think
maybe
she has
the person not made of fire holds on to that.
I think that might be a really good idea. In fact, it's starting to glow. You might want to take it.
Why would someone? This clearly seems like an attempt at sabotage.
Potentially, it's worrying that they seem to have brought this in as. I can't imagine why they would bring it in other than as a weapon of some sort to try and if they expected to have run into some.
Why leave it behind?
What if it was meant to destroy the evidence and it just didn't go off?
She puts the table back down.
I have one more thing to give you from your perception check because it was a critical success. You find a curious thing that has seemed to have also been dropped and not noticed as they've kind of clumsily crashed through the place.
The guards did not do a good job.
As you pick up one of the stools, you find a matchbook. A small matchbook with a logo on the front of a flaming stake.
Couldn't imagine
where
that's from. I wonder where they got that from.
Yeah. Cool.
They went to the Burnt Stake Inn.
A clue.
A completely different location.
That's as close as a lead as we're going to get. So,
yes.
I take a look at the burnt steak matchstick box and I go, "Well done."
Oh,
let's go.
Cool. So,
to the inn.
Where are you heading?
To the inn.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I would like to kick the door in and make an intimidation check.
Okay, I love that.
Are
we in
strong entrance?
Let me set the scene.
I'm literally
what you do.
a bounty hunter. Like
you're a massive bounty hunter.
It's like a bounty hunting, and you're two rather polite friends.
Just a weedy old man in a postman's outfit and a rock.
You kick the door off its hinges, and then the two of you put the door back.
You hold it up, and I just put the screws back in.
Okay,
I'm so sorry.
Just before, I'm happy if you do that chronologically, though. I will just give you an approach. The Burnt Eye Bar and Grill is located on the edge of town, on the road up to higher in the mountains and the old observatory site where it burnt down. It's early evening by the time that you arrive, and you see a large sign out the front showing the same logo that you've seen of a flaming stake. It's fairly dingy, and it's a fairly dingy and rundown looking building, but that doesn't seem to be disturbing people inside because you can hear music and voices kind of loudly chattering inside. And as you approach, you walk up and kick that door down. Yeah.
That's a 20 to intimidate. Woo! Or do you want the athletics to kick the door in?
Yeah, so 22 to intimidate, and then...
awful. 15. No.
Would you like me to kick the door?
13.
13. Look, it's a pretty loose door. But I'll say
It's been kicked
I'll say
in
that
quite
the
often.
first kick is like a bit of resistance, so you have to like awkwardly like kick it again. Just
People like look up as the door hits, and then they see it crash open the second time.
My hooves are a weapon.
Yeah. But the second time is enough to slam it open, and it sends like a deafening boom, and the whole place seems like have a layer of dust kind of just like shake off it. You see the inside of the building is quite cluttered despite the lack of customers. There's plenty of tables and chairs sort of strewn about. There's obviously attempts to be a proper bistro inside, but there's faded menus. The soup of the day sandwich board is covered in a fine layer of dust. And the bar is packed with a lineup of rough-looking barflies that are sort of filling the stools. Among them, you see a young man in an officer's uniform as well. And as you sort of step in, the record player in the stop sort of like screeches to a halt. Everyone on the stools just kind of like turns to look at you.
Conic waves over the shoulder.
Say nothing. It's the classic like bust in and then don't engage, just so people are like.
There's kind of just like sizzling eye contact.
Conic just gives a polite wave.
Stop in, walk up to the bartender and say, "We're after some information."
The bartender puts down the mug that they're polishing.
Actually,
it's the cleanest mug in the place.
Can I make a perception check to see if anyone's seems like particularly nervous or rattled?
Yeah. Could I join in on that one as well?
Yeah, sure. You can both give a
maybe
perception check.
I did the intimidation if you want to
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You
have a look.
You do the perception.
That's a 29.
You got better perception than I do anyway.
Conic is just scoping the room and literally just waving to everyone.
Hey, if we roll good, this will go quick.
The door's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I can switch dice if you'd like.
No, that's fine. So you do your sort of like sense motive to try and assess how everyone is feeling. Yeah, so I'll just give a quick description. So the people in the bar, there's the bartender, big burly, white singlet, seems to have just like these big mutton chops. There's kind of like this skinny thug in a leather jacket with an insignia on the back that says the Burnt Eye Boys on the back.
I love them.
And he kind of gives you like this kind of like toothless kind of snarl.
Wait, is it the full word or is it the acronym?
Is it the Burnt Eye Boys or is it the Burnt Eye Boys?
Because my question is the acronym BEBS?
BEBS. There's a woman with a shaved head and a scar on her right cheek.
Oh, she has a backstory.
And there's the young man that I mentioned with a slicked back blonde hair and a very unimpressive peach fuzz sort of mustache that he's trying to grow. Yeah, that's the officer. Yeah. And so you with your perception check, you determine that the thugs and the bartender mainly just seem like kind of disapproving of you guys just generally, like they don't seem to be very friendly of outsiders. But you do notice that the officer seems to be taken aback for a moment and kind of like assesses what you look like before sort of like turning back to his drink.
Get to the bar, say like we're after some information, and just do the like Slow turn.
I think Conic like whispers to you that like the guard is definitely the most nervous person in the room.
Yeah. And the bartender kind of like puts down and
Officer.
The bartender puts their glass down and says, outsiders ain't welcome in these parts.
Oh, well, that's not
I'll
very
be
nice.
welcome anywhere I invite myself.
Well, I don't know if that's going to turn out well for your friend.
You ever heard
you
of
see
the
they
phrase?
start to kind of like sit up on their seats and step off their...
I reach for my sling like it's a gun.
I say, whoa now, let's calm down. You know what they say about shooting the messenger, and I tip my postman hat.
I hate it. Let's get them, boys. You see the thugs at the bar like scull the rest of their drinks, and then hold the bottles in their hand, and they all step out.
Oh yeah!
Ready for a brawl.
I actually sit down at the bar and I go, one ale, please. And then while I'm sitting there, I just blink, and then I'm like 10 feet away on a different stool at the end of the bar, and I'm like, sorry, over here.
Darn hell!
Sorry, over here. Apologies.
A volcano,
and they engage in a brawl.
a volcano,
I see.
a minotaur, and a randomly teleporting postie walk into a bar.
Yes, exactly.
Can I start on the other side of the people because I did do this?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
cool.
You did the bit.
Yeah.
So we're going to kick us off with Conic.
Yay! So how close am I?
So it's a
them?
very intimate room, and to be honest, I'm not going to worry too much about like specific positioning and things like that. It's a barroom brawl.
Oh, I just meant more like, am I going to need to move, or am I like good to swing?
Yeah, move just to engage in the first place.
Cool. First thing I'm going to do is move up to the nearest person.
Yep, that'll be Toothless. The Toothless. Yeah.
Oh, poor Toothless. And then I'm going to spend an action to inner fire. So for the next minute, I deal an additional 1 fire damage per weapon damage die on unarmed strikes until the end of the next turn. Sorry, that's right. Sorry, it's once per minute. Sorry, that's on me. And until the end of the next turn.
Is that a Cronag?
That's a Cronag. That's a Caldera Cronag
that's
specific
Sinclair's
ability.
original.
That's a Sinclair's original. So essentially, she calmly walks up, and then you hear a cracking noise as her face literally splits into a frown, and then she catches fire.
Oh, awesome. Great.
And
Very
then
good you're
I'm
not
going
holding
to...
the
Goodness me.
And then I am going to...
Imagine you're just like, you still got that geode? Great, it explodes. You take 40,000.
Legit, I probably would have done that.
I am. Well, you're not anymore. Good news and bad news.
And then, I will flurry of blows with my last action. So that's a nice 2 unarmed strikes.
Yep.
A 17 and a 19.
Neg 4,
sorry, it'd be neg 4.
fists are
So
agile.
it'd be a 15, not a 14.
Just not.
Yeah, that's fine. 9 points of damage plus the 2 for the fire.
Ooh, okay. So 11 total. Your fist comes like cracking in, and if he had teeth, they would be flying out of his,
It is
his face.
such a shame that all he's getting is 3rd-degree burns.
But he just like smashes, and he stumbles backwards and looks up with you with like a scorched side of his face. You're gonna pay for that.
If he had teeth, he'd lose them.
The bartender steps out, and he, having seen you like engage in this, he just shouts, "Oi!" Which is an ability called Oi! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark!
Fantastic.
And I can attempt to demoralize a creature within 30 feet.
It's me, isn't it?
For each conscious ally of first level or lower the Barroom Brute has, they may target an additional creature within the range, comparing the demoralize check against each of
So
their
it's everyone.
dices.
You're gonna
So
oi us
because
all.
he's got a bunch of thugs behind him, he's gonna
Successful oi.
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 Hello.
And that's pretty good. That's 25
Against the
compared
will
against
DC?
your will DC.
So it's 10
Will
plus will.
succeed.
10 plus.
Yeah.
Frightened one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do
So
it.
you all fail?
Yeah.
Yep. So each of you will be frightened 1. So he'll step up and he will swing at you with a baseball bat that he picked out from below the bar.
Baseball.
It's a club, but I'm like, make it a baseball bat. There's always a baseball bat at the bar. And that will be a Oh, that's a
Oh my goodness.
30 total.
That will crit.
That'll be a critical hit. Holy shit, we're up to a cracker of a start. So that'll be, that's max damage. That's,
Well, it is called TPK, everybody.
so,
The dice
welcome to
are
TPK.
hot today.
So that is 12 times 2, so that's that's 24 damage straight off the bat. And he just like slaps you with this club.
That's over half my health.
That's not
I got potions.
Don't like that.
Which brings us to Zark.
It is
So you have appeared on the other side of the thugs in the
Okay, I'm going to reach into my satchel, and I'm going to pull out. As my hands come out, you're going to see wrapped around my forearms are these chains, and then as I pull my hands out, at the end of these chains that are now dangling below my hands are these two extremely large letter openers.
Oh God damn it!
And
It's a living.
Zark the postman is wielding dual striking +1 striking chained blades, which are a new weapon as part of Sinclair's original.
Sinclair's original.
And they are effectively swords on chains you can throw if you like.
Yeah, they don't have to be letter openers.
They don't.
If you choose in your games, but they can be. It's an option.
They could be any other public official themed sort of blade.
And it has to be public official theme.
And then I'm going to I'm going to look back at the bartender who has just taken a huge swipe at my fellow compatriot here. You're not.
You're not. You're visibly not fine.
I can see that number. You're not. And I'm going to shout, assaulting a public official is a violation of the law. And then I'm going to...
You just can't help but play a bureaucrat as a character.
I just love it. I mean, they gotta... It's a thankless job, okay?
Sure,
Someone needs to represent them. And I'm going to intimidate them.
Okay.
So, with my, stern warning.
Minus
-1.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's no good. That's no bueno. That is...
You're trying to beat an 18.
Yeah, that ain't it. No.
Oh no.
So that doesn't work.
He just turns around and goes, "What'd you say?"
No, I'm just going to throw a chain blade.
Stick to the basics.
How far away is he?
Probably like 15 feet.
Well, okay, he's actually out of range. So I'm going to chuck a chained blade at whoever's closest to me. Probably
Because
the
you can
brawler.
throw them?
Yeah, because I can throw them.
Ding. So probably at the back, if Toothless was at the front, would be Scarface.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I throw a letter opener at his back.
Her back.
Her back, sorry.
You got a hero.
+7, so it's only 10 total. I rolled a 3, everybody.
Oh, no.
But that's okay, because I don't have to succeed to use my ability, which is I have taken... So Zark is just a regular fighter as far as class goes, but I've taken, instead of my 2nd and 4th level fighter feats, I have taken the Blink Strider and Blink Striker dedication from Sinclair's.
Sinclair's Reveal.
Yeah. Blink Strider at 2nd level gives you the ability to teleport, and phase out of dimension and teleport 10 feet. To recharge it, you have to physically move through the real world some amount in order to do it again. There's no limit on the amount of times you can cast it, if you will. It's just a way you move. But you just can't do it back to back.
Specifically, you have to take a move-traded action.
Unless you take the Blink Striker dedication at 4th level, which is it's a custom rule where you can take 2 dedications because they're kind of one dedication sort of together. Which means that instead of moving, I can recharge that ability using the attack action. So provided I make a hit, I don't have to succeed, but provided I take an attack action, it recharges.
However, every time you use your blink ability, you have to succeed at a DC 5 flat check or fall prone.
Yep.
That is amazing.
So I can just hop around the place, and I just combine that with anti-magical to be like, he's just kind of a little out of touch with reality.
Yeah, great. I love that. Okay, cool.
So that's my useless turnover.
Look, it was fun. We learned a lot.
So where did you move?
I didn't go anywhere. I stood up, I got my weapons out, attempted to intimidate, and then threw a blade, and it bounced off someone's back.
Yep.
Nice.
So it's time for the barfly, the thugs, and the deputy to go. Which I'll just call them all thugs for the sake of being specific.
Yeah.
So the first one, Toothless, after getting slammed by you, he is going to pull up his bottle and try and shatter it on top of your head. So this is a double action, a 2-action activity called Shatter Bottle, which I can roll to make a 13.
No, I have a 22 AC.
Cool. Jesus. So that's a failure.
Nobody touch him? Yes.
Yeah, just a failure. Yeah. However, the Shatter Bottle ability, on a failure or success, so he got a failure, the barroom thug gets 1 degree of success better on the strike, so he hits.
Cool.
He gets success. After which the bottle is broken and it can still be used as an improvised weapon. So even though it failed, it still smashes on your head, but now the bottle is
It's a glancing blow, but it does break and do damage.
Yeah. Which means that you're going to take a whole 3 damage as the bottle smashes on your head.
Are you okay? Do you need healing?
Yeah.
Can I get you anything?
And then after the bottle, a fist is going to come up for an uppercut underneath you, which is agile, so that will be a -4, so that's 12 total. No, definitely.
It's one of those.
I think it thuds into her stomach, and she's just staring
he does like
It's one of those.
Looks up at you, and then the Scarface is going to turn around and look at you and go, "You shouldn't have tried that." And she charges at you. And she's going to try and shatter her bottle on you, which will be a 20.
That will just not do it.
Cool, so that upgrades to just a success though, which is good. And so that'll smash on your head, 7 bludgeoning damage, as she comes and smashes on top of you. And that'll be her turn. And then the deputy will...
I see letterboxes.
He's kind of caught in the middle, so I think he's probably going to go for your 1, 2, 3, your 4, 5, 6, you.
Yep.
So the deputy will team up, and he will run around behind you to flank you with a move action.
Sure thing.
So you are flat-footed to his strikes, and that will be a 12 to hit with a fist. So that's 20 total.
How much does flat-foot remove
It's a
again?
-2 off your AC.
In which case that will hit.
Just because of the flanking.
Just because of the flanking.
I actually forgot, because I have bravery, my frightened condition is always 1 less than it should be.
Oh yeah, you're all frightened as well. That's something to remember.
I actually don't have frightened because of bravery.
There you go.
Frightened 1 gets reduced to frightened 0.
That's very good. That's a fighter thing?
Yeah.
This is
third level.
Classic. So that's 6 damage for you.
Cool. All right, down 49.
And I'll say... he's probably just going to punch you again because it's all he's really got. He hasn't got a bottle.
This is not very nice behavior.
Which is okay. That's better. That's a 22 to hit. Which
that'll hit.
And then that's going to be 4 damage total. An axie. Yeah.
Written you off for dead already.
Turn to the bartender and say, "Good hit. My turn." And I reach back and pull out my giant glass maul.
Oh God! No. He looks at his baseball bat in comparison.
And I am going to spell strike him right in the face. I'm using Produce Flame. So that's my maul attack, which will be a +10. 22.
22. That's a hit. What does this look like in your glass maul? Does your maul become flaming, or is it like what?
Yeah. So like a surge of arcane energy goes up the maul, and the
like inside the glass.
So there's a glass core to the maul, and then the top just starts to glow, heated from the inside. That's all right. I'll roll it twice. 6 to 4 is 12 damage.
12 damage.
And only takes persistent on a critical.
Yep. Cool. So your maul comes and slams him, and he hits back against the bar with just like a oof as your maul comes and crushes into him. Back to Conic.
I think Conic looks from old Toothless to the guard and goes, "That's not very polite." And I will use an action to go into my my mountain stance. So
That buffs your AC even more, doesn't it?
Actually, it doesn't, because it removes anything you get from Dex and then gives you a flat +4. So my AC actually remains the same because I have really high Dex.
The floor under your feet just goes...
Just crack,
as you just connect to the earth.
And I'm going to spend a focus point, and I will key strike this falling stone strike. I also have elemental fist, so I will be adding, I think, lightning damage to this. So yeah, I'll do 1 attack to Toothless and 1 attack to the guard. So essentially just cracking them both in the skull.
Yeah,
so we'll do...
Okay, so who are you doing first?
I'll do Toothless
this will be your better
first.
strike.
Yeah.
Toothless.
So that's a 16 plus 11.
27.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And the second one, that's a natural 20 on the die.
Okay, so it sounds like it'll be crits on both. So roll your damage for Toothless first.
Fantastic. And this is 2d8 instead of... so... could I...
kick the door down?
may I have borrow a d8 for a moment? Yep, so that's 7 on the die, plus 4 is 11, so...
And double everything.
Got it.
22.
Plus the... because on this round my eruption ends, but I still deal that additional 2, so it's 26.
26 damage?
Yep.
Lightning?
Plus the additional 1, which is good and lightning, so well, yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Is that plus 2 then doubled again? Because that's 30 total.
Okay, so your fist comes and cracks into Toothless's...
Just downwards onto the top of his skull.
Sure. So there's just a freeze frame as like a thunderclap just exits through the entire
Everyone's
bar
vision just
room.
goes-
All the glasses shake, and then you just see him just like freeze for a second, and then he's just collapsed into the ground. Like he just craters entirely onto the ground, and is just knocked unconscious into oblivion.
Yes, I was about to say yes, because it does. Yes, all of my attacks have the non-lethal trait.
Yeah, I'm happy for all of your attacks to be non-lethal, considering this is a barber.
Yeah, my non-lethal thrown letter opener sword.
Yeah, so I'm just going to hand wave non-lethal stuff.
I can throw them blunt end first.
Yeah.
My non-lethal lightning
So the thug is just like collapsed onto the ground, little birds around his head. And then let's do the guard on the other side.
That's 8 plus 4.
10, 12, plus...
Yeah, 10 plus 2, 12 plus the 2, plus the 1.
That's 15.
15, so another 30.
There you go.
Power gaming is a slippery slope.
I didn't do it on purpose. I was trying to make her really roleplay focused.
How dare you roll a natural 20? And so your other fist comes and just like knocks the guard behind you, and he just flies back, hits a wall, and then just like slumps against the wall as a result.
Zark is just stunned.
And then I would like to use my third action to demoralize the bartender.
You would. Yeah.
I just feel like it just feels right.
You're on a roll, sure, why not?
That's 17 plus 4. Minus my frightened is just a 20.
Yeah, okay, that still works. So I think, just seeing this display, as everyone's watching you just crack these two, and you just like look to the bartender, do you say anything, or are you just glaring him down?
Not very nice indeed.
Yeah. You see him like shrink a little bit below your stance. Yeah. The bartender is going to kind of get a renewed kind of like and like turns to slap against you here with his tiny baseball bat. And he's just, that's a natural one. And so he's just kind of like, and I think like as a result of that,
Literally, like, shift them all this much.
Yeah,
he just goes tink.
As a result, he just drops his baseball bat and he just like takes a step back.
I'm going to grapple him.
Okay. Hold on to that for your turn. So we'll effectively skip the rest of the brute's turn and Zark.
So who? So there's nobody left.
Scar.
There's Scarface. Yeah. So the one that was fighting you, the woman.
Well, first things first. I'm going to pull my sword back in. Because I think it's an interact to like...
you have to reload. Sure.
So that's one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a strike against the Scar.
Yeah, with your little shiv.
Yeah, with my letter opener, which is a full-sized sword.
So it's worse than a shiv.
Worse than a shiv.
And that is a 25.
You're no longer frightened.
I never was.
25 is a hit.
Okay, cool. That is going to be 2d6 plus 4. That is 11 damage.
11 damage.
Yep. And then I am going to blink 15 feet back, because I think Blink's standard distance is 10 feet. But every 2 Blink Strider / Striker feats, you get another 5. So because I now have 2 feats, it can be 15 feet total. So I'm going to blink back 15 feet.
Yep, great.
To just further back into the bar.
So she's left like kind of just as you then blink back, and then that brings it to her turn. But seeing that she is the only fighter left in the fight, and seeing that the bartender has sort of stood down, she's just going to put her drop her broken bottle, and just kind of submit as well.
I'm just going to start reeling.
Leaving it to be your turn, so I will let you clean up this fight however you want to clean it up.
Great.
Tyler.
I'm going to grapple the bartender for a 27.
27 is 100%. It is not a crit though.
Damn. That's fine. And yeah, I'm just there. It is obvious to me that you know something. You'll be answering our questions now. You should also consider changing the name of your venue. It sounds like a butthole joke.
Holy shit.
all the folks kind of look at each other and, oh my gosh.
Hey, don't yuck anybody's yum. I'm actually going to reel in my chain blades and stow them, and then walk over to Scar and just put a hand out and be like, I think we should probably start from scratch.
You stabbed me!
And you tried to stab me. In fact, you hit me over the head with a bottle.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah.
I think Conic is trying to gently slap awake the two people that she knocked
the bartender down.
Yeah.
I just say,
he graciously. Scarface.
Nice to meet you.
So yeah, you clean up. They kind of brush themselves up. We'll give a minute for the other two to kind of
she helps them up and goes, it was a very nice fight. I had a really good time.
Oh, shut it.
If you want to treat that burn, generally any skin softening ointment will work. If you do have a cleric in this town, they should be able to do something about it. I'm very sorry. It does work for you.
I'll just take a whiskey.
We found a matchbook at the scene of a robbery that matches your this location. Do you know anything about anyone who's come here, passed through here, or might have been involved in a robbery at the observatory, at Marvu's workshop?
Confess to your crimes.
And are you addressing the bartender for this? Anyone?
I think we've rounded them up.
We've probably,
you just kind of
let's round them up.
Just the gallery.
Even the deputy,
especially the deputy. He's so
there.
nervous.
Is this what counts for
Do
lawfulness?
any of you know anything about this robbery?
The others
I'll make
are kind
it
of
an intimidation.
Yeah,
if you
sure.
want.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to do it. 16.
It cracks the thugs and the deputy, not the bartender.
I've already scared the shit out of you.
Yeah, exactly.
The bartender is rightly already afraid.
You can see the others are kind of looking a bit begrudging, but the deputy seems to be a little bit nervous. You can tell, and so when you kind of tower over him, he's kind of like, "Look, man, he paid us off to do it. I didn't steal anything. They did," and he kind of gestures at the others.
You work for the guard, do you not?
I do, but I don't make enough money at the guard, man. I can't live off the wage that I get from being a deputy in this small town.
Did I ask?
No, sir, you didn't.
I was going to.
Look, I just had to. I didn't do anything. I just had to look the other way. Okay, please. I needed the money. The captain pays me shit all.
That's fine. We just want to know who did it. Who did you look the other way for?
Well, they all kind of share a look.
I mean, they've talked about an angel investor who will just give money to people. Was it Calvinar?
It was Calvinar, yeah. He kept going on about how long he'd been waiting and how everything was going to change once he had it. I don't know what he's talking about. He was just spouting sciencey mumbo jumbo. I don't know. I just.
That's a bad patron if I ever saw one.
It's a bad scientist for a start.
It's a really bad angel.
All right. I know
she has an intelligence of 8.
Okay. Just a
but he's clearly not trying, though, is
asshole.
he? He's not trying.
No, that's
Where is Calvinar now?
He's he's up at the observatory.
The old burned down observatory up the hill.
Yeah, he's had it blocked off and hasn't been letting anyone in because it was dangerous. But he's secretly been working up there.
They took the telescope to the observatory after a theft.
Well, to be fair,
do you have a point?
No one in the town goes up there.
You know the saying, it's in the last place you'd think to look, right?
I wouldn't look in
That's probably the first place, like a telescope in an observatory.
Did you think to look there?
Touche. Touche.
In Zark's defense, I didn't think about it either.
Well, that's the thing. Like, no one goes up to the observatory because it's just a wreckage. It's just
perform the robbery, or was the rest of the guard involved?
There were lots of feet.
No other guard were involved. I mean, like the
I have a message for you to deliver.
Who broke into the house?
It was and Toothless puts his hand up. And some of the other guys.
Okay.
You have very dainty feet.
What do you both know about this? And I point to the geode.
Oh, that's mine.
Did Calvin give this to you? Calvin did give this to you?
Yeah, I mean, he's been giving us stuff to kind of, if we get into any rough patches, can deal with people, fist and punch-ups and everything.
Yes, exploding people's a very effective method of dealing with them.
Yeah, were you trying to kill...
We weren't. No, we weren't trying to kill anyone. He just told us to go in, get the telescope parts, get out, and if anyone gave us trouble, then we had contingencies.
You just had a giant bomb in case you needed to make a non-lethal escape.
We need a contingency in case anyone followed us or anything.
Well, a bit of paper, start writing.
I mean, the captain tried to distract Marvu, and then the deputy's like,
Captain?
Care to repeat that?
Of the guard?
Yeah, well, he threw a dinner party so that Marvu would be out of the house.
Who do we report these thugs to if the whole guard is corrupt?
Oh, we can go to the.
I suppose I could make them report to Tharasma.
I mean,
straight to the top.
That's an extreme example.
That's the highest escalation we can get.
That is a swift escalation.
They will be a remote posting of the centralized guards constabulary. We can deal with them when we get back. We can make a report when we get back to town, proper town, not this backwater.
We're gonna just silently walk out the back.
Nice.
They'll be out the back, and I'm gonna come back and tie them.
Yeah,
everyone gets a chair.
They don't
tied
resist.
to their chair and then tied around the chair.
Yeah.
Everyone gets a chair. No one misses out today.
And if any of you so much as move, I'll open you like a new board game on Christmas.
Oh my!
With my letter knife.
I mean, that's violent for me.
Is that necessary?
What if I need to piss?
Piss.
The top side of the broken bottle that's fallen on the floor, I just kick it across the slides under his chair. I go, there you go.
All right. And you wrap up your business.
Giving them empty bottles.
You wrap up your business in the bar room.
Thugs being thugs is one thing, but the people who supposedly purport to uphold the law, that I cannot forgive.
Yes, you don't like it when people break bureaucracy. We understand.
All right. So, are you heading where?
Straight up to the observatory.
Cool. Yeah. So you walk up through the mountain pass. It's quite picturesque up here. It's quite peaceful. You can see evidence of the quarries and mining operations that have happened in some of the mountain in the distance.
It's trails like this that make the job worth it. Yeah. You really get to commune with nature.
And eventually, you start to come across some. Eventually, you start to come across some signage, sort of caution tape across the path, being dangerous, unstable, do not proceed.
Kick them over.
It's trails just like these.
And each time that they get more demanding, no, seriously, turn back, please.
Hey, I know the last one didn't seem all that serious. I just need you to know I'm really being serious here. You gotta turn around.
I'm starting to run out of paint.
And eventually,
I'm gonna drink that other potion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh no.
You're looking a little rough there. I got a spare healing juice if you need one.
I'm fine.
I have.
You keep saying that.
Okay.
Yeah. You're actively bleeding.
A big
listen.
bloody gash in the face.
Pride cometh. All right. If you need healing, take healing.
A little woozy. I've drunk 3 of these so far.
That's my healing potion gone.
1
Cool.
hit point.
I've got 2 for emergencies.
And eventually, you reach a plateau. The burned down observatory once stood tall as a beacon of knowledge and discovery. Now, all that remains is a smouldering circular shell of its former glory. The walls are blackened and charred, and you can see from the outside that the roof has caved in, leaving light to spill in from the stars above. You see, as you approach from the outside, that there is a dull red glow from inside the observatory.
I don't like the look of that at all.
Would you like to?
I would like to make a perception check to see if there appears to be any way to climb up a side of it. Maybe there's some like decayed wall or something that I can get a vantage point to like peek in at.
Yeah, sure. I think like the outside, like there's like paneling that has kind of like peeled off and you know, structural bits that have warped in the heat and the flame. So there's definitely stuff you can climb up. It will be a bit treacherous because it's unstable and looks like pretty like loose, but there is climbable scaffolding.
Is there a front door?
Yep, there is a front door. Yes.
Actually, hang on.
But you can see the front door kind of has like a big like board on the front that says caution scribbled hastily on it.
I have an invisibility potion.
That would be way better.
So I was gonna say maybe we go with the stealthy approach. Somebody creeps up the side to get a vantage point. I could probably get in position on the ground floor, given I'm very unlikely to be observed.
Right. I'll wait by the front door.
You can run in and hit things.
You want a chance at redemption of kicking in the front door?
Yeah, you really want to get it in one go.
Do you want to just make sure the latch is just a little loose?
Yeah, we can take
if you've got time to get to the door.
I'll loosen the latch.
Yeah, I mean, we could take the hinges off so that
I'm
it
going
just.
to wait by the front door and I'm going to poison a rock.
Yeah, I'm going to chug my invisibility potion, so it's a 2nd level invisibility spell, effectively.
Poisoning a rock.
It's like
So what are you
salt baying this rock with poison salt.
Yep. Okay. So the walls are probably let's just call the path up to be about like 25 feet. So it's like a decent couple of rounds of climbing.
Athletics
climbing. You're gonna need to make a series of climb checks and not fail. Okay. Your scaffolding, it's a bit rough, so I'll say it's probably 18 DC 18.
18 DC. Okay.
Cool,
well, I have a plus 12 athletics, so let's
6
not
or higher on the die.
Let's not whiff.
Yeah.
Okay. First one's a success. That's a 24.
Cool.
Keep going.
Yep. 5 foot up.
The second one is a crit success.
Move up 10 feet.
Okay, cool.
10 feet to get to the edge.
That was 18. That is a success. And that is also another success.
Okay,
19, just.
Okay. Yeah. So you managed to kind of like
fighters, good at athletics. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna sneeze.
Oh no!
Everyone hold.
Gross.
We're good.
Yeah, Zark like stops, like disturbs some dust and goes.
But like invisibly.
Yeah.
No one notices.
Are you also climbing up?
I'll wait for a signal from Zark.
Yeah,
so you'll be on the ground.
I
Okay,
want to
cool.
peek.
Okay, so you look around over the top of the walls. You see a few things inside. You see that the red glow is from multiple crates and trays of firestone crystals that are sort of like scattered around from the inside. There are stacks of twisted rubble and crates on the ground floor of the observatory. So like where the door enters into, it's basically just like a big circular floor, and there's sort of like stacks of crates and rubble.
Do I see any firestones like loose through those crates?
So the crates, you can see that some of them are open topped, and there's kind of like firestones like in rows, like they seem to be sort of organized.
Front door seems like a bad idea.
If you can get the telescope out, we can end this very quickly.
That's what I think I'm going to see.
You have a bomb.
Yeah.
I am a bomb.
Yeah. So yeah, I will say there's select like red barrels around that have firestone crystals in them.
Video game rules. I got you.
But there's like other rubble which is
non-explosive.
Yeah, non-explosive as well. You know,
but will be shrapnel or something.
I'll specify there are red crates around.
And specifically there are some right near the door, which is the key detail.
There aren't any near the door. They are on the ground level, but there's none like placed next to the door. If that's
okay. It doesn't look like a trap.
Yeah.
No,
it's not like we open the door and just die.
Okay. What else do I see?
So that's kind of like on the ground floor. However, You see that there's a sort of like precarious scaffolding that seems to have been set up, which forms like a makeshift 15-foot high mezzanine around the interior circle.
And that
of
would be just slightly below where I am now.
Yeah, that'd be about like a 10-foot drop from where you are. Around the inner walls of the circular room, and you estimate that the room across is probably like 90 feet in diameter, so it's fairly sizable. You see a number of thugs, like burnt-eye thugs, wearing the jackets, shifting crates around on the mezzanine, and there's three pushing red barrels of firestone crystals around on the floor, kind of like on trolleys, kind of stacking them. A catwalk extends from the back of the mezzanine.
Arbitrarily moving crates around.
So this is sort of thugs moving red barrels.
Yeah, they have like a patrol cycle that they just keep doing.
I mean, look, I just can't believe the Bebs would betray us like this.
I don't have a box to hide under, so I can sneak along the catwalk.
And so a catwalk extends from the back of the mezzanine into a central platform on the room. So like think here's the door, here's the back of the mezzanine. It comes into like a central platform here. Yeah. And you can see on the central platform there is a warped and melted remains of what once would have been an impressive telescope. It seems to sort of like stand as almost like a monument, kind of like in the central platform now, like burnt and twisted. But you see standing at a workbench an aged half-elven man with wiry white hair
on this like platform.
Yeah, on the central platform. He's kind of like got his workstation there, with wiry white hair and a hawkish face and a white lab coat on, as he tinkers with like a long sort of tubular device of metal and glass.
Okay. Looks like repairing the telescope.
Yeah, he seems to be tinkering with it in some capacity. Yeah.
I am still invisible.
You are.
But if I try and jump down onto the catwalk, I imagine that's going to make a lot of noise.
It will make a noise, and they will be able to seek to see if they can detect you.
Can I get from where I am? Does it look difficult to kind of stay up on this, I guess, like rubble wall ridgeline and kind of move around towards the back of the room?
You could try. It'd be slow progress because it'd be like, what if it's 90-foot diameter? It's like a 280 circumference, so that's like 70.
Someone do pi.
5. It's like from where you are, it's probably like 75 to 90 foot around to get to the back of the.
Yeah, so that's quite a long
way.
Yeah.
I think I will try and probably climb back down.
I feel like letting us know.
Yeah, I think
you're only supposed to be scouting.
Yeah. Well, I was going to see if I could.
Oh, going by myself.
I was going to see if I could give you some other signal, but vis-a-vis a large explosion of firestones. But I think giving you this information is useful. So I'm going to now attempt to climb back down.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay. Same DC?
Yeah, I think
easier or harder.
I'm trying to work that. I think it'd be easier just to expedite
easier to go
this.
down than up.
I think because you've sort of charted a path. I'll say you technically know how to go down.
What are you setting it at then?
What did I say last time? 18. I'll say it's 16.
Okay. That's a crit.
Yeah, that's a crit. Down 10, 20. Okay, cool. And then the last 5 feet you can just drop to.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I run back over and I relay that information and I say, okay, so let me tell you, thugs, gangs, never heard of OSHA.
Where is the telescope?
Center of the room on a platform, a catwalk.
Oh, that feels dramatic.
Calvinor is in there, and it looks like he's attempting to fix the telescope. He looked like he was creating a new version of a section of the telescope. It seemed almost complete, so I'm not sure what his intention is with modifications or just repair, but either way, we probably don't want to let him go through with whatever he was planning. It's 3 up high, 3 down low. I think I'm going to try and get back up into position to drop down onto the catwalk.
You've probably got about 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, I've got about 3 minutes left, so we'll need a motor. I'm going to say, well, what I could do is I could get in position, and I do have a longbow, so I could try and attempt to create a diversion at the back of the observatory by blowing up some of these firestone crystals, maybe destabilizing them, and that could be a good signal to start an assault.
Not knowing how they're going to react, we could hit one and it will take the entire building down.
Yeah.
Our mission as set is to retrieve the telescope. Whatever happens otherwise is of no consequence.
Also, they have another observatory. I don't think they'll miss this one very
Well,
much.
how about I go back up and try and sneak onto the catwalk? If it all goes to hell, I'll make a racket.
Speaking of
Sounds
everything
good.
going to
Dive in.
hell, I do have something for you both, and I'll hand you both a potion of expeditious retreat, just in case.
Nice. That's very handy. I got a minute left to get into position, so if you've got any other ideas, please feel free to improvise.
Absolutely none. No thoughts.
Okay, yeah, right. Cool. I'm gonna run back up. Okay. I think I will probably try and go around the back and try and climb from somewhere closer to the, because I have the advantage of being able to just sprint around.
Yeah. So it's much easier to move on the ground and around. So if you want to like move up like directly at the back.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a harder climb check to try and get in at the back.
Yeah, so I won't make you make another climb check. I'll just say that it takes a bit longer because it. Like,
I'm expecting my invisibility to run out mid-combat, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll probably like shave a bit of the invisibility off.
Please, yeah. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is try and drop down onto the catwalk. Yeah. While still invisible. So that's going to, I assume.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I'll just make a distinction between like the mezzanine around the ring and then the catwalk is extending into the.
So the mezzanine. I'm trying to drop down on the mezzanine, basically where the catwalk starts extending.
Cool. Excellent.
Basically to cut Calvin off.
Yeah. Sure. So you have like a couple, like probably two. Actually, no. There's probably one on each side and then one at the back. So there's like a thug almost like right where you want to be, at the very back. But she seems like occupied, kind of like.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try and sneak down.
So give me a stealth check to try and land here quietly.
I would like to use my hero.
Okay.
That I don't like. That's
and
not
we'll
a
play
nice
normal
number.
hero point rules. So reroll here, and you can take the higher one.
That is fucking.
It's one better.
Pardon me. That is terrible. I rolled a 3 and then I rolled a 4. So that's 11 total.
Cool. So you're carefully climbing up here. You do so well to climb up the scaffolding.
This is where our luck runs out.
The rolls run
I rolled
out.
19s
You
on the
used up
climbing.
all of your karma, and then you kind of like hang off, and then the scaffolding goes. And then you like peel down like a banana skin and just like onto the catwalk, and like the thug next to you just goes like, huh? What was that?
All right.
So immediately you can tell that like everyone in the room just suddenly like turns to look at where you would be.
Where is the closest pile of firestone crystals? I want to make an entrance.
There's probably like 10 feet away from you. There's probably like a bench that has some geodes actively being.
Okay,
worked
I
on.
want to like immediately go for one of those geodes, and I don't want to chuck it into the room.
Yeah.
I want to chuck it like against like I guess the wall behind where the catwalk is, like up high, to just make it explode in a signaling way without bringing the whole structure down.
Yeah, okay, great. So we'll come back to you guys in 2 seconds. We'll just resolve this. So you run over, heavy boots on the...
Yeah, like I'm fully visible now.
And then you pick up a geode off the table and...
hurl it.
You hurl it. So you're just aiming for a wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I won't make you roll an attack. Instead, the geode just like flies and cracks into the side of the building. And there's a moment of just like a incineration ball of fire that emerges from it and a bright, blinding light. I need you to roll 2d6 for me, please.
Just as it's just like, what was that? And I go, well, jig is up, and I just sprint the other way.
These old buildings are full of mean ghosts.
That is 7 total.
7, cool. Yeah. So the fire detonates and like some of the structures just starts like
I imagine like a section of the wall falls back outside.
Yeah. And can I please get you to make a reflex save for me?
Okay.
Please?
Cool.
You're definitely now visible.
Sure, that's an 11.
11? Cool. So
I'm gonna get crushed by a big old wall.
So you are blinded for 1 round as the light emanates around, and it is incredibly bright, and you sort of like are watching to see the effect, and then just like
oh, why didn't I predict that?
And you hear like in like the days, you hear the thugs also go like, I can't see, and immediately like the two of you outside hear this
Time to
racket.
make an entrance.
So kick down that door, baby.
Yeah, that's way better. 7, 22.
22, yeah, you just... And the door is so old.
What's the guy's name? Calvinar?
Calvinar, yeah.
Calvinar!
And the door just like... just slams out in front onto the ground.
Two bent doors just like...
about 15 foot into the room. Calvinar, the jig is up. Surrender peacefully or meet your gods.
And I think Conic is just walking by going, I feel like this is a little bit much.
And so you immediately see the situation of like the thugs on the railing kind of like covering their eyes. There's like a glowing patch of fire on the wall.
Postman thug covering his eyes as well.
That thug looks like
that thug looks really familiar.
Wait, no, they know where I am, but I'm still invisible?
No.
Or does the invisibility affect
I would say it's a
damage?
hostile action to throw a bomb.
So the invisibility does drop. Yeah. I wasn't sure how it worked with being perceived.
just unhostilely throwing a bomb at a wall.
Cool. So you shout this out to Calvinor, and sort of surprisingly, you see he seems fairly unfazed by the commotion happening around him, and he's just like continuing to work on whatever he's working on. And he goes,
I admire his focus.
and he says, "Now, interesting. Who sent you? Was it the captain? Did he decide that the money wasn't worth it, or
bribing an officer of the law is an offense punishable by death?"
Oh, well.
You say covering your eyes.
I say, like, to the wall.
You mess with the Bovian, you mess with all of us.
Oh, you're working for Marvu.
You're the person whose telescope you stole after sabotaging their lab and bribing several public officials?
Oh, he wants his telescope back. Well, unfortunately, I can't let that happen, you see. I've come so close.
You have a lot of money, but not a lot of friends, do you?
I'm monologuing.
Roll intimidate.
No, I'm monologuing. This is my bit.
I'm so sorry.
Now those burns don't heal easily.
Yeah. I guess you can give him my thanks, though. Without him, I never would have worked out how to focus these energy crystals. That Bovian glasswork sure is something, isn't it? And he holds up like a lens to you, and then kind of like up to the starlight, and you can see like
Fucking sacrilege.
Incredible like refraction of starlight in the lens.
Oh, he's like dead now, isn't he?
It's a real shame. I've always respected Marvu. We are both academics after all, but the difference is that I know something. I know that knowledge
You're in
comes...
over your head?
I'm monologuing! I know that knowledge comes from wealth. Wealth comes from power. And I worked this out long ago when I saw the potential in these stones. And he picks up one of the firestone crystals. But my buffoon of a master felt it was a foolish pursuit, an irresponsible cause. Well, I showed her, and now I'll show everyone. I've single-handedly raised this town from the ashes of my master's work. So I should know. Telescopes won't bring this town prosperity. And then he picks up the tube and then finishes screwing a bolt onto it, and the whole thing.
Why did we let him do this?
I was monologuing.
I was trying to get there.
Yeah,
I fell.
We were too busy insulting.
I fell.
Don't deny me my bit. And he pulls a lever on the device and he says, "The telescopes won't bring this town prosperity, but the arms trade will." And you see each of the goons pulls out like a little like laser pistol, and they each load in a firestone. The telescope he's holding, you see like an energy inside whir up, and he's basically now holding this death ray laser cannon, essentially.
Golly.
And he says, "Sorry, friends. I'm afraid you won't get to view the stars tonight, but I will give you a constellation prize."
God,
And then he raises the gun to fire. Can I get everyone to roll initiative?
An astronomy pun? How observant of you.
So we're going to kick off with Anaxi taking the initiative. So you see Calvinor raise this laser at you, and it starts to charge up.
Okay. From where I am.
I love when someone
Sling has a range of 50 foot. I am going to shoot a slingshot. Shoot this rock at Calvinor then.
Poisoned Goliath stone. Let's do it.
Start. Nat 20.
The Bovian revenge runs deep.
He shouldn't have tried to use glass blowing for his own nefarious purpose. You can insult me, you can insult my family, but the minute you try to use the glass blowing.
All right, so it's 4 plus 3 is 7 times 2 is 14 damage, and he has to make a fortitude save.
That's fair.
25, yeah.
DC 15.
Wow, crit.
So poison does nothing. Cool, that is my first action.
Yeah, so the stone just goes thunk, right to his eyes. And so he's like, Constellation, bro!
And then slings are unfortunately not reload 0. Sad. So I will reload my sling. And is there some firestones close, some of these red barrels close to the closest goons nearest the red barrels?
Don't blow up any of the firestones. It might bring down the building.
So all of the goons on the bottom floor are standing adjacent to a red barrel.
There's a lot of goons and 3 of us.
Yeah, so there's 3 on the floor that are all adjacent to a red barrel. The ones on top are not. On the mezzanine aren't. Cool. Yeah.
Great. So
I will also just say there is ample cover on the ground floor. Okay. So at any point, if you're like, I want to take cover, there will be room.
Yeah, sweet. Instead,
I love it,
cast Flaming Wisp, and 3 little flaming wisps appear and start
3 little mobile happy sentient fuses.
So it's Calvinor's turn. So he's just going to take pot shots at the 2 of you.
But he would have clocked that I was there.
He's clocked that you're there.
Promotion happened.
Yeah,
but he's not paying me any
He's
mind.
focused on now the person that threw the sling. Yeah.
The person just hit him with a rock.
He says he holds out the laser gun and it goes, and then this scorching ray of light goes. Cuts along the floor, straight up to where you are. 24 to hit.
Whoa! Good golly,
Jesus Christ.
Miss Molly.
I mean, that's a hit. That's just a hit.
100% a hit.
You take 10 points of fire damage as this laser.
The amount of bullying.
And you hear Calvinor say, "Oopsie, guess I'm a shooting star." And then he...
just for that, I'm going to knock out every single tooth in your head, and I don't care how many tries that takes.
He then takes cover behind the workbench, and you can see him starting to add in an extra firestone and reload the laser. Cool. And then that will be the thug's turn after that.
Oh my god.
The one that was next to you immediately pulls out their little laser pistol, and they go, "I've never used this before," and they kind of hold it.
I've never been hit by one before.
And roll a natural 1,
and I still haven't.
It's gotta. How much of his arm?
And it just shatters in their hand because it was a faulty pistol. And you immediately see they sort of get fire thrown onto their face. They go, and they crouch down on the ground.
Would they still have a hand to gesture with?
Blinded.
It explodes back up like a fireball. No eyebrows.
Yeah, and so they are on fire. She'll try and put the fire out and pat it down, but she's still got fire all over her.
I'm a bit preoccupied with the flames.
Yeah. And then the 2 at the mezzanine, seeing this gun explode, they will look at theirs, and they'll just sort of crouch down behind cover, and each of them are going to move to cover, take cover, and then they're just going to very tentatively hold it out as far as they can, take a pot shot at one shot at each of you.
So they're crouched behind crates up on the mezzanine.
Yeah. 23 to hit you.
Yeah, that'll hit me.
Cool. So take 1 point of fire damage as it goes. Psst,
just one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. They're little laser beams that come down.
Kind of goes, ow.
Yeah. And the second one to you, T-Money. That is a 20.
That will just meet DC.
Oh, no.
Okay, and that's 4 fire damage.
Oh, my gosh.
As the laser hits.
I do have 2 health potions, and I am right next to you if you want them.
The 3 thugs on the ground basically spend their actions moving into cover, and they're going to draw their pistols and load them because they were pushing the crates, so they don't have them drawn.
Cool.
And that'll be their turn. So then, Conic next.
Conic next.
15.
Fantastic. I guess I will pass you a health potion.
In one action, you could put it on the ground.
Yeah, I'll put it on the ground, and then I will run towards whoever is nearest.
Okay, yep. So you can dash. They'll be about 30 feet away from you.
I have a speed of exactly 30.
There you go.
Because
nice. So
am a monk.
That's nice. So yeah, you could definitely reach one with a 30-foot dash. I'll say the center one. So I'll say the three in the middle are kind of like in a line on the ground behind some crates, and so you can run up to the center one.
Fantastic. And then I will flurry of blows because, of course.
Excellent. Yeah.
Natural 20 on the first one. And the 2d8, double it. Oh no, sorry, 2d6 because I haven't taken a stance yet. I just don't have many opinions. So that's 10, 14.
Doubled,
28.
You just clobber him straight.
Runs up.
Yeah, you just see he's just like completely just floored and just slides back and slams against some of the...
keep doing that.
Grab his pistol on the ground. And the pistol goes like scattering along the ground on the side. Yeah.
And then, I'm assuming the second one is in my range. Or...
no, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
Go for the pistol.
I don't have any actions left.
Yeah, that's it. Then it'll be Zark.
Is it 2 strikes in 1 for the monk?
It's
thing?
2 strikes in 1.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you said the observatory was 90 feet across.
Correct.
So half of that, the catwalk length would be 45 feet.
Correct. Yeah.
Cool. So I would like to spend. And how far am I from the front of the catwalk?
I'll say you only moved 10 feet to pick up the stone, and you dropped right where it was, so I'll say you're about 10 feet away from the start of the catwalk.
So that'd be 55 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you wanted to make it to the very center of the room.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend 2 actions moving, so it's 50 foot of movement.
Okay.
So I will be 5 feet short of him.
Mm-hmm.
But Chainblade, I'm going to throw my Chainblade at him.
Okay, the last second.
Yeah, with my last action, and I'm just gonna hurl.
You would need to draw it though, because you climb down and
I wouldn't have had it in my hand. Okay, well I'm gonna pick my chain blades out then with my last action.
So you're just standing 5 feet away from him as he's kind of like reloading the laser weapon. Great, and then that takes us back to Anaxi. So you have 3 little wisp fires blowing around your head, but you've also just been hit by a couple of lasers.
Old mate's hiding, right?
He's taken cover, so you can still see his shape, but he'll just be slightly protected. -2?
Yeah.
I think that's standard.
And there's 2 more thugs on the bottom floor.
There's 2 more on the bottom floor hiding behind crates, so they've also taken cover.
I'm going to aim for Calvinor. My last action was to cast a spell, so I'm going to enter my Arcane Cascade stance for my first action.
Ooh, nice.
I am then going to use my Geode Spell Strike. Geode Spell Strike is a 4th level class feat for the
Sinclair's original.
For the Sinclair's original Goliath Stone. And this allows me to I can choose either acid, cold, electricity, or fire. I'm going to choose fire because I just cast that anyway. And it's going to deal splash damage. There's no one around him, so that's not going to matter. But it deals splash damage to 2 plus the extra. I just want to do it because it's fun.
Yeah.
And I am going to cast Produce Flame on that one as well. That'll be I'm going to use my hero point because I take the better one, right?
Yeah, we're saying you'll take the better one.
I'm going to take the 19, which will be 30. 28 with the -2 from cover. Please crit.
It's not a crit, unfortunately.
Pretty please, Gianni. Could we quit?
That's all right. And then he's going to take 2d6. Plus 3 is 10 damage.
Woo!
Plus 2d4. 4 plus 7 fire damage. And then one of the wisps is going to fly off from around my head and impact him for an extra 4 damage.
Holy shit. So that's 31 and then an extra 4.
10,
Yeah, I got
7, and 4 is 21 damage total.
I got it. Yep.
And that will be...
Holy dooly. So what does the wisp... So how come the wisp activated?
When you make a successful strike, the wisp flies at your target and deals 1d4 damage.
Sick. Love that.
And now that I'm in Arcane Cascade, just for fun information, the way the Goliath Stone works is while you're in Arcane Cascade, and at the start of each turn while you're in it, if you take no actions with the move trait, I can increase the range increment on simple slings I wield by 10 feet. And I also have resistance 1 to all damage.
So you're basically turning yourself into a support turret.
Yeah.
Nice. Very, very cool.
That's me.
Okay, cool.
Amazing.
So,
Incredible.
Calvinor's turn. So he sees you like charging down the gangplank. He sees you coming, and he will just hold the cannon out.
I go. I look at the narrow catwalk command and go, well, I don't think about this.
And he says, "This." I'm afraid this next attack will be a little out of scope, and he.
I roll my eyes and prepare to be incinerated.
You see he like loads in 3 fire crystals into the cannon, and you see it just start to glow brighter and brighter and brighter, and he is going to fire an overload shot. And so Calvinor overcharges his death laser. This is a 3-action activity.
His what?
His death laser. The weapon is called a death laser. Thanks, Matt. Loading 3 pieces of ammo into it, and then he fires the death laser in a 30-foot line. So he just goes, and this light just goes around you. I need you to please make a reflex save.
Okay, 2 questions.
Yeah.
First of all, is this a magical effect?
It is not a magical effect.
It is not magical explicitly?
No,
Okay,
it is not
technology.
magical explicitly. I'm sorry.
Reflex.
Oh!
1. I'm dead. Please incinerate my face.
Put in the TBK and TBK.
I don't like how happy GM is. In this
Okay,
game.
you're gonna take.
I'm giving that. I'm giving that.
You're gonna take 40 points of fire damage.
Oh my god.
Is that the crit fail damage?
That's the crit fail damage.
Okay, good.
Because it was 20. It's 46 plus 6 fire damage in a line. So you just get completely incinerated.
Oh god.
That's physically disgusting.
Yo, I'm the tank. If you lose me...
I thought we left the barbecue house.
But that is all of his actions. That's 3-action shot to do that. Sorry, I should also mention Calvinor takes 2 persistent fire damage as the gun casts fire over him as well. The thug will charge up from behind you at the mezzanine. 12?
No.
Cool. So yeah, she charges up behind you, but you see her coming, and you manage to step to the side and kind of just like deflect her blow. Then the 2 at the side will continue firing pot shots at the so they'll need to reload once. Fire at you, Liz. So that is not very good. 13 won't hit.
Will not.
Okay, and then they'll reload. The one on the right side will reload. Fire at you for a 17. No. And then they'll reload again. And then the 2 on the ground will basically be looking straight at you. And so one of them is going to charge up to you to try and sock you with their fist. So that's gonna be a 14.
This didn't work for your friends. I don't think it's going to work for you either.
Shut up, I'm a goon! And they're just swinging.
There's more to life than goonery. You could take up glass blowing.
Oh my god.
No.
So many opportunities.
It's more like ass blowing.
I'll blow your ass.
We can't
Clip that.
say
For the love of all that is good and holy in this world, clip that.
please.
And then the next one will just fire a laser shot at you for... These guys suck. They are level 0. 18 to hit. No.
It just pings off of...
Yeah. So they're stormtroopers. They're like shooting lasers at you, and they're just like...
it's like it's hitting me. It's reflecting off.
Calvino's making up for it, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
that'll be
absolutely.
Conic.
Cool. Yeah, I will. Could I use my acrobatics to get up there?
It's athletics.
It's technically athletics to climb.
To climb.
Is it climbing or jumping? Like, is there
Jumping is also athletics.
Oh, okay.
This is ridiculous. No, that's fine. I mean,
Acrobatics is more like balancing and
of course. Yeah. I was just hoping I could backflip my way through. Real nice and cool. That's valid.
The age-old problem of I want to climb.
How would moving and then trying to climb up 15 feet work? In this
so it's a stride to move up to the wall, and then you have to do two or three climb actions depending on how well you do to climb up.
Cool.
Please do get up here, though.
Yeah, I will. Should I take care of the 2 down here?
They are
You're going
next
to be.
to you.
Yeah, I think I'll take a flurry of blows for my first action, and I'll just pop each
Beat
of
that
them.
guy up.
And then run over
and start climbing.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool. No, that's a good idea.
Wow, not good. Okay, so that's first one is a dirty 20.
Hits.
And
so roll your damage for that one.
Of course. D6s.
Wow, min dice.
2 1s, so that's 6 damage. And the second one
Minus
is just a 15 to hit.
15 to hit. is not a hit. I'm
That's what I thought. That's okay.
Hey, everyone gets. You've had enough good rolls this session.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've had
everyone gets one. That is true for you right now.
Yeah, I like honestly overdue. And I guess I'll use the rest of my turn to run over and start climbing up.
Yep, cool. So yeah, you'll strike once, move to the base of the central platform, and then make an athletics check to start climbing up the side.
Do we?
DC, what did I say? 18.
Natural 20.
Yes.
So 10 feet to start scrambling up.
2 more successes or 1 more crit success to get up.
Cool.
It's only 15 feet. So it's only 5 foot to the top.
Turn, and you can get up and do your thing.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Very nice.
All right, cool. I'm going to look at Calvinor with my twin Chamberlains, wink, then blink, appear behind him. Because,
say nothing personal, kid.
And like with both my letter opener swords raised, I'm just gonna go special delivery and just slice him from behind.
Oh no, I've been outpunched.
You got double slice?
Yeah, I got double slice. So I'm gonna use my double slice. So that is going to be.
Flat DC 5 check.
I gotta do my blink check.
Yes.
Flat DC 5. Oh no.
Prone.
Don't.
Prone.
No! No!
Wait, no, surely you add something to that. Surely.
No, it doesn't matter. It's flat check.
Dear God.
You can still do your double slice while prone.
Just on the ground going for the
to get up.
It's a neg 2 to your attack.
Just go for his
It happens
ankles.
to me all the time.
That was such a cool moment.
Okay,
And then you fell
all right. I'm going to go. I teleport behind him, and I
Special
I land like I appear prone. I think the way it
So just face down in the dirt.
Your axis of appearance is just
on a
like
failure, you end your teleport prone. Like I reappear on the ground. Like. Oh, fuck. So actually, what happens is I look up from underneath him, like at his face. It's like special delivery.
Right for the groin.
right in the thighs.
And I will use my double slice. So my second attack takes a neg 2 because these are, while they are twin, they are not agile.
So you'll take a neg 2 on the first one and an extra neg 2 on the second one as well.
So it'll be neg 2 then neg 4. What's my?
But your multiple attack doesn't increase until after, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So that'll be it. So the first one is going to be a 26.
26 hits.
Okay. And then the second one is only 11 flat. So
11 won't hit.
So 11 won't hit. Cool. So I still hit once.
Yeah.
And my blink recharges, which is nice. 9 damage.
That's how I imagine it is.
9
You blink
damage?
and then you blink back in, but with your legs like too low, and then you just sort of ragdoll.
Just for positioning, so we're clear. Yep. I am on the ground. I'm prone behind him relative to where I was and where Thug is.
Okay, so you probably had to be next to him technically because he was back against the
Oh, he was under the
because
crate.
he took.
Okay, I'm next to him.
So there isn't really a behind him.
Okay, yeah, I'm next to him then.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's my turn.
Yep, great, love that.
I don't. But sure.
So then, Anaxi, you were
I'm
back
gonna reload my sling, and then I'm gonna cast Mind Games on Old Mate.
A will save.
Yeah.
You could roll on that one.
Yeah. That one.
Ooh. 18. No, sorry.
Say less.
18.
Oh, are you joking me?
No, he's plus 15 to will.
Oh gosh.
Plus 15 to will, sure.
Yep, that succeeds. It's unaffected, but I can continue to sustain that next turn.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right, so Calvinor's turn. So he cannot use his overload ability again.
And I'm behind a wall.
He'll probably just try and sock you because you've appeared right next to him.
So he's not doing anything with his gun.
Not immediately.
He's doing a melee.
He you appear next to him. I think he's just going to try
an unarmed strike.
Yeah, just a gauntlet punch, which is 28.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
with an unarmed strike?
It's like a.
Oh, he's got a gauntlet.
Yeah.
I mean,
four bludgeoning damage.
You should have
as you get
break
socked.
rules.
I am very hurt.
Okay.
no.
And then
You
he
still have one of those healing
I
potions,
do,
don't you?
yeah, I
thank God.
do.
and then he's gonna step away, and then he is probably just gonna reload. He just has to
Okay,
reload.
well that's a manipulate action, so I am going to get an attack of opportunity.
Do you have reach?
I have.
Is it reach?
Yeah, they are reach weapons.
Is it range or reach?
It says reach tethered.
It's reach.
Great. Yeah,
Reach
then you
and
can.
throw.
Okay, so you can do an attack of opportunity.
And that is 29.
-2.
Minus
He's still prone.
2. Yeah,
27.
And I think you only disrupt it if it's a critical hit. Is that right? For a fight?
Yes, if the trigger was an manipulate action and it's a critical hit, I disrupt. So
Yeah,
he still
okay,
gets
cool.
to
So he
reload.
still gets to reload, but you deal damage to him. So roll your damage.
That is 8 plus 3, 11.
He like takes a strike and he's like, "Ow!" And he's like more hastily tries to get the thing, the Firestone crystal back in the scope so he can fire again at you.
Cool.
Cool. So then the thugs, so the one that was still trying to hit you will take another swing at you. You moved, didn't you? So
Yeah, I blinked 15
they'll need
feet,
to,
so.
but you are prone.
No, hang on. It was 10 more feet. Yeah, and I am prone still.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, they'll move and then they will strike at you. 18.
Nope.
Nope. Minus two because you're prone.
No,
Cool.
no. It's 19 total.
Great. And then they'll take another swing at you with their fist. It's agile, so that's only -4. Fist, so that's only +4, so that's 13 total.
Yeah, no. So it's
Cool.
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, lucky because that definitely would have killed me.
Yeah.
I'm again an inch from death, everyone.
You'll be fine.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
You're fine.
See, I really wish I'd taken Key Rush.
The title of the show is TPK.
Yeah.
So the two that were that are below you, they start to run up to the base of the base of the structure, and they start to climb up after you. So I'm not going to roll for each of their actions. I'll just say they'll be slow. So they'll just move 5 feet each round, and then the ones on either side will still keep shooting at you, Tyler. So
Sorry, I'm confused. Which ones are chasing him? The ones from the ground floor?
The ones on the ground floor.
Yeah. And the two up the top.
The two, the two up there
still pot
on
shotters.
the wings are still just
Pew, pew.
stormtroopering at you. So they reload
love
last turn, so they get 2 shots this turn. So that's 12 on the first one. Definitely won't. That's all right. That's 5, 12. That's 18.
No.
And then the
other guy.
13, 19.
No.
Oof. No, definitely won't. So yeah, they just
Wow, they really are stormtroopering up.
Yeah, so bad at this.
I want to reiterate, there are 6 of them because they're level 0. And,
That's true.
Yeah.
I did annihilate one with one.
Yeah, and I expected a lot of them to disappear with the red barrels.
Yeah.
I didn't expect there to still be this many left.
True, we really have not leveraged those red barrels. I think I just honestly forgot they were there.
Yeah, you're on top of this. Okay, so then we're up to Conic.
Fantastic. I will continue to climb.
Okay, so just one more climb action to get to the top.
Just need a success.
Another natural 20.
I will let you vault over the top of the and land with your feet firmly planted onto the ground wherever you want to be.
Fantastic. I'll vault up on the other side of Calvin.
Yeah, great.
Punch him.
Actually, I'm going to grapple him.
Oh, good choice. Cool. So that's an athletics check to do that.
Yeah, you want to grapple restrain him in some way.
Yes. That's a 15 plus 6, so that's a 21 to grapple.
21. Just get it.
And then punch him repeatedly.
And yes, with my third action, I'm going to hit him.
He's also flat-footed because you're threatening him. So
Fantastic.
that
yeah, because reach. Yeah.
He's flat-footed because he's grappled.
Well, now he is. Yeah.
That's I'm going to guess a 17 doesn't do it.
17 will not, unfortunately. And
that's fine.
yes, grapples also take multi.
Oh, of course. In which case, it would be a 12.
Yeah, so unfortunately, but you managed to restrain Manzark.
Okay, stand up. Move over to Conic, Calvinor, and Conic, and I'm going to attempt to disarm.
And I will teamwork.
So
twist the arm.
We are using
teamwork. What does that mean, friends?
Teamwork feats. Sinclair's.
Always Sinclair's
original.
No better taste.
So there are some new feats as part of the Sinclair's playtest that we found. They are teamwork feats. So they have a standard effect that you can use just as a single on your own.
Yeah.
That give you a bonus. Twist the arm is the one that Liz and I have both taken. But they also have a secondary teamwork benefit. So when both of you have the feat, and use the conditional, the conditional, the trigger, becomes active, there is an additional benefit that you get. So in this case, we're both using Twist the Arm. And so when an ally attempts to disarm a creature you have grabbed or restrained, you may aid as though you have made suitable preparations. So in this case, because I'm making a disarm check and Conic has grappled Calvin, or they may attempt to aid as though they had made preparations. However, the teamwork benefit, because we both have the feat, is that when Conic successfully aids, in place of the normal bonus, they can apply an additional super benefit, which is that if I roll a success, it becomes a critical success, and if I roll a critical success, they can choose what basically happens after the disarm check critically succeeds. So we can kick the disarmed item up to 10 feet in a direction, pick it up, or release the creature to pick the item
cool.
up.
So order of operations, I'll get you to make an
aid, of course,
athletics check to aid in this, and you want to beat 20.
Natural dang 20.
That's a success. +2 on the aid.
Yeah. So incredible teamwork means that you are going to get an excellent aid bonus. So that's a +2.
So my athletics, it's an athletics check to disarm?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, that was a 6, but I have +12 athletics. It's an 18, +2 is a dirty 20.
Against reflex
Ooh,
DC.
And this guy might not be
what's their
very...
reflex DC?
Cool. So his reflex is 22.
No. Okay, so that's a failure.
So
sad.
close.
Very sad. Do you have a hero point?
I do have
Why do you have no
an hero point.
You can gift your hero point to that because you're team working.
Of course.
The two of you working together, you're being heroic.
I love it.
It's way more fun. Teamwork
It's
together.
way more
fun.
It was my third action because I stood up and moved.
Yeah. Just don't fuck it up.
Hey!
Is that better?
That is so much better. That is a 16 plus 12
plus 2. Fucking
no,
easy.
That's so its total is 28.
28, which will be a success.
Cool, which is a critical success
because of the teamwork.
Which means that we... Yeah. So I get a critical success.
You managed to knock the laser gun out of his hands.
So that's the end of my turn. But the laser gun is now on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, you
and he's still grappled.
Bumping it up instead.
Up, move, get a crit.
Yeah.
It's on the ground.
Yeah.
So I think he goes before any of us. So he'll probably just pick it back up.
But he's still
that's still an action.
He's still grappled.
Yeah.
He's still grappled.
It's also a manipulate action.
And my reaction has recharged.
Yeah.
Teamwork benefits are really good. If you work teamwork's great, everybody.
Teamwork is great. Also,
And the
it
magic of
feels
teamwork.
really cool to have something that we would normally do as flavor be backed by mechanics, which I think is
for a
really
monk and a
dope.
fighter. It was a really nice simpatico.
All right, Anaxi.
Great. I'm going to recharge my spell strike.
Great.
Which I believe I can do once, as far as I know. Anyway, Magus
I'll trust
is confusing.
You. Yeah.
And then I'm charged. I am going to use Geode Spell Strike again on the two people climbing up the ladder, and I'm going to use Electric Arc.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make that spell strike. That's going to be. I'm sure it's going to hit because it's plus 11, so 24.
24 will definitely be a hit. It is not a crit though. Oh, they are flat-footed because they're climbing, so that is a crit.
Yeah. The rock becomes electrified, and I let it swing. It thuds directly into the back of one of the people climbing.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to take 26 damage.
Sorry, thuds into or passes through?
Passes through that guy. He's also going to take 3, 4, 5 electric damage.
Yep.
And the guy next to him is going to take 6, 7 electric damage, and then Geode Spell Strike's going to pop off, which is flat damage equal to 2 plus the extra damage from Arcane Cascade, which I believe is just 2. So he's going to take 4. So he takes 11 points of electric damage.
So the first guy dies, the second guy gets 11 points of damage.
So I'll say, so Liz already damaged the one, so I'll say that the one that you hit originally will be the non-damaged one, and they just get completely just you see them electric, they do the X-ray thing and fall off, and then it runs through the metal scaffolding into the other one as they're climbing up, and then you see them get fried, and then they just drop off, and they both Wilhelm scream down to the ground.
A timely reminder of the dangers of electricity.
Once again, these thugs not in good terms with OSHA.
Yeah. And that's you.
Queensland Rail
Excellent.
would be so proud.
Which means it's Calvinor's turn. So Calvinor's being like restrained by you currently. So yeah, he has to break free of your grapple before he can pick up the gun.
Yes.
Oh, teamwork.
It's finally
so good.
happening. This good non-damage roll based combat utility is finally happening.
All right, so he's going to have to try and
once.
break free. So he will make an athletics check. That's 27.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that'll
Ben.
unfortunately do
It's
it.
still an action to break free.
Yeah, of course.
As he goes, get off me, I cannot be contained. And then reaches down to pick up the weapon.
Attack of opportunity.
Just remembering a thing from earlier.
That is a 27 to hit.
Ooh.
A 27 to hit is a hit.
Okay. That's going to be 7 plus 4, 11 damage.
11 damage.
So he takes 11 damage as I smack him as he goes to pick the gun up.
So with his last action, I think he is going to take a shot.
Of course he's going to,
again.
Yeah, of course.
So he will
Please
fire,
fail.
but he will take a penalty because he did have to escape.
Your
as well.
multi-attack?
Yep.
So it's a neg 5.
So that's 5. That's only 14.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still up.
Well, yeah. And so you're like grabbing him, and he's like, just like fires, and like
all of this is so clutch.
The roof
flying
starts
past just incinerates.
the laser beam like cuts through a wall, and you start to see like some of like the steel scaffolding.
Yeah.
Just there is so much collateral damage.
Yeah.
Whoa, goosh, perfectly cooked goose.
I'll say one of the bits of scaffolding falls on a red barrel, and it just lets out this blinding.
Yeah.
I won't make you make a reflex save, but like just throws out fire and light. Yeah. Cool. And then we are at the thugs. So there's one still next to you. Just swing.
Thug. Honestly, I'm kind of rooting for them.
That's old mate who was chasing me. Is now up
so
in the days.
she's still there, completely.
She is so brave.
She's just trying her best. That's only a 2.
Against which one of us, Conic or me?
Against you.
Against me, still, yeah.
Yeah. So that's 10 to hit.
Nope.
No. So, the third one's an natural 20.
So we'll still
So
hit.
it will still hit. It's just
yeah, goon.
Hail Mary, go goon.
Goon.
What's the damage?
4 damage, 4 bludgeoning
I'm
damage.
still up. Oh, I'm so close to death.
You're staring down Calvinor and just get whacked in the
Stormtroopers. They only get one shot this turn, but that is a 24 to
That
hit
will
you.
hit.
Fire damage as a laser beam comes and hits you for 5 damage.
You get a 5 Q damage. 4 Q damage.
The second one explodes with a natural 1. And they fall from the rafters.
I'm genuinely starting to feel bad for these guys.
Yeah, these guys,
like they're just getting minced by themselves.
I turn to you as a fraction. I'm just like, they clearly don't have a union.
No.
And that is the thug's turn. So Conic, it is all you, baby. You are standing behind Calvinor.
Do you have time to drop a healing?
You see him reach into his pouch to go to reload for the next shot.
I'm gonna, I'll use one action to drop
Yeah.
a potion to the floor for you, and I'll grapple him again.
Yeah.
That's a 10. I don't think that'll do.
10, no. I'm
Okay,
afraid
so now you can either try and grapple him again, or you can use your multi-attack penalty to try and at least do some damage.
I'm gonna flurry of blows, multi-attack penalty. The first one, definite miss. Second one's a natural 20. That would be a 31. Take 8.
23.
Yeah, so that'll be a success.
Yeah, cool.
You still do some damage.
I still do some damage. That's a lot better than the last time I tried to hit him. That's a 12.
12 damage total.
Yes.
He is looking incredibly battered. Like he is teetering on the edge of this platform and this railing as like you've just been pummeling from either side.
Yes, you might want to like grab that potion and get away.
Yeah.
And Zark, that is your turn.
So I will hit with my dual strike for my chain blades.
Yeah.
So what we got here? The first one is a 21.
That is a hit.
Okay, cool. That's a 2. So it's 11 damage for the first one.
11, yep.
And so the second one is a 9 plus 11 is 20.
He is flanked currently, so that will be a hit.
That will be a hit? Okay. And that's going to be 10 damage second time. So that's 22 total after all is said and done.
Ooh.
I will try and demoralize.
Been beating him up incessantly.
Yeah.
It's a shame you turned that telescope into a gun, because otherwise you should have seen your death was written in the stars. That's a 4. Nah, I get what I pay for. Yeah.
That was too funny.
11.
Okay.
11.
No way. I'll just tell you, Calvinor is standing there like
An instant death.
Absolute
I am
brink.
going to
Clear shot.
load the geode into my sling.
All right,
and launch it directly at the bottom of the platform.
Nice.
And I'm going to shout, brace yourselves.
I mean, I'll be fine. I've got 44 hit points.
Should have grabbed that healing potion.
Oh, it's really bad. It's a 14.
Heroes and bullets.
14 to hit the
You're just hitting the structure.
underside
Yeah,
of the
it's a
structure.
fucking giant target. Yeah,
I think the thing is you don't necessarily get to pick exactly who it explodes underneath.
Yeah.
And it will hit all of us.
I'm aiming for directly you guys.
Yeah. Oh, no, I figured.
So 14. You say 14?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 14 is enough to hit it. It's stationary. It'll hit the side of the scaffolding. The meager scaffolding that they've been putting up to support it will just like crack as its deafening, blinding light emanates from it, and fire starts to go up the side of the side. I'll say you don't need to make a reflex save because it's hit the side of the platform and not hit like the top of it. But the whole thing starts to.
You got one round.
Yeah, it's game over time.
Get that telescope.
Get the telescope.
Some goons.
I'm gonna pick up that health potion that's on the ground.
Yeah, just take a swig.
That has just been sitting politely next to
Well,
you.
you're going to have it in your hand.
I'm holding it.
Kalmanor is going to take a look at the two of you as the thing's starting to collapse, and he says, "I've waited so long for this. You know what you've ruined? You've ruined everything. We could have been rich. I was trying to provide.
But then you'd still have no friends.
My feelings." And he dies from getting burnt. No. He sees your weapons at the ready. He sees you there
He's
with
backed
like your
into a
fist
corner. He's
ready to go.
The magma lines are starting to glow. Like she's ready. I haven't erupted this fight. She's ready.
And he's about to run, and then he stops, and he looks at the telescope, and he holds it up in front of him, and it, like almost as like a dare for you to try and to hit
Go near him, yeah.
And then he holds it up in the air.
Hey.
And then he just starts to walk.
Don't do anything stupid now.
And so he is going to walk unless you stop him. He'll walk slowly, so he'll move like 20 feet, let's say, down the catwalk.
I have nothing I can do
as the
until
whole thing
my
starts
turn.
to tilt and shake.
Are we still in combat order? Or?
You're still in combat order, yeah.
Sure.
That'll be his turn.
Who goes next?
The thugs will also back off, like seeing that he's trying to like.
You will get to go next.
So it's Connick's turn.
Cool.
I'm not gonna hit him. I'm not gonna use my reaction.
Oh yeah, I will hold my turn.
You're gonna delay?
After.
Cool.
Because I have something I want to follow up.
It is your
that
turn.
with.
Yeah. So I am going to move up and like just real like spend a move action. Just be real like gentle. Be like, okay, don't do anything stupid now. Okay, we all want to get out of here alive, and your ticket out of here is to give us that telescope.
Mm-hmm.
You have one chance. I think the roll's going to go better if I just teleport behind him and try and grab the telescope.
Okay.
To grapple him. Yeah. So I will
Sure,
do that.
if that's what you want to do, do it. Yeah.
Oh my god. T!
That one.
I know. Plus
Nat
12
one.
and I rolled a nat 1.
Great. You teleport.
Oh wait, that's
and
the
you
flat check.
you
That's the
dive onto the ground
the
as you
flat check,
appear
yeah.
prone onto the ground next to him as you're sort of like trying to give this eloquent request.
Can I
Grab his goddamn ankles.
There are no rules against
You can.
Grab his
I'll take it.
ankles.
It'll
Take
just
it.
be. I'll say it's a -2. Yeah, I
Okay.
think probably the same penalty.
That is a 29 to grapple.
27 with the minus
grab
2.
him around the legs.
Yeah, you just
29.
You just grab his
29.
legs and like you see him like whoa, and
You're not leaving here
and
until we get that telescope.
cool. So here's
A
now.
postman never fails a delivery.
He's now
right up
grabbed.
there, boys.
Yep, and I will make my approach and twist the arm.
Twist the arm, twist the arm, twist the
Here
arm.
we go. So that's
Teamwork,
athletics
teamwork,
again.
teamwork. Yes, you were going to roll your athletics check?
Yep, that's a 16.
Okay, so what is that?
16 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To grapple.
To grapple.
To disarm, sorry.
disarm?
To disarm.
That is not.
That's
enough.
a failure.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't
That
upgrade.
does
I
not.
don't, you don't
No,
get anything.
unfortunately.
Oh, I may aid as though I've made suitable preparations to help. Sorry, I gotta aid you.
Oh, yeah.
Can I? Is that gonna make the difference?
There's a +2 going to work.
Against
the
it's against
disarm.
reflexes, isn't it?
Yeah.
No,
it won't.
yeah, that
Shit,
doesn't
sorry.
matter.
Cool. I guess
yeah.
plan B.
You could try again.
I could try again. And then I've still got.
You just got to not crit fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. hot.
It's a neg 5.
It's hot and I'm nervous.
Move through.
All right, here we go.
It's a neg 5. What'd you get?
11. So that's still a fail.
No, but what is that now?
11 total.
No, 17 total.
Did you take your neg 5 for your multi?
Yeah, it becomes 12.
12. That is a critical.
Yeah, that's what I was
Which is
afraid of.
exactly what we were afraid of.
So you're like trying to reach it, and it says, "You want this? Reach for the stars!" And he tosses.
He is throwing it a manipulate action.
Great, he throws it. He does throw it. Make a reflex to attack of opportunity.
I can interrupt the action if I critically succeed.
Please.
That is it's a 9 plus 11 is 20.
I feel like we need to have a nice long conversation with that.
Okay, but I will kill him. But he's going to still throw the telescope.
Yep.
So that's 10 damage.
Yep. The blade comes and stabs straight into him as he releases the telescope into the air. But the telescope is flying.
See, that's a better plan than what I was going to do, because I was going to grapple him in a round.
And you see it go as the platform collapses over. It goes over your head, Anaxi.
I'm running,
it is
running,
coming.
grab it.
It is coming towards you on the ground.
Do it. Oh, this is so
I will give you one reflex save. One reflex save.
No. Reflex is my best save.
Hey! You need to get a for the level. It is a DC 19.
You need
not too bad.
An 8 or above.
8 or above.
Let's see that bean footage.
What was it? No! The 2! No! I have an 11, so I needed 8 or above.
Oh, yeah. That hurts so much.
Surely I've got something in here.
I'm running for it full pelt as it impacts the ground.
Yeah. And for a moment, everything is just white as a blinding light fills the room. The three of you wake up. You are all lying in beds. You are completely covered in scorch marks.
The comedic bandages.
And bandages like all around you. Some of you got like braces tied up.
I turned to an accent, I'm like, come here often.
It's quiet. It's peaceful. It's morning. There's some birds twittering outside. And you can hear some movement in another room, but you recognize that you are in a bedroom in Marbu's house.
Does Marbu come in?
Well, we're alive. That's something, I suppose.
That bastard made a liar out of me.
I'm going to go over to my hat and I'm going to rip my badge off it and I'm going to put it in the bag and I'll be like, I broke the code.
You didn't move.
I reach over and grab my hat from within my like comical suspension bandage and rip the.
I got like no hair left.
Not fit to wear the badge.
Naked.
Not fit to wear. And then instead of throwing it, I just gingerly put it in my satchel.
Hearing you start to talk and move around, Marvu comes into the room. He has like a tray of teacups, and he like goes, "Oh goodness, you're all awake. I was worried you would be out for a little bit longer, but you must be quite strong."
We don't deserve this kindness.
Well, it's you've been out for about 6 or 7 hours now.
That's pretty good, all things considered.
Yes.
Could have been days.
Yes, but you definitely took a beating. After the explosion up at the observatory, some of the other Burnt-Eye boys helped to carry you out of there. I believe you gave them a good beating.
Yeah, they're good boys.
In the grill, but they seems like they were willing to help.
It was mostly a lack of character in their leadership, I'd say.
They're all going to jail.
They are. They do. They do still
absolutely.
They still have to face trial. They will face the Crown's justice.
But I'm so grateful that all of you are alive and well. After seeing that, I was very concerned.
I made you a promise, Mabu, that I'd get your telescope back, and I didn't manage to do that, and I am sorry.
We didn't even die trying, so there's not even that going for us.
Yeah. At least I can cross off crushed by a building from my bingo.
Whatever you're into.
He kind of like nods sadly, and he like goes out and then brings back in this kind of like charred, melted,
it's mostly just like a wad of copper.
Yeah. And he goes, "Could be a nice art piece, I suppose."
Certainly has some history.
Is there any chance you could build another with time?
With time, yes. Fortunately, I have been allowed access to some extra resources now that Calvanor has been turned in. The new captain of the guard coming in has decided that the rest of the investment that Calvinor had promised to me will be upheld. So in time, I will be able to make it again.
The main thing, I think, though, is that it's not being used to turn them into fanciful laser weapons of just catastrophically bad
It nearly killed Zark,
if you will.
Killer scope.
Both incredibly
Killer
destructive
scope.
and extremely... Yes, that was wonderful, sorry. Incredibly destructive and extremely poorly designed. Like, I cannot imagine the havoc that, of course,
Can't
would let
believe
out
you
into the
worked
world.
with that guy.
I know, right?
Also,
Ridiculous.
yes, that just a hilariously bad startup culture from start to finish. Please avoid anyone like that in the future.
I will. Thank you for your advice. But yes, unfortunately the telescope is lost, but at least we have all survived and can learn from this. And if I've learnt anything, it's that the darkest nights bring with them the best view of the stars. And he pulls out a little sticker sheet and gives you each a gold star.
Oh! Yay!
Zark weeps openly.
Oh yeah, Conic is actively crying.
Yeah. And
then right as we pull out of the room, you just hear this thump, and then
and that is where we'll leave the session. Yay! Thank you so much to Sinclair's Library and Tabletop Obscure for giving us all these materials to work with.
It's
it was
so
super,
much fun.
It was super
Please go
fun.
check it out.
Cool. Please go check out the Kickstarter on BackerKit. I think you can still order it, maybe, I don't know. But still stay up to date with all the information that's coming through. Check out the playtest. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Third Party Con is sponsored in part by World Anvil. Don't just settle for keeping your amazing game scattered across an endless sea of notes and tools. World Anvil is the one tool to rule them all. Whether you're a game master, writer, or world builder, World Anvil is the ultimate companion to finally bring your world to life in one centralized location. Create characters, organize adventures, and build your campaign setting like a professional developer. Give World Anvil a try today using the code TPK2023 at checkout for 40% off any yearly subscription. Your world is waiting to be built with World Anvil.
Welcome back to Third Party Con. Stay tuned for when we have a live talk with Type 40 about creating immersive props here on Third Party Con. Don't forget, you may need to tune in to the actual live stream, with the links will be in the chat below.